The battlefield is a scene of utter exhaustion and despair, where the air is thick with the scent of ozone and the heavy weight of impending doom. Survivors of the initial onslaught struggle to catch their breath, their chests heaving as they gasp for air. One warrior, his face streaked with grime and the dark stains of combat, allows a desperate, pained smile to cross his lips. He thinks to himself that they have finally made it this far. In his heart, a flickering hope remains. If they can just beat that monster, everything will be over. However, the battlefield offers no mercy. A massive, blinding red beam of energy tears through the darkness, striking with such cataclysmic force that the very earth seems to groan. A lone figure is sent reeling across the desolate, gray landscape, his red eyes wide with shock. As he lies broken against the jagged rocks, he stares down at a gaping, glowing wound in his chest, realizing with a cold certainty that he has just received a fatal blow. As the light in his eyes begins to dim, he looks around at the wreckage of his unit. The ground is littered with the fallen, soldiers dressed in the tattered remnants of brown cloaks and basic armor, their lives extinguished in an instant. This man, identified as Foot Soldier Gray Lee, reflects on the utter futility of his existence. He realizes that in the end, he is destined to die without having been able to do anything at all. The scene is a grim reminder of how this nightmare began. One day, an unknown threat suddenly appeared and destroyed an entire continent without warning. This being became known as the archenemy of mankind, the Liquidator. He is a terrifying sight to behold, clad in sleek, white and red futuristic armor with a faceless hood and 6 translucent wings that glow with a malevolent crimson light. To combat this world-ending threat, the most elite graduates of the World Union Academy were assembled into a strike force. Among them is Brian Miller, known as the World Protecting Shield. He is a man of legendary durability, rumored to have survived the impact of a giant meteorite without receiving so much as a single scratch. Beside him stands the great sage Bella Albright, a woman whose magical prowess is said to be equal to that of an entire military division. She stands tall, her long blue hair flowing as she brandishes a staff, summoning intricate magical circles that light up the sky with azure energy. The team is bolstered by Jacob Bloomfield, the Divine Archer, a marksman of such incredible skill that he once took down a high-level dragon with a single, perfectly placed shot. Finally, there is the Sword Saint, Amy White, who is widely regarded as the strongest swordswoman to ever come into existence. She moves like a golden blur, her eyes glowing with a sharp, yellow intensity as she prepares to strike. But then, Gray Lee's thoughts turn to his own group. Behind these shining icons of hope are those of the so-called support unit. Gray Lee looks at the faces of his comrades and realizes the harsh truth. In reality, they are merely sacrificial pawns meant to buy a few extra seconds for the elites. Watching from his position on the ground, Gray Lee observes the graduates of the World Union Academy as they engage the Liquidator. He knew they were amazing, but he admits he didn't know the difference between their levels would be so staggeringly large. The Liquidator moves with a grace that defies physics, effortlessly dodging the Divine Archer's light-infused arrows and the Great Sage's elemental barrages. Even as the elite heroes pour every ounce of their power into the fight, the monster in white armor seems entirely unbothered. Gray Lee feels a surge of bitter emotion as he lies dying. He thinks about how they also trained hard, pushing their bodies to the limit every single day, yet here they are, completely useless when it matters most. Tears well in his eyes as he watches the Liquidator move with a speed that the human eye can barely track. A sudden, violent impact shakes the battlefield. For a fleeting second, the Liquidator seems genuinely surprised, noting that someone actually managed to injure him. He pauses, his faceless visor glowing with a dangerous light, and muses to himself if he should stop playing around now. The tone of the battle shifts instantly. The Liquidator gathers a terrifying amount of red energy, his wings expanding until they dominate the horizon. With a single, overwhelming blow, he unleashes a wave of destruction that appears to wipe the entire elite squad off the map. Gray Lee watches the devastation with a hollow expression. He realizes with a sinking heart that the enemy was simply playing around until now. As the dust settles over the corpses of his friends and the broken bodies of the heroes, he concludes that there is absolutely no way they can win this fight. He lies in a growing pool of his own blood, his vision beginning to fade into a dark, watery void. He wonders how long it has been since his heart was pierced, and finds himself confused as to why he is still conscious. Suddenly, the red-stained vision of the battlefield is replaced by a vast, starry expanse. A single drop of blood falls into a dark, rippling pool, and Grey Lee finds himself standing in a place that feels both infinite and barren. He looks up at the galaxy swirling above and asks where he is, wondering if this empty, silent realm is the afterlife. As he explores the darkness, he sees a massive, ornate throne rising out of the shadows. Seated upon it is a towering figure, draped in deep blue and black robes adorned with golden chains and ancient, circular symbols. The figure possesses long, curved horns and a face hidden in the deep shadows of a hood. Grey Lee stares up at the entity and asks who he is. The hooded figure speaks with a voice that resonates through the void, telling Grey that he has not perished and that his physical wounds have already been healed. Grey Lee is skeptical, looking down at his chest where the fatal wound should be. He asks if the being was the one who healed him, but the figure clarifies that it was not his doing. Instead, he explains that it was Grey's own power that restored his body. The entity confesses that even he is unable to properly analyze the depths of Grey's power, but he can guarantee one thing: Grey's latent strength is far greater than what the liquidator possesses. The only catch is that Grey must learn to control it properly. Still reeling from the shock, Grey Lee asks if the being is telling him that they can actually win the war against the monster. The hooded figure is honest, admitting that he does not know for sure and that he wouldn't necessarily have high hopes. However, he also believes that they ought to get rid of the liquidator for the sake of the world. He decides that for now, he shall lend Grey Lee his power to act as a catalyst. A colossal blue magic circle, designed like a complex clock face with Roman numerals, erupts beneath Grey Lee, bathing the void in a brilliant, celestial light. The figure declares that Grey may now return to the world of the living. Back on the blood-soaked battlefield, the silence is broken as Grey Lee's body begins to twitch. He pushes himself up from the dirt, his movements slow but steady. His broken sword, which had been discarded in the dust, begins to thrum with a dark, flickering energy. As he grips the hilt, the weapon is enveloped in a shroud of black flames and red lightning. The liquidator, who was preparing to leave the ruins of the continent, stops in his tracks. He senses a presence that shouldn't exist. Grey Lee lunges forward with a speed that rivals the monster's own. He strikes the liquidator, the impact sending a shockwave across the terrain. For the first time, the liquidator is visibly staggered, and he acknowledges that the blow actually did some damage. Grey Lee stands his ground, his eyes burning with a new, terrifying intensity. He tells the monster that he could even say his own power is now stronger than the liquidator's. The armored being narrows his glowing eyes, warning Grey Lee not to underestimate him. He commends the human for forcing him to use his full strength, and the two clash in an explosion of red and black energy. From the heart of the resulting smoke and fire, a dark silhouette emerges, completely transformed. Grey Lee's face is now half hidden by a swirling, jagged mass of dark energy, and his left eye has become a slit of glowing red fire that trails behind him like a comet. Dark, vein-like patterns of power crawl across his skin and cloak. The liquidator stares at him, his voice filled with a mixture of curiosity and dread as he asks if the being before him is truly human. Grey Lee doesn't flinch. He looks back at the archenemy of mankind and states that the question of humanity is exactly what he intends to ask the monster, as their powers surge together for a final, world-defining confrontation. The battle against the absolute archenemy of mankind reaches a fever pitch as foot soldier Grey Lee stands amidst the swirling remnants of a dark energy that should have extinguished his life. The liquidator, that terrifying being in white and red armor, is visibly shaken, his wings twitching as he gasps for air. He stares at the man who has somehow cheated death and asks with a voice full of disbelief if Grey is actually still alive. Both warriors are pushed to their absolute limits, their heavy breathing the only sound in the desolate wasteland. Lee quickly acknowledging that the liquidator's strength is truly nothing to sneeze over. He simply remarks, "Well," as a cold, lethal resolve settles over the battlefield. Lee doesn't wait for a response, declaring that he will simply crush the liquidator over and over again until he is dead. The liquidator answers with a guttural roar, charging forward as the two clash in a spectacular display of power. Sparks fly and the ground shatters under the weight of their exchange. Despite Gray's newfound intensity, he finds himself struggling against the overwhelming might of his opponent. He calls out to the monster, his voice strained with effort, but the tide begins to turn. A massive magical formation, a clock-like circle of shimmering blue energy, begins to manifest. The atmosphere shifts as the liquidator, or perhaps the entity behind him, coldly announces that time is up. Suddenly, the battlefield is swallowed by a forced transition into a plane of existence known as true dusk. The sky turns to a deep, eternal night, and the liquidator looms large, his silhouette framed by a massive lunar backdrop. He mocks Gray's efforts, stating that within this plane, nothing is capable of harming him. He commands Gray to stop his useless resistance, and take a look at the stars above. As Gray Lee gazes upward, the voice of the mysterious entity, Kronos, echoes through the void. Kronos observes that the stars are beautiful. Right before a pillar of blinding, celestial light descends to pulverize the terrain into a massive crater. The liquidator stands in the center of the destruction, convinced of his victory. He explains that Gray Lee won't even be able to revive if he is completely pulverized to dust. However, his confidence is shattered when a surge of blue lightning and an even larger magical clock manifests behind him. The entity known as Kronos reveals that the immense power Gray Lee has gathered is finally enough to achieve the impossible. Realization dawns on the armored monster as he screams the name, Kronos, in fury. The entity ignores him, speaking directly to Gray. He asks if Gray can hear him and explains that he is using every ounce of his power to send Gray Lee back to the past. The liquidator's desperate curses are drowned out as Kronos simply states that this is all he can do, entrusting the fate of the entire world to Gray as the clock hands begin to spin backward. Gray Lee wakes up to the gentle chirping of birds and the rustle of leaves. He finds himself lying in a lush, green field, his eyes widening as he realizes he is looking at his hometown, Renadu village. This place shouldn't exist, as it was destroyed 15 years ago. He remembers the final words of the entity, the promise to send him back to the past, and realizes that the impossible has actually happened. He looks down at his hands, noticing they are smaller and smoother, though a painful wound on his arm remains wrapped in old bandages. He recalls that around this time in his original life, he was constantly being picked on by a group of bullies led by a boy named Belder. He reflects on how those guys were strong back then and how he never could have beaten them, but he vows that he won't let himself be a loser this time around. He tries to walk away, hoping to avoid conflict until he grows stronger, but fate has other plans. He runs right into Belder, who is standing there with a smug grin and a heavy wooden practice sword resting on his shoulder. Belder sneers, telling Gray that he's been looking for him and that Gray made them go through a lot of trouble to find him. Belder tosses a sword onto the dirt, commanding Gray to pick it up. When Gray hesitates, Belder tells him not to act dumb and demands a mock battle. Gray Lee tries to be polite, explaining that his injury hasn't fully healed yet and thanking him for the invitation while declining the fight. Belder dismisses the excuse, pointing out that the blade is blunt and perfectly safe. Gray Lee thinks to himself that no matter how blunt a blade is, it is still a heavy lump of iron that can cause permanent damage if it hits the wrong place. Before he can finish the thought, Belder loses his patience, screaming at Gray to shut his mouth and launching a violent strike. Belder taunts him, saying Gray has no right to say no, and suggests that if Gray doesn't like swords, he can just fight unarmed. As Belder charges, Gray is shocked by the sheer lack of sportsmanship, wondering what happened to this being a mock battle. He recalls a military doctor from the future telling him that the reason his swordsmanship never improved was because of an untreated injury sustained in his childhood, an injury he is likely about to receive right now. But as Belder's sword swings down, something incredible happens. To Gray Lee's eyes, the strike is moving in slow motion. He effortlessly sidesteps the attack, leaving Belder and his friends in a state of complete shock. Gray realizes that it isn't Belder who is slow, but rather that he himself has become much faster. His mind is filled with the memories of 1,000 life-and-death battles, and his body moves with a precision that Belder cannot comprehend. The bullies watch in awe as Gray Lee moves like a completely different person. When Belder attempts one final, desperate jump attack, Gray counters with a low move that sends the bully crashing to the ground. Standing over his fallen tormentor, Gray Lee feels a flicker of surprise that such a simple move threw Belder off his feet. He briefly wonders if it's even fair for a veteran like him to fight against an amateur, but he quickly discards his pity. He remembers how these pieces of trash tormented him for years just because he couldn't fight back. He decides that the rules have changed. He notes that Belder dropped his weapon so easily that he's worse than an amateur who doesn't know how to receive a blow. Pointing the dull blade at Belder, Gray's red eyes glow with a cold, terrifying light. He tells the trembling bully that since they just taught him that a dull blade is safe to use, he intends to prove just how much damage a safe weapon can really do. With a blur of motion as a training sword cuts through the air with lethal precision, Belder, a blonde-haired bully who once reigned supreme over Gray Lee, is frozen in place, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek as the wooden blade stops mere inches from his face. The impact of Gray's movement is so sudden that a spray of blood erupts from Belder's shoulder, a stark contrast against his gray shirt. Belder can only utter a confused, "Huh!" as he stares into Gray's eyes, which are now wide and filled with a predatory intensity. The bully's face contorts in a mixture of shock and agony as he collapses to his knees, letting out a ragged scream that echoes through the forest clearing. Gray Lee stands over him, looking down with a detached expression, his black hair casting a shadow over his face. He looks at the wooden weapon in his hand and thinks to himself, wondering if the blade wasn't supposed to be blunted. Gray Lee examines the training sword, noticing the reflection of his own red eyes in the flat of the wood. He realizes that while the sword is technically completely blunt, his own strength and technique are what made the strike so devastating. He notes, with a chilling pragmatism, that had he been using a sharp sword, Belder might have actually been killed. Gray's eyes glow with a faint, ominous red light as he hums a low, "Well," signaling that the lesson is far from over. He launches another strike, sending Belder reeling across the dirt. The blond youth is now completely broken, clutching his face and crying out in a high-pitched, pathetic tone. His three friends stand in the background, their mouths agape as they watch their leader get dismantled by the boy they used to call a loser. Belder, desperate to regain some shred of dignity, screams at his friends, asking what the hell they are doing just standing around. He commands them to go beat Gray Lee's ass. The three subordinates hesitate for a moment, whispering among themselves that Gray Lee has somehow gotten strong all of a sudden. Seeing no other choice, they decide to coordinate their attack, shouting for the group to do it together and get him from behind. They charge forward with wild, undisciplined swings. Gray Lee doesn't even bother to turn around immediately, simply asking if they really want another round. When they roar, "Kill him!" and close the distance, Gray moves with the economy of motion typical of a master. He executes a low, sweeping kick that takes out their legs, sending them tumbling through the grass. The clearing falls silent as the four bullies lie in a heap, groaning and clutching their bruised limbs. Gray Lee looks at them with a look of mild disgust. He remembers how he used to be so scared of these guys before, but now they seem like nothing more than children throwing a tantrum. He recognizes them now as students from the Saria swordsmanship dojo and asks if that is correct. Belder, now kneeling and weeping with a swollen, bruised face, managed a shaky, "Why yup, kinda." He explains that they felt they had gotten strong enough, so they haven't been going to the dojo lately. Gray Lee scoffs at the idea of this being what they consider strong enough. He concludes that he shouldn't expect much from the dojo itself if these are its representatives, but regardless, he decides it might still have its uses. Gray Lee demands that Belda introduce him to the dojo, specifically asking if it's true that entrance is by referral only. Belda is visibly terrified, his eyes darting around as he asks if Gray can ask someone else. He admits that if he told the master he lost a fight to a civilian, he can't even imagine what she would say. Gray Lee doesn't budge, standing tall with the training sword resting on his shoulder. He stares down at Belda and asks with a dark, threatening tone if they should just continue what they were doing before. The sight of Gray's glowing red eyes is the final straw. Belda jumps to his feet and begins sprinting away, screaming that he'll introduce him, and that the dojo is this way. His friends scramble after him, begging Belda not to leave them behind. As Gray Lee follows them through the outskirts of the village, he notices the familiar stone buildings and tiled roofs of the town he once called home. One of the bullies, still nervous, asks Gray why he even wants to go to a dojo when he is already so powerful. Gray ignores the flattery, focusing on his goal. He states that the dojo has a recommendation slot for the academy and asks if he is correct. The student confirms he has heard something like that. Gray thinks to himself that this is exactly why he wants to go. He needs that slot to regain his former standing and prepare for the liquidator. He glances at his hands, thinking that while he has his memories and his combat sense, his current body is still a major limitation. He remembers the liquidator, the winged monster in white armor, and how even the world's strongest lineup was no match for him. He recalls the feeling of using his dark power, and how it still wasn't enough to even scratch the monster once it got serious. Gray knows he doesn't yet know how strong he truly has to beat that thing, but he is convinced that there are clues to be found. He remembers the moment Kronos, the entity on the throne, sent him back. He felt that dark power for just a second and was able to control it. He focused on the swordsmanship taught to him by the sword saint in his previous life. He realizes that if he had spent more time training in those conditions, the battle's outcome might have been different. This conviction is what drives him forward. The magical clock of Kronos flashes in his mind as he arrives at the gates of the Saria swordsmanship dojo. Inside the training hall, a tall woman with long, silver hair stands with her back to the entrance. She wears a simple white tunic and dark trousers, a wooden sword resting against her shoulder. This is Saria, the dojo instructor. She turns to face the group, her blue eyes piercing as she scolds Belda and the others. She asks if they really tried to pick on a civilian with the swordsmanship they learned from her and ended up getting their asses handed to them instead. Belda tries to make an excuse, stammering that they weren't trying to pick on him and that it was just a mock battle. Saria doesn't want to hear it. With a swift, powerful movement, she strikes the wooden floor, the impact creating a shockwave that leaves the bullies shaking. Saria's expression is cold as she tells the bullies to leave and never return. She declares that they can no longer call themselves students of her dojo from this point forward. The disgraced students can only mutter a defeated, "Why yes ma'am," before scurrying out the door. Once they are gone, Saria turns her attention to Gray Lee. She kneels on the floor in a formal gesture of apology, stating that she is sorry and that her former students have caused him a lot of trouble. Gray Lee, maintaining his humble persona, tells her there is no need to worry about it. Saria thanks him and gets straight to business. She mentions she heard he wanted a recommendation to the academy. Gray confirms this is true. Saria explains that as much as she'd like to write a letter of recommendation as an apology, she has to confirm his abilities first. Gray Lee simply replies, "Understood." The two take their positions in the center of the wooden hall, each wielding a practiced sword. Saria stands with a confident, relaxed posture, telling Gray he may have the first move and to come at her whenever he's ready. Gray Lee doesn't hesitate, shouting, "Here I come!" as he launches into a flurry of strikes. The sounds of wooden swords clashing fill the room as Gray Lee moves with a speed that belies his age. Saria blocks and parries, her eyes widening in surprise. She thinks to herself that his swordsmanship is quite practical for his age and that it feels as if he's been through countless battles before. She notes that while his style seems mostly self-taught, every so often his swordplay looks remarkably similar to what is taught at the prestigious academy. Saria begins to push back, her strikes becoming more forceful. She wonders who could have possibly taught him, noting that while his technique is still a bit rough, he has an incredible amount of talent. She views him as a diamond in the rough. However, as the spar continues, Saria's initial assessment begins to change. She realizes with a start that Lee isn't faltering at all under her pressure. She wonders why he is able to keep up with her so effortlessly. She admitted to herself that she only wanted to test his skills a little, yet she now finds herself giving it her absolute all. The intensity of the duel reaches a breaking point. Saria's movements become a blur of silver and gray as she tries to find an opening, her face dripping with sweat. She begins to feel a genuine sense of unease, asking herself why she is becoming so afraid of this child. Lee's red eyes remain fixed on her, his expression unreadable as he counters every one of her moves. In a final, desperate exchange, Saria lunges forward, screaming that this ends here. But Lee moves with a fluid, haunting grace, his eyes trailing a faint red energy. Saria's wooden blade misses its mark as Lee positions himself for a decisive counter. The chapter ends with Saria frozen in a state of pure shock, the realization dawning on her that the young man standing before her possesses a power and a presence that is fundamentally, terrifyingly different from any normal human. A sudden, violent tremor shatters the quiet of the training hall as a wooden sword crashes toward the floor. In the center of the chaos, Saria, a woman with long, silver hair, stares wide-eyed, her voice barely a whisper as she utters a shocked "H-U-H." Close by her side, the protagonist, Lee, remains tense. The floor beneath them is stained with splashes of deep red, and the air is thick with the dust of the impact. Saria is holding the hilt of her sword, but the blade has been cleanly severed, an impossible feat given they were sparring with wooden practice weapons. Beneath his dark fringe, Gray's eyes suddenly flare with a piercing, crimson light. His gaze is sharp, fixed on the remnants of the clash as a dark, swirling aura begins to manifest around him. Internally, he is reeling from the experience, recognizing the familiar, heavy weight of a strength he thought long buried. He realizes with a start that it is the exact same sensation he felt back then. A realization hits him with the force of a physical blow. He still possesses that terrifying power, even now. He watches the dark energy flicker around his hands, a remnant of a past life or a hidden potential that his current body is not yet ready to contain. The cost of manifesting such strength is immediate and severe. A sharp "GH" escapes him as his strength vanishes as quickly as it appeared. He collapses toward the floor, sweat beading on his skin. Saria rushes to his side, her face etched with concern as she asks if he is all right, and what could possibly be wrong. Gray remains hunched over, his hands trembling against the wooden floorboards. He feels the agonizing strain in his muscles, the byproduct of forcing a massive amount of mana through a vessel that hasn't been tempered to hold it. His internal monologue reveals the desperate struggle within. Gray laments that his current body simply failed to keep up with the sheer magnitude of the power he tried to draw upon. The strain is so immense that he can barely remain standing, his breath coming in ragged hitches as he grunts out a pained "URK." Looking up at her with his red eyes still dimming, he forces himself to stand, clutching a wooden sword for support. He manages to lie, telling Saria that he is okay, while secretly resolving never to use this power carelessly again. He briefly considers telling her the truth about his abilities, but ultimately decides against it. He knows that even if he explained it, she likely wouldn't believe him, especially since the power is something he cannot even control yet. As the dust settles, Saria stands before him, a question mark hovering over her head in confusion. Gray puts on a forced, awkward smile, rubbing the back of his head and claiming he just got a little carried away during their session. Saria doesn't seem entirely convinced. She looks down at the broken piece of wood in her hand, the cross guard of her own weapon. She thinks to herself that, logically, it is absolutely impossible for a dull wooden sword to cut through a blade. She stares at Gray intently, sensing that he understands the gravity of what just happened, but she realizes he has no intention of talking about it. She shifts the subject, looking toward the stairs. Saria acknowledges that Gray previously mentioned wanting a recommendation to the academy. Gray confirms this with a simple yes, explaining that he heard she was capable of providing him with one. Saria agrees, noting that she can certainly give him a recommendation to the kingdom's finest educational institution, the Royal Academy of Swordsmanship. The crest of the academy, a golden lion behind crossed swords on a red shield, appears in the narration as she speaks. However, her tone shifts, her eyes narrowing as she delivers a blunt verdict. She cannot recommend that he go there. Standing tall on the staircase, Saria looks down at him and states firmly that he is simply not suited for that place. Gray's heart sinks. He looks down at his hands, thinking that he knew this would be her answer. He believes he lacks the strength required, remembering how he could hardly do anything during their spar except for that one inexplicable, final moment. He grips his wooden sword tighter, his knuckles turning white as he processes the rejection. Saria watches him for a moment before offering a stunning alternative. She tells him that the place he should actually go is the World Union Academy. As she speaks, a brilliant blue glow surrounds her words. She clarifies that this isn't just the kingdom's finest, but the world's finest institution. Gray is visibly shaken, his eyes widening in shock. He recognizes the name immediately as the legendary place where the Sword Saint and other world-renowned heroes were forged. He wonders if someone like him, currently struggling with the basics of his own body, could ever hope to be accepted into such a prestigious place. Saria is brutally honest with him. She tells Gray that it is currently impossible for him to succeed there. She points out that he likely realizes it himself. His body is nowhere near fit enough to be a swordsman of that caliber. She explains that while he might be able to fake his way into the Royal Academy using his technical skills, those tricks won't pass at the World Union Academy. She asks him how on earth he could have acquired such high-level skills with such a feeble body. Gray can only manage a nervous sweat, unable to give her a straight answer without revealing the secrets of his past. He looks away, conceding that she is right. Gray knows that everyone at that academy is a genuine monster, and with a body as weak as his, he wouldn't even be able to compete. Sensing his wavering resolve, Saria stares him down and asks why he is giving up so easily. She reminds him that there are still 9 months remaining until the entrance exam. Gray is skeptical, noting that 9 months is a very short amount of time to bridge such a massive gap in physical ability. Saria agrees that it isn't much, but she asks him to place his trust in her. With a serious, almost predatory look in her eyes, Saria asks Gray if he is ready to suffer. He hesitates, his voice trembling as he admits he doesn't want to suffer. However, looking at his own hands and feeling the weight of the destiny he needs to change, he hardens his resolve. He looks Saria in the eye and declares that he will do it. He bows his head slightly, asking her to take care of him over the next 9 months. Saria gives him a sharp, satisfied smile, telling him it's a great answer. Her expression then shifts into something much darker and more menacing. She tells him, "Now then, let's begin your hell." The scene transitions into a brutal training montage as the months begin to fly by. Calendar pages for May, June, July, and August tear away in the wind. Gray is shown struggling under the weight of a massive boulder, his face contorted in agony as Saria watches him from a distance, holding a sword. As the months of September and October pass, he is seen gorging himself on massive piles of meat to build the muscle mass he so desperately needs. By November, the training takes a bizarre turn. Gray is forced to consume a suspicious, bubbling purple liquid from a bowl, his face turning a sickly shade of violet as he gags on the concoction, likely a medicinal brew meant to accelerate his growth. As December, January, and February pass, the training intensifies to a fever pitch. Gray is shown in a blur of motion, desperately defending against Saria's relentless strikes. She moves like a shadow, her wooden sword a streak of light as she pushes him to his absolute limits. He shouts in defiance, his eyes burning with red light as he hurls himself into the fray, his movements becoming more fluid and powerful with each passing day. The montage concludes with a flash of brilliant light, signaling the end of his grueling 9-month preparation. 8 months later, the transformation is staggering. The once thin and feeble Gray Lee now stands in the center of the training hall, shirtless and dripping with sweat. His body is lean and corded with dense, powerful muscles. He wipes the sweat from his brow, his gaze much steadier and more confident than before. Saria approaches him, looking him over with an approving eye. She remarks that he has grown a lot more muscular. Saria tells him plainly that she has nothing more to teach him. She instructs Gray to go out there with confidence. He is surprised, noting that there is still a full month left before the exam begins. Saria steps toward him and explains that taking an exam in an unfamiliar place isn't going to be easy, which is why it's best for him to arrive there early. She reaches out and hands him a heavy brown money pouch, telling him it contains enough money for the trip and a month's worth of food. Gray looks at the pouch, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. He jokes that it feels as if she is trying to chase him out of the village. Saria lets out a small heh and tells him he's overthinking it. She mentions that an ogre's nest was recently discovered nearby, and since the village has hardly any guards, help will have to come from the royal capital. She assures Gray that they have nothing to worry about and that he should head to the exam without any concerns. As they stand together in the warm sunlight filtering through the hall windows, Gray thanks her sincerely. He tells her that he'll be going now. Saria watches him depart, a gentle, genuine smile appearing on her face as she prays that he passes the exam. The sun sets over the village, giving way to a deep, starry night sky dominated by a bright full moon. However, the peaceful atmosphere is revealed to be a facade. In the dark woods surrounding the village, the ground is littered with blood-stained skeletons. Saria is seen walking alone through the dark, misty forest, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. Gray's internal thoughts return, darker and more focused than ever. He realizes that Saria was lying to him to protect him. He knows with absolute certainty that no help will ever come to this village from the capital. He remembers the tragic history of this world. Right before the village is destroyed, his master is destined to lose her life. The reports in his memory said she was killed when she went to hunt the ogre alone to save the people. In the final moments of the chapter, Saria senses something and looks up into the trees. High above on a thick branch sits Gray Lee, having never actually left the village. He looks down at her, his eyes glowing with a powerful, vibrant purple light, a sign that his training has awakened a new level of power. He watches Saria with a knowing, determined gaze, having anticipated her sacrifice and prepared himself to intervene in the fate that was meant to claim her life. The forest is shrouded in a heavy, unnatural silence as Gray suddenly appears before his master, catching her completely off guard. Her eyes widen in shock as she calls out his name, questioning why he is here in the middle of the night instead of being on his way to the academy. Standing atop a massive tree branch, Gray looks down at her with a steady gaze, his dark hair ruffled by the wind. He simply repeats her question back to her, noting that it is his line to ask why she is out in these woods alone. Master stands in the clearing below, her silver hair shimmering in the moonlight, gripping the hilt of her sword as she explains the dire situation. She had expected the army from the royal capital to arrive and handle the emerging ogre nests, but they sent word that they could not come due to a sudden matter of urgency elsewhere. Unwilling to let the threat grow, she decided to take matters into her own hands and deal with the monsters herself. She asserts with a confident, almost dismissive smile that she alone is enough to handle the task. According to the scout's report, she knows exactly what they are up against, a nest containing around 40 to 50 monsters, led by a single elite ogre. She admits that such a high number of minions might be a bit tricky to navigate, but her expression remains calm. However, as she speaks, Gray's internal thoughts reveal a much darker perspective. As he looks at her, His eyes momentarily flash a piercing, deep red. He knows that an elite ogre is not a foe to be underestimated, especially one with the intelligence to lead a small army. He understands that getting surrounded by that many monsters is essentially a suicide mission for a lone warrior, no matter how skilled they are. Deep within his mind, Gray is haunted by a horrific vision of the future that he has seen with his very own eyes. In that dark timeline, if he lets his master go on alone, she will not make it out of that nest alive, and the village they protect will be utterly destroyed by the rampaging monsters. Desperate to prevent this tragedy, he looks her directly in the eye and asks her to take him with her. Master's expression shifts to one of stern refusal, reiterating that she alone will suffice for this mission. She tells him that for a job this dangerous, it is best for him to wait until he has gathered more experience in real combat. She believes he is still the student who needs protection, but Gray's resolve is unshakable. Seeing that she will not be moved by words, Gray tells her that he has an idea. Master looks at him with a confused tilt of her head, only for her eyes to widen as he draws his weapon and declares that he will fight her. He boldly claims that he will knock her out cold and then go to deal with the ogres by himself if she continues to refuse his help. In a sudden, explosive movement, Gray lunges forward, his speed leaving a trail of displaced air behind him. Master barely has time to react as the sound of steel clashing echoes through the woods. Before she can even settle into a defensive stance, she finds the cold edge of Gray's sword pressed firmly against her neck. The silence that follows is deafening as they stand frozen in the moonlit forest. Master stares at the blade, her breath hitching as she realizes that he has effectively defeated her in an instant. She admits with a small, self-deprecating chuckle that she can't even best him in a mock battle anymore. She acknowledges that while mock battles are one thing, a real fight against monsters is unpredictable, especially when a nest forms as suddenly as this one has. She looks at the ground, passing by the skeletal remains of a fallen traveler nearby, a grim reminder of the stakes they are facing. Finally, she gives in, telling him she gives up and will allow him to come along. However, she pulls him close, her blue eyes piercingly serious, and makes him promise that no matter what happens, he must come back alive. Gray meets her gaze with equal intensity and promises to do just that, while also urging her to ensure her own survival. With their pack sealed, the duo moves through the dense forest toward the canyon where the nest is located. They reach a high vantage point overlooking a deep, rocky ravine. The terrain is treacherous, offering almost no room for escape once they descend into the base. Master observes the camp below, noting that the monsters seem incredibly confident to build a nest in such a restricted location. Gray agrees, adding that since they are up against intelligent monsters, it is better to err on the side of caution. They crouch behind the jagged rocks, peering down at the flickering campfires of the ogre encampment. Master scans the area but notes that she doesn't see the boss anywhere. She assumes it is likely resting inside the largest tent. She suggests a plan to thin out the enemy numbers before the leader emerges to join the fray. She instructs Gray to take out any enemies he sees one by one from his side, while she moves in from the opposite direction to divide their attention. Gray gives a short, focused nod of understanding. With a final command of, "Go!" they both leap into action, descending into the canyon like shadows. The ambush is swift and brutal. Master moves with predatory grace, her sword becoming a blur of silver as she cleaves through the first ogre that crosses her path. The monster barely has time to utter a confused gasp before its head is severed from its shoulders. Blood splatters across the rocky ground as she continues her assault, her movements precise and lethal. On the other side of the camp, Gray is equally devastating. His red eyes glow with a cold light as he weaves through the crowd of monsters. He moves with a level of efficiency that belies his age, parrying heavy axe swings and countering with fatal stabs. The camp erupts into chaos as the ogre minions realize they are under attack. They let out guttural roars and try to rally, but the duo is too fast. Master is impressed by Gray's performance, shouting over the din of battle to ask if this is truly his first time in a real fight. Gray doesn't let the praise distract him, telling her to stay alert because they are only just getting started. However, as Gray cuts down another foe, a bead of sweat rolls down his face. He realizes something is very wrong. These monsters are far too weak. If the entire nest was composed of creatures at this level, his master definitely could have handled them alone. This realization leads to a terrifying conclusion: the true threat must be hiding. His eyes dart toward the main tent just as a massive, armored figure steps out into the moonlight. It is an elite ogre, clad in heavy plates and wielding a gargantuan battle axe. Master sees it, and prepares herself, believing this is the boss they were warned about. She welcomes the challenge, thinking they have reached the climax of the battle. But Gray's heart sinks as he looks past the elite ogre. He screams out a warning, telling her that the creature in front of her is not the boss. From the deepest shadows of the canyon, an even more monstrous presence reveals itself. A massive, towering ogre general emerges, radiating an overwhelming aura of pure malice. It is far larger and more powerful than any elite ogre, its skin marked with dark tattoos and its eyes burning with a sinister red light. As the general lets out a deafening, bone-chilling roar, a red shockwave ripples through the canyon. Gray explains through gritted teeth that the ogre general's roar is a buff. It significantly boosts the strength and recovery power of all its allies. The impact is immediate. The minions that were previously easy to cut down suddenly become much faster and more resilient. Master finds herself struggling, unable to finish off an ogre that she previously would have killed with a single strike. She gasps as she realizes the gravity of their situation. This is not a monster they can easily handle on their own. The general begins to march toward them, its heavy footsteps shaking the earth. Gray realizes they have no choice but to change their strategy. He tells his master that he is leaving his back to her, asking her to buy him just a little bit of time. Master is startled, asking what he could possibly be planning in such a desperate moment. Gray doesn't look back, his focus entirely locked on the towering commander of the nest. He declares that there is only one choice left. He has to take down that bastard general himself if they are to have any hope of leaving the canyon alive. The battlefield erupts with chaos as Gray cuts through the ogre horde, his blade moving with precision and speed. Enemies attempt to flank him from multiple sides, closing in with coordinated aggression. Gray grits his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that it's annoying when they try to flank him. He redirects his focus, determined that right now, he just needs to concentrate on wiping out all the enemies in front of him. His sword cleaves through another ogre, but the impact sends a violent shudder up his arm. The blade shows visible damage, small cracks spiderwebbing across the steel. Gray grimaces as the realization hits him. His sword can't withstand fighting a strengthened ogre. The weapon that has carried him this far is breaking down under the enhanced power of these monsters. A voice calls out from behind him. Saria shouts for him to use her spare sword. Gray accepts gratefully, quickly switching weapons as his first blade finally gives way. He takes stock of his situation, counting the swords now in his possession. He has 2 functional blades remaining, but even with both, they're not enough to wipe out all the enemies surrounding them. The horde is too vast, too numerous. However, Gray's expression hardens with determination as a plan forms in his mind. For one ogre general and any ogre standing in between, though, these 2 swords are enough. If he can cut through the lesser enemies and reach the commander, he can end this battle by taking out the source of their enhanced strength. Gray launches forward, his movements explosive and direct. He cuts down ogres in his path, each swing bringing him closer to the towering ogre general at the center of the battlefield. But just as he closes the distance, the general raises its massive hand. A surge of dark energy pulses outward from the commander, washing over the remaining ogres. Gray's eyes widen in shock as he realizes what's happening. The general has strengthened them even more. The ogres that were already formidable now radiate with increased power, their muscles bulging and their weapons glowing with enhancement. Gray clicks his tongue in frustration. The general saw through his plan. He acknowledges grudgingly that the general's high intellect isn't just for show. The creature predicted his direct assault, and responded by making its subordinates even more dangerous. The enhanced ogres surge forward, blocking Gray's path to the general. He tries to push through, shouting at them to move, but they form an impenetrable wall of flesh and fury. Gray grunts in pain as attacks hammer against his defense. He doesn't have time to deal with them. Every second spent fighting these strengthened underlings is a second his swords are being worn down. The ogres seem to understand this as well, throwing themselves at Gray with reckless abandon. Their roars fill the air as they attack in waves. Gray realizes their tactic immediately. They're trying to wear his swords out by throwing themselves at him. It's a war of attrition, and the general is controlling it perfectly from a distance. Steel clashes against hardened ogre hide again and again. Gray's second sword shows signs of damage, then finally shatters completely. His breathing becomes labored as exhaustion sets in. He's down to his last sword. The weight of his situation becomes crushingly apparent. He has to take on hordes of ogres and the general with just one sword. Gray's thoughts turn dark as his experience from before he regressed floods back to him. Because of everything he went through in his previous life, he knows the truth. He can't win. Not like this. Not with the resources he has left. Gray calls out Saria desperately, urging Saria to run while the ogres are focused on him. The companion pleads for Saria to escape to safety. But Saria's response is immediate and resolute. She's sorry, but she can't do that. Saria's voice rises in desperation, asking if Gray is planning to die for nothing. Gray insists that he'll run after Saria, begging his master not to worry about him. But Saria cuts through the plea with quiet finality. That's not it. The truth is simpler and more absolute. She can't run anymore. Gray stands amidst the closing circle of enemies, his last sword gripped tightly in his hand. His internal thoughts spiral as the reality of his situation crashes down on him. He's run out of options. He traveled back in time so that he could defeat the liquidators. That was his purpose, his reason for being given this second chance. And yet it's all going to end at a place like this, in a random battle against ogres, far from his true enemies. The thought threatens to overwhelm him, but then something shifts in his expression. No. His resolve crystallizes. It's not over yet. Gray's mind races toward a memory, a sensation he's felt before. If it's the power from that time, then perhaps there's still a chance. As long as he can tap into that power, even all these enemies can be overcome. He closes his eyes, shutting out the sounds of the approaching horde. He commands himself internally to remember it, to recall the sensation from that time. His breathing steadies despite the chaos around him. His body goes still, focused entirely inward, searching for something just beyond his conscious grasp. Suddenly, a terrifying transformation takes place. Gray's presence shifts, and a vertical pillar of dark, crimson energy erupts from his position, slicing through the darkness of the night. Saria watches in stunned silence, her blue eyes wide with disbelief as she witnesses the sheer scale of the power Gray is unleashing. She notes how light the atmosphere feels despite the destructive force being displayed. Gray, his face now set in a grim mask of determination, strikes with a speed and ferocity that defies his current physical state. He tells the ogre general that while it may have given him a hard time before, without the strengthening of the commander, the rest of the horde is nothing. A massive, sweeping arc of blue and white light tears through the remaining ogres, decapitating the monsters and shattering the general's armor in a single, decisive motion. The battlefield finally falls silent, leaving only the scattered remains of the green-skinned army and the heavy breathing of the two survivors. Gray stands amidst the carnage, his clothes torn and his body covered in blood and grime. He looks toward his companion, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he tries to steady himself. He offers a sincere apology, noting that he broke her sword during the final exchange. Saria smiles softly, telling him that she doesn't mind at all because, in the end, he saved her life. The adrenaline begins to fade, and the true extent of Gray's injuries becomes apparent. He stares down at the broken hilt in his hand, his vision beginning to blur as the moonlight shines down on the quieted mountainside. Saria starts to ask him about the nature of that final attack, sensing that something fundamental has changed within him. However, before she can finish her thought, Gray's strength finally gives out. His knees buckle and he collapses forward onto the hard earth, falling into a deep state of unconsciousness. The silver-haired woman cries out his name in alarm as the chapter closes on Gray lying motionless on the ground, leaving his companion to stand watch over him in the aftermath of their narrow victory. In a dark and seemingly bottomless void, Gray stands alone. He gazes around at the oppressive silence, the only feature being the ripples beneath his feet as if he were standing on the surface of a still, dark lake. He asks himself where he is, his voice swallowed by the shadows. Before him stands a monumental structure that defies the surrounding emptiness, a massive, ancient door bound in heavy, crisscrossing chains. The door is adorned with intricate, swirling patterns and glows with a faint, ethereal purple light, standing like a silent sentinel in the dark. The young man stares up at the door, his expression one of both awe and trepidation. He wonders aloud if he would be able to obtain that power if he were to simply open it. However, as he contemplates taking a step forward, a sudden and terrifying shift occurs. A jagged, red energy begins to crackle across the surface of the door, and the atmosphere becomes thick with a suffocating pressure. A demonic, skeletal figure wreathed in crimson flames manifests, its single glowing eye fixed upon him with murderous intent. The words, "Wise call," appear in a blood-red script as the young man is overcome by a wave of pure, instinctive terror. He realizes with a shudder that if he attempts to open this door as he is now, he will certainly die. Blood begins to drip from his mouth, and his vision blurs as the weight of the power before him threatens to crush his very soul. Suddenly, the darkness shatters, and the young man's eyes snap open. He is no longer in the void but lying in a bed, gasping for air as sweat pours down his face. His chest heaves with every breath, and he desperately tries to steady his racing heart. Above him, Saria leans over him with a look of deep concern. She calls out his name, Gray, relieved to see that he is finally awake. Gray looks around the room, disoriented, and asks where he is. Saria explains that he is currently in the village infirmary, and informs him that he has been unconscious for 5 days. She admits she was afraid he might never wake up again. Gray sits up slowly, his body feeling heavy and sluggish. He looks at his bandaged hands and realizes that he pushed himself far beyond his limits, noting that the battle must have taken a significant toll on his body. Saria looks at him with a sweat drop of disbelief, telling him that saying he pushed himself pretty hard is quite the understatement given the state he was in. Despite his fatigue, Gray tries to move his right arm, but a look of grim realization crosses his face. He finds that he cannot muster even a shred of strength in his dominant limb. He looks down at his wrist and sees a strange, swirling black mark, a bruise-like tattoo that seems to pulse with a dark energy. He wonders if Saria can see it, but she gives no indication that she notices the mark at all. Saria's expression softens as she notices him struggling with his arm. She informs him that all the bones in his right arm were shattered into pieces. Gray is stunned, questioning how his bones could be in such a state when he feels no pain at all. She points to a small, crystalline bottle on the bedside table and explains that they treated his injuries with a magic potion. Gray's eyes widen in shock as he looks at the empty vial. He knows that such potions are incredibly expensive, and asks how they could afford it. Saria smiles and tells him not to worry, revealing that the village chief provided it for them. Gray is confused, wondering why a figure of such importance would give a rare treasure to someone like him. The woman looks him directly in the eyes and simply states that he is the hero of their village. Just then, the door to the infirmary bursts open, and a middle-aged man with a thick mustache and formal attire rushes in. He calls out Gray's name, his face etched with worry and gratitude. Gray immediately tries to thank him for the magic potion, but the chief cuts him off, insisting that it is the village that owes Gray their lives. The chief explains the gravity of the situation, reminding him that they were facing an ogre general. He describes the creature as a monster that couldn't be scratched, even after all the forces from the surrounding towns gathered to fight it. Images of the terrifying, tusked beast flash through the chief's mind as he speaks. He tells Gray that if he hadn't killed the monster, the entire village would have been wiped off the map. The chief emphasizes that without Gray and Saria, nothing, not the potion, the infirmary, or the lives of the villagers, would still exist. Gray tries to deflect the praise, claiming that the chief is exaggerating, but the older man remains firm. He tells Gray that he knows better than anyone that his words are the truth. As the chief speaks, Gray's mind wanders back to a dark memory of a different world, the world before he regressed. In that previous life, he remembers vividly that this very village was supposed to have been destroyed during the ogre's attack. The sight of the village still standing and the people still smiling is proof to him that his presence in this timeline has already begun to change the course of destiny. The chief then shifts the conversation to Gray's future, asking if it is true that he intends to take the entrance exam for the World Union Academy. Gray's expression turns serious as he confirms this. He quickly realizes that if he has been asleep for 5 days, he only has 2 days left before the exams begin. He calculates the journey in his head, noting that it is a 3-day walk from the village to the academy. He could make it in a single day on a horse, but he dejectedly admits to himself that he doesn't have the money for such a luxury. Seeing the distress on the young man's face, Gray turns to the chief and asks if he could possibly lend him a horse. The chief lets out a small laugh, gesturing toward the window. He tells Gray that he knew he would say that, so he already prepared the best horse in the village in advance. He claims that with the horse's speed, Gray should be able to reach the academy in no time. Saria, who is also injured and supporting herself with a crutch, adds with a smirk that if Gray hadn't woken up today, they were planning to carry him there in his sleep. Gray rubs the back of his head and laughs, feeling the warmth and support of the people around him. As Gray prepares to depart, he makes his way through the village streets. To his surprise, the path is lined with villagers holding massive banners and signs. The banners are written in a foreign script, but the message is clear. They are thanking him for his bravery and wishing him luck on his exams. A group of young women wave a banner that calls him Big Brother Gray, while others hold signs declaring him the Invincible Swordsman. A man approaches Gray and hands him a heavy, tied pouch. He explains that the entire village chipped in to gather this for him, as they heard it costs a significant amount of money just to apply to the World Union Academy. Gray is moved to the point of silence, looking at the pouch and then at the cheering crowd. He looks up at the bright sky, a genuine, wide smile spreading across his face. He offers a heartfelt thank you to everyone, promising that he won't let their efforts go to waste. He mounts the brown horse and prepares to ride out of the village gates. Saria watches him go, her expression a mix of pride and confidence. Gray mentions that it will be quite embarrassing for him to return if he fails the exams, but Saria tells him there is absolutely no need to worry. She points out that not a single applicant at the World Union Academy could ever hope to defeat an ogre general. She notes that while his right arm is out of commission, his left arm still works perfectly fine. She guarantees that the Academy's examiners aren't so blind as to overlook his immense ability. With Saria's encouragement ringing in his ears, Gray sets off at a gallop. As he leaves the village behind, he reflects on the fact that the future is no longer a fixed path. The village that was once a graveyard of ash and fire in his memories is now a thriving community full of life. He thinks to himself that with the power he now holds, he can truly change the world. The scene transitions to a breathtaking view of the World Union Academy. It is a massive, white stone fortress built into the center of a sparkling blue lake, connected to the mainland by long, arched bridges. Numerous carriages and travelers are seen making their way toward the grand entrance, all drawn by the prestige of the institution. Gray arrives at the gates, looking up at the towering spires of the academy with a look of pure determination, ready to begin the next chapter of his journey. Under the endless expanse of a cloud-dappled azure sky, the colossal, curved walls of the central arena rise like a fortress, boxing in a sea of anxious humanity. The floor of the venue is packed shoulder to shoulder with thousands of hopefuls, a chaotic tapestry of colors and attire representing every walk of life. A magical amplification system booms over the murmuring crowd, announcing that the distribution of exam tickets is about to commence. The voice commands sternly that until this process is finalized, every single examinee must remain within the confines of the central arena. The tension in the air is palpable, a heavy weight settling over the gathered masses as they glance around at their competition. Whispers of doubt ripple through the throng. One examinee, scanning the endless ocean of heads, stammers that despite the sheer size of the crowd, he heard that only around 20 people are actually going to pass. His neighbor, wiping sweat from his brow, corrects him with an even grimmer statistic. He has heard that the number of successful candidates fluctuates wildly from year to year. While some years might see 50 people accepted, there are other years where only a single person manages to make the cut. The implication hangs in the air, thickening the atmosphere with dread. High above the arena floor, standing atop a pristine white observation tower that overlooks the masses, a woman commands attention. This is Professor Ariel. With vibrant crimson hair cascading down her back and a monocle perched over one sharp, golden eye, she radiates an aura of absolute authority. She looks down at the candidates with a cool, appraising gaze and declares that they will get straight to business. With a theatrical flair, she raises her hand and snaps her fingers. The sound echoes sharply, and instantaneous magic responds. Above the heads of the thousands of candidates, glowing white rectangles of light materialize from thin air, hovering like spectral cards. Professor Ariel instructs the examinees to take the paper that has appeared before them. As the light solidifies into physical matter, the candidates reach out, snatching their destinies from the air. Among the crowd stands Graylee. He deftly catches the card floating in front of him. He examines the ticket, which is simple and sparse. It reads, "Paper," followed by his identification as Examinee number 513, and below that, his assigned track. Fencing course. From her high vantage point, Professor Ariel addresses the confusion that is beginning to bubble up from the floor. She acknowledges that many of them might be surprised to see that nothing is written on the ticket except their number and their course. She assures them that rest assured, this is how the procedure runs every single year. She raises her voice to declaim the philosophy of the institution. The World Union Academy does not discriminate. They care nothing for age, gender, nationality, or social status. In fact, she adds with a dismissive wave of her hand, even their names are of no significance to the Academy at this stage. Ariel leans over the balcony railing, her gaze piercing as she explains that only those who pass the grueling exam and earn the right to cross the bridge will be asked for their name. Until that moment comes, they are free to provide a fake name if they prefer. It makes no difference to the judges. Down on the stone floor, Graylee stares at his ticket with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. A bead of sweat trickles down his temple. He finds it baffling because he explicitly left his sword back at the inn, yet the ticket correctly identified him for the fencing course. He wonders internally what kind of system could possibly deduce that information without any input. As if answering his unspoken question, Professor Ariel smirks, her expression confident and slightly mocking. She reveals that she assigned their courses simply by looking at them. The crowd erupts into a fresh wave of murmurs and incredulous gasps. Candidates look at each other, stunned. They whisper that there is no way she could have sorted so many people just by sight, speculating that the Academy must have scouted them beforehand, or perhaps she used some high-level mind-reading magic on the entire group simultaneously. Ariel cuts through the noise, issuing a challenge. She states that if she got it wrong, they should raise their hand. The arena falls into a heavy, stunning silence. Ariel smiles, satisfied that no one is in the wrong course. She then moves to the next phase, announcing that she will now reveal their exam schedules and instructing them to check their tickets once more. Gray looks down at his paper as magical text begins to burn itself onto the surface. His eyes widen in dismay as the words, "First day, 11 a.m., appear. He curses under his breath, frustration etched across his features. Being up on the first day is the worst possible outcome for him. He instinctively clutches his right arm, his face twisting in discomfort. He had been desperately hoping for a little more time to let his arm heal. Above, Ariel delivers the final, unforgiving stipulations. This is a one-shot practical exam. Punctuality is absolute. If they are late, they are automatically disqualified. Furthermore, the Academy does not accommodate personal requests for scheduled changes. The scene shifts to the dim, quiet interior of a waiting area, where Gray stands alone in the shadows. He grips his right bicep, testing his range of motion, and grimaces. He realizes with a sinking heart that he still cannot get much strength into his dominant arm. He pleads silently with his own body, begging it to heal by tomorrow, even if only a little. But as time passes and the sun rises on the next day, bringing the bright blue sky over the arena's arches, the reality sets in. Gray inspects his arm, heavily wrapped in bandages. It hasn't healed at all. The pain is sharp, but the realization is dull and heavy. He has no choice but to take the exam with his arm in this compromised state. Standing in the stone tunnel leading to the arena entrance, a proctor calls out to examinee 513 to wait at the entrance. Gray sighs, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He closes his eyes for a moment, centering himself. He decides that pessimism will not help him now. He takes stock of his assets. His left arm is fully functional, and he can still move his right arm to an extent. He resolves to use the few minutes he has left to observe the examiner's moves and find an opening. Gray steps out toward the light, observing the match currently taking place on the tiled arena floor. The examiner is a calm, bespectacled man wearing a long gray coat and a blue cravat, holding a simple long sword. Opposite him is a massive, muscular candidate wielding a gigantic broadsword. The examiner calmly tells the candidate that he may make the first move. The large man roars, charging forward with a heavy, overhead swing intended to crush his opponent. The impact is thunderous, kicking up dust, but the examiner has effortlessly blocked the massive blade with a single-handed parry. The large candidate is shocked, his eyes bulging as his strength is completely negated. He grits his teeth and screams that he isn't done yet, launching into a frenzy of strikes. The examiner stands his ground, blocking every slash with minimal movement, looking utterly bored. Then, in a blur of motion, the examiner shifts. He steps in, his coat billowing, and delivers a single, precise upward slash. The force is explosive, sending the hulking candidate flying backward across the arena. He crashes and skids to a halt, his weapon clattering away. The examiner straightens his glasses, untouched, and announces that the exam is concluded. The defeated man sits on the ground, trembling, whispering that he is done for. The examiner wipes a speck of dust from his face, looking completely unfazed. The proctor's voice cuts through the air, calling for the next participant, number 513. Gray Lee steps forward, answering with a loud, "Yes!" that masks his internal trepidation. As he walks onto the expansive fighting ground, the absurdity of the situation hits him. He is being told to fight someone who just effortlessly disposed of a man twice his size, and he has to do it with a crippled arm. The examiner, looking somewhat disappointed by the previous challenger, turns his gaze to Gray. He repeats the standard instruction: Gray may make the first move. Gray draws his sword. It feels heavy in his bandaged hands. He admits to himself that honestly, he doesn't feel like he stands a chance. But there is a steeliness in his red eyes. He resolves to do whatever he can. With a shout of determination, he dashes forward, closing the distance between them. As he runs, the world seems to slow, and a memory floods his mind. He sees Saria, his master. She is lecturing him, her voice clear in his memories. She tells him that a sword isn't swung with just the arms. She explains that true swordsmanship involves channeling the power generated by the entire body through the arms. This lesson echoes in Gray's mind, becoming his lifeline. He realizes that even if his right arm is powerless, if he can drive the kinetic force through his legs, his waist, and his core, he can compensate. Gray reaches the examiner and swings. It is a desperate, full-body strike. The examiner raises his sword to block, expecting a weak blow from the slender youth. The examiner's eyes widen behind his lenses. He feels a heavy, crushing weight that defies the boy's appearance. Gray, locked in the clash, stares intently at the examiner. He notices the man's reaction, the slight delay in his adjustment. A surprising thought crosses Gray's mind: this examiner is actually kind of slow. Gray doesn't hesitate. He breaks the bind and launches a second attack, then a third. The examiner is forced to step back, his composure cracking. He continues his relentless assault, his red eyes tracking every micro-movement of his opponent. He compares the examiner's movements to the memories of his master's training. By that impossible standard, the examiner is sluggish. Gray realizes that if he relies entirely on the superior swordsmanship he learned from her, he might just be able to bridge the gap caused by his injury. The fight transforms into a high-speed exchange of steel. Gray moves with fluid precision, using torque and momentum to generate force rather than muscle power. The examiner is now on the defensive, sweat beading on his forehead. Gray senses the shift in the battle's momentum. He sees an opening. As he prepares for a decisive strike, the image of his silver-haired master appears in his mind's eye once more. She is smiling at him, a rare expression of confidence. Her voice whispers the words that drive him forward. "You will definitely pass." Emboldened by her faith and his own realization, Gray screams internally that he can really do this. He lunges, bringing his sword down with every ounce of spirit and technique he possesses, forcing the examiner to brace with both hands against the impending impact, the outcome of the exam hanging on this single, explosive moment. The exam arena is a blur of motion and violence, as Gray Lee battles for his spot in the prestigious academy. His opponent, a formidable examiner clad in a long white coat, unleashes a relentless barrage of sword strikes that tear through the air with terrifying speed. Gray is on the defensive, his body twisting and weaving through the onslaught. Every clash of steel sends a shockwave through his arms, and sweat flies from his face as he barely deflects the heavy blows. Internally, Gray realizes the grim reality of his situation. Although his eyes can clearly see through the examiner's swordsmanship, identifying every angle and trajectory, the difference in sheer physical power is simply too great. He cannot break the examiner's form, and a direct confrontation will only lead to his defeat. Gray continues to retreat, his boots skidding against the tiled floor of the Colosseum. He notices that the examiner, perhaps frustrated by Gray's evasiveness, is letting his movements become rougher and less disciplined. Seeing an opportunity in the aggression, Gray decides to take a massive risk. As the examiner raises his blade high for a crushing overhead smash, Gray identifies it as a big, predictable swing, the kind of attack that exposes a fatal opening. Instead of blocking, Gray drops his center of gravity and dashes forward, slipping under the arc of the blade. His plan is to get behind the examiner and land a decisive blow while his opponent is overextended. With eyes glowing a piercing red, Gray commits to the dash, shouting internally that if he can just get behind him, he can win. But just as he accelerates, a command thunders across the arena to stop. Gray freezes instantly, his momentum arrested. The tip of the Gray's blade is now hovering mere inches from examiner, steady and lethal. Heaving for breath, Gray looks up at the sky, sweat dripping from his chin. He wonders if the match is over, feeling that it is a bit too early to stop now given he still had energy to fight. The examiner, sheathing his sword with a sharp click, informs him that the time limit for the exam has been reached. Standing tall and composed, the examiner declares that with this, the result will be a draw. The news hits Gray hard. His pupils tremble and he grits his teeth, muttering a frustrated curse. In his mind, a draw against an examiner is not enough. He believes he didn't make the cut. He clenches his fists, the disappointment weighing heavily on his shoulders, but eventually exhales, telling himself he did his best. Gray walks away from the center of the arena, his silhouette appearing small and dejected against the vastness of the stadium. He rationalizes his performance, thinking that if he can't even win against the examiner, the path ahead will be too difficult. As he descends the stairs toward the exit, he tries to comfort himself with a plan for the future, thinking that his injured arm should be healed by next year, allowing him to retake the exam then. Behind him, the examiner watches him leave and calls out a loud, sincere thank you, but Gray continues into the shadows of the tunnel, leaving the bright arena behind. 1 week later, the setting shifts to the majestic, towering spires of the World Union Academy. Sunlight streams into Meeting Room 53, illuminating a large, circular wooden table where the Academy's instructors have gathered to deliberate. A weary instructor with slicked-back brown hair slumps in his chair, complaining that he is completely beat. He argues that the current method of having everyone observe the exams together is inefficient, and suggests dividing the workload next year. Across the table, a stern man with a thick mustache interlaces his fingers and counters the complaint, stating firmly that they cannot afford to overlook a single talent just to make things easier for themselves. At the head of the table sits an elderly man with a long white beard and round spectacles. He taps the table to bring the meeting to order, reminding them that he asked for their thoughts on the students, not the exam system. The room dims as holographic screens materialize above the table, displaying blue-tinted replays of the various duels. The elder announces that they have confirmed the successful candidates for the swordsmanship course, but there is one specific file they need to discuss. Ariel asks for opinions on candidate number 513, Gray Lee. A blue-haired instructor with a goatee leans forward, looking at the replay of Gray's fight. He smiles condescendingly, referring to Gray as, "This little guy." He admits that while it certainly looked like Gray was going to win at moments, the boy relies too heavily on setting up traps to beat an examiner. He argues that such a reliance on tricks rather than power means things will be difficult for him in the future. The hologram shows Gray's final desperate dash, and the instructor critiques that while Gray's technique was good, his physical strength was lacking. He concludes that Gray was outmatched from start to finish and declares him no good. Another instructor beside him nods in agreement. However, sitting quietly in the shadows, Ariel. She does not speak, but her sharp gaze lingers on the hologram of Gray. Internally, she scoffs at her colleagues' assessments. She thinks it is astounding that so many experts watched the fight, yet not a single one of them noticed the true depth of Gray's ability. With a look of disdain, she muses that if everyone is this blind to true talent, then perhaps observing together really is a waste of time. The narrative moves to the following day, under a clear, bright sky filled with soaring birds. A massive clock tower casts a long shadow over a bustling city square packed with anxious young warriors. Among the crowd stands Gray Lee, dressed in a simple white shirt and tunic. He clutches a piece of paper that identifies him as candidate number 513 for the swordsmanship course. The tension in the air is palpable as a magically amplified voice announces that the successful candidates will now be revealed. Gray looks up at the tower, swallowing hard. The announcer declares that only 6 candidates have passed. The first name is called candidate number 5. Nearby, a young man bursts into celebratory flames, shouting in triumph as his friends cheer. The list continues with candidate number 217, followed by numbers 432 and 615. Groups of hopefuls erupt in joy while others hold their breath. Finally, numbers 753 and 925 are called. The voice then delivers the final crushing blow. That is all. Gray stands frozen in the sea of people. He stares blankly at the paper in his hand, the number 513 mocking him. The realization sinks in that he failed after all. Around him, the successful candidates are instructed to cross the bridge to complete their enrollment, their faces beaming with pride. Gray lowers his head, shadows obscuring his eyes as the bitterness of rejection takes hold. He turns away, ready to leave the square and face another year of waiting. Suddenly, the announcer's voice cuts through the noise once more. Next, the Divine Eye special admission. Gray halts in his tracks. The crowd falls silent, confused by the unfamiliar category. Then, the name is called. Candidate number 513. Before Gray can even process the words, a torrent of brilliant blue energy erupts from his body, spiraling upward like a spiritual inferno. He looks down at his hands, bewildered by the sudden aura enveloping him. The candidates around him recoil, staring at the spectacle. Gray stands in the center of the blue flame, a giant question mark practically floating over his head. He has no idea what is happening. He thinks he failed, yet now he is being called. The shock of the crowd quickly turns to cynicism. Whispers ripple through the onlookers. Two men scoff, commenting that they are doing the Divine Eye Special Admission again this year. Gray overhears them and is confused, having never heard of this term before. The general consensus among the crowd is that this is simply a backdoor method for someone with connections to get in. A woman with a sharp bob cut smirks and remarks that the World Union Academy has really fallen if they are resorting to such nepotism. Gray, standing amidst the swirling blue energy, starts to doubt himself. He knows he has no political connections to get backdoored. He wonders briefly if perhaps his master pulled some strings, but quickly dismisses the thought as he never heard anything about this from him. Just as the mockery reaches its peak, an elderly man in the crowd, draped in a dark hooded robe, speaks up with a solemn, commanding tone. He chastises the young gossipers, telling them not to speak of the Divine Eye Special Admission with such disrespect. He explains that it is an honorable category, one that has produced heroes for over 100 years. The younger candidates roll their eyes, dismissing the old man's words as senile rambling, joking that the geezers sure do love their traditions and asking if those heroes weren't only impressive back in the day. Ignoring their insolence, the old man begins to list the names of recent successful Divine Eye candidates. He speaks the name Amy White, and an image flashes in the narrative of a fierce female warrior with glowing yellow eyes striking down an enemy. He names Bella Albright, a mage of immense power wielding a staff crackling with magic. He lists Leek Mueller, and finally, Jacob Bloomfield. As these names are recited, the crowd bursts into laughter. They recognize the names but treat them with derision, calling them all complete failures, who couldn't cut it. To the general public and the current students, these names represent the bottom of the barrel. But Gray's reaction is starkly different. As the blue aura continues to flicker around him, his eyes widen in absolute shock. He recognizes those names not as failures, but as legends. He knows the secret truth that the rest of the world has seemingly forgotten or misunderstood. Gray realizes that the three people mentioned were part of the main force that fought against a catastrophic entity known as the Liquidator. Sweat runs down Gray's face, not from fear, but from awe. His eyes glow red with intensity as the weight of the moment crashes down on him. While the crowd laughs at his acceptance, Gray is left trembling with the realization of the company he is now keeping. He asks himself in disbelief if his name will truly be placed alongside those secret heroes. The morning sun bathes the pristine white architecture of the academy grounds in a soft light as a digital announcement hovers in the air, framed by geometric lines. It proclaims that the entrance ceremony is scheduled to begin in exactly 30 minutes. Another floating notification instructs the students that if they have finished changing into their uniforms, they are to assemble in the plaza located directly in front of the main office. Beneath the shadow of a massive clock tower adorned with blue stained glass, students stream across a stone bridge and gather in the designated open space. Among the crowd, students are dressed in sharp, military-style uniforms featuring dark fabric with gold trim and a distinctive winged crest on the chest. Gray Lee adjusts his cuffs, a small, confident smile playing on his lips as he takes in his surroundings. Beside him, other students look less composed. A boy with blue-gray hair wipes beads of sweat from his forehead, clearly overwhelmed by the grandeur of the institution. Confusion begins to ripple through the gathered students. Two boys standing near the front scan the empty cobblestone plaza with puzzled expressions. One asks if the plaza in front of the main office is indeed where they are standing, while the other notes that there is absolutely nothing here, wondering if they have come to the right place. Their murmurs are interrupted by the sound of brisk footsteps approaching across the stone. A man with short, silver-gray hair and round spectacles jogs towards them, offering his apologies as he arrives. He stops before the group, adjusting his glasses with a slightly flustered expression. He explains that they have experienced a bit of a delay in setting up due to a minor mix-up. The students exchange bewildered glances, muttering the words, "setting up," under their breath, as the plaza is completely bare. The man, ignoring their confusion, politely asks the students in the front to step a little farther back, pointing to a specific empty patch of ground where he intends to put the stairs. The students shuffle backward, unsure of what to expect, with Grace simply watching with keen interest. The man with glasses leans down, peering at the pavement where a faint line of golden, runic script begins to glow against the stone. He confirms the location is perfect, mutters an affirmation to himself, and then places his palm flat against the ground. A sudden burst of energy explodes from the point of contact. A complex magic circle, glowing with intense golden light and comprised of intricate geometric patterns, expands rapidly across the entire plaza. The students shield their eyes as the ground beneath them trembles. A massive structure begins to materialize out of thin air, rising from the golden light with a deep rumble that shakes the air. The sheer scale of the magic leaves the students gaping in shock as a colossal, Roman-style amphitheater erupts from the ground, complete with rows of seating and grand archways. As the light fades and the dust settles, the silver-haired man stands up and brushes off his suit, looking as if he merely moved a chair rather than summoned a building. He apologizes once more for the delay and cheerfully invites the stunned students to sit wherever they like. The students, still processing the display of power, stammer out a weak acknowledgement and begin to file into the newly created stadium. Inside the seating area, the atmosphere is buzzing with disbelief. A boy with gray hair whispers to his friend, asking if that was teleportation magic they just witnessed. His friend, equally shaken, questions how it is possible to teleport something of that magnitude. While the others panic, Graylee calmly takes a seat. He internally analyzes the situation, surmising that the administration likely wanted to hold the entrance ceremony in a location with a view of the main school building. He notes that using high-level teleportation magic for mere furniture arrangement is an incredibly extravagant display of power. He looks out over the rim of the stadium, his gaze falling upon the sprawling campus and the towering white edifice of the academy in the distance. A thought crosses his mind. So this is the power of the World Union Academy. However, as he looks around the vast rows of empty velvet seats, he feels a sense of incongruity. Someone wonders aloud if the number of seats isn't a bit excessive, reasoning that if there are only 30 accepted students in their group, there is no need for a stadium of this size. A female student sitting a row behind him, sporting short purple hair and a confident demeanor, overhears her musing. She leans forward, asking if he truly doesn't know about that detail. Someone turns to look at her, and she offers a casual apology, explaining that aside from how to wield a sword, she never really studied anything else. She then proceeds to enlighten him. She explains that the World Union Academy, true to its name, gathers the best students from all over the world. As she speaks, she points a finger toward the sky. Following her gesture, the students look up and gasp. The bright blue sky is suddenly filled with massive shadows. Breaking through the clouds, a fleet of gigantic airships descends toward the academy. These are not ordinary vessels. They are wooden galleons suspended by massive balloons and driven by magic, flanked by flying dragons carrying cargo crates. The students on the ground scream in awe and terror as the armada blocks out the sun. Grace recognizes the lead ship immediately. It is the Strato Queen, a magic airship he had boarded once before during his time with the Liquidator's subjugation squad. The purple-haired girl continues her commentary, noting that it is rumored to be one of the largest airships in the world, and expressing shock that they would deploy it just for an entrance ceremony. Gray watches the descent with a stoic expression, thinking that this level of excess is exactly what one expects from the World Union Academy. The airships dock, and the dragons land, depositing a sea of new arrivals. Hundreds of students in various uniforms stream into the stadium, filling the thousands of empty seats. The atmosphere shifts from an intimate gathering to a roaring assembly. Gray observes the crowd, noting that it looks like everyone has finally arrived. At the front of the stadium, the silver-haired man who summoned the building stands behind a podium. He smiles brightly, his voice amplified across the arena, and announces the official start of the entrance ceremony. The proceedings move forward, with speeches and formalities that seem to drag on. Eventually, the headmaster concludes his address, bowing to polite applause. Gray slumps in his chair, stifling a yawn, and thinks that despite the flashy magic, even this prestigious academy ceremony is as dull as a normal one. The announcer's voice cuts through the boredom, introducing the next segment, greetings from the top students of each course. First to be called is Leonhardt, the top student of the swordsmanship course. A murmur of recognition runs through the crowd. A young man with sleek blonde hair and sharp blue eyes rises from his seat. Gray Lee recognizes the name immediately as the one who defeated the examiner in an instant during the entrance exam. He watches closely as Leonhardt walks down the stairs, recalling rumors that the blonde prodigy is already as skilled as the professors in swordsmanship. Leonhardt ascends the podium, his posture rigid and his expression serious. He places a hand over his heart in a salute, not to the students, but to the row of faculty members seated behind him. He asks for confirmation that he is allowed to speak freely. A bearded professor nods, granting him permission. Leonhardt thanks him, then turns his cold gaze toward the sea of students. He begins by stating he has one complaint to make to the academy. The unexpected opening statement silences the crowd. He addresses his fellow students, but then corrects himself, specifying that he is addressing only those who were admitted the proper way. He speaks of the honor of being admitted alongside them, expressing his hope that they will graduate as individuals capable of making meaningful contributions to the world. He talks of working hard together and aiming high as students of this prestigious institution. However, his tone suddenly darkens. He raises a hand, declaring that unfortunately, among them, there is someone who does not deserve to be here. The statement hangs in the air like a threat. Leonhardt turns his head slightly, locking eyes with a specific faculty member sitting in a high-backed green chair. He asks if he is correct, addressing her as Divine Eye, Professor Ariel. The woman he addresses sits with her legs crossed, exuding an air of dangerous elegance. She rests her chin on her hand, smiling with a mix of amusement and curiosity, simply responding with a question mark in her expression. Leonhardt presses on, but Ariel interrupts him smoothly. She states that all the students present have passed the rigorous exam. She adds that while they may not be as strong as Leonhardt, she does not believe it is wise to exclude them based on that alone. She looks at him through her monocle, asking innocently why he is directing this inquiry at her. Leonhardt's expression hardens. He clarifies that he is not talking about the students who passed the exams properly. His voice drops an octave, trembling with suppressed anger, as he accuses her of backdooring a student into her Divine Eye special admission. Ariel's monocle catches the light, obscuring her eye for a moment as she listens. Leonhardt slams his hand onto the podium, the sound echoing through the silent stadium. He shouts a demand to the student who was specially admitted, ordering them to show themselves, return their uniform, and leave the academy immediately. The students in the stands look around in panic, suspicion clouding their faces as they try to identify the target of Leonhardt's hostility. Gray Lee feels the weight of the situation. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. He realizes the hostility is intense, but relief washes over him as he thinks that, thankfully, Leonhardt does not know his face. He decides that if he simply doesn't step forward, he might avoid getting caught up in this disaster. Professor Ariel watches the chaos with a satisfied smile, clasping her hands together. She remarks that this year's new students are quite lively. Leonhardt, losing his patience, yells at her, insisting he is being serious and demanding she stop admitting students through back channels. Ariel stands up, her demeanor shifting instantly from amused to terrifying. She cuts him off mid-sentence. She steps close to him, her face inches from his, her monocle glowing with eerie blue mana. She asks him point blank if he thinks he is stronger than that kid. A massive wave of pressure erupts from Ariel. The air vibrates, and the ground beneath them cracks. Leonhardt stands his ground, but he is visibly sweating, his teeth clenched as he withstands the professor's intimidation. Despite the fear, he looks her in the eye and replies with a strained but defiant, "Of course." He asks if she is saying he is wrong. Ariel's expression softens into a predatory grin. She tells him she likes that attitude. She raises a finger, proposing a solution. She suggests they make a bet. Leonhardt blinks, confused by the turn of events, and repeats the word. Ariel confirms it with a nod. The frame tightens on her face, her eyes glowing with power and mischief. She declares the terms of the wager. She will bet her job as a professor against that kid's admission. As she speaks, the image splits to show the shocked reaction of Gray Lee in the stands, realizing his fate is being decided without his consent, and the determined, icy glare of Leonhardt, who seems ready to accept the challenge to prove his superiority. The air is thick with tension high above the academy grounds, where a simple conversation is rapidly twisting into a political maneuver that could cost everyone their futures. Gray Lee stands with a bead of cold sweat rolling down his temple, his crimson eyes wide with disbelief as he processes the sudden escalation. "A bet," he murmurs, his voice laced with confusion. The blond nobleman, Leon, stares down with a sharp, interrogating gaze, demanding to know if the faculty plans to force him into a brawl with the special admissions student. But Professor Ariel, her red hair framing a face of composed authority, immediately shuts down the notion. She raises a gloved hand in a graceful but firm gesture of refusal, her monocle catching the light. She wouldn't do something so boorish, she claims. Her reasoning is deceptively simple and dripping with a subtle insult. If Leon were to go all out against Gray, Leon would simply end up dead. Ariel adjusts her stance, looking every bit the responsible educator, as she declares that she cannot put her students' lives at risk. However, her comment strikes a raw nerve. A sharp sound effect cuts through the air as Leon's demeanor shifts instantly. The veins in his neck bulge, and a dark, oppressive aura flares around him. His blue eyes narrow into slits of suppressed rage as he glares at the professor, asking if she is actively provoking him. Ariel doesn't flinch. She maintains her cool, piercing stare, assuring him that she is deadly serious. To de-escalate the physical threat while maintaining the challenge, she proposes a pivot. They shouldn't fight each other. Instead, they should make their bet about hunting monsters. It is, she argues, a much safer alternative. The suggestion seems to reach Leon through his anger. The dark aura dissipates, leaving him looking skeptical but listening. Ariel points out that Leon is surely much better at fighting beasts than humans, playing to his pride. Leon smirks, his arrogance returning as he acknowledges that she is well informed about his capabilities. Now interested, he crosses his arms and asks for the specifics of this wager. Ariel smiles, the expression sharp and calculating. She raises a single finger to emphasize the simplicity of the rules. The objective is to kill the monsters she selects as targets. She explains that with each round, the target monster will grow progressively stronger. To illustrate, a mental image appears of a student easily trampling a weak goblin, followed by a terrifying contrast, a massive, armored orc towering over a defeated student, a skull symbol marking their demise. The losing condition is straightforward. Whoever fails to defeat their assigned monster first loses the bet. Then, Ariel drops the heavy weight of the stakes. If Gray Lee loses, she will retire from her position as a professor immediately. But the collateral damage would be far worse. Every single special admission student would be expelled from the academy. Gray grips his hair in shock, realizing the immense pressure suddenly placed on his shoulders. On the flip side, Ariel turns her gaze to Leon. If he loses, he must do whatever she says. The red-haired professor leans forward, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she asks Leon how he feels about those terms. Leon, however, isn't easily baited into a blind trap. He stares back at her, his reflection caught in her monocle, and demands to know what the target monsters are before he agrees. He asserts his confidence in handling any opponent but refuses to walk into a rigged setup. Ariel hums thoughtfully, tapping her chin as if making a decision on the fly. She looks down at her students with a playful grin and drops the bombshell. For the first target, she suggests an ogre general. The sheer absurdity of the suggestion hangs in the air, accompanied by an imposing image of the monster, a hulking, green-skinned brute with glowing red eyes and massive tusks, radiating savage power. She coyly asks if perhaps that is too easy for him. The reaction from the gallery of students watching is instantaneous. Gasps and murmurs of disbelief ripple through the crowd. Graylee stares blankly, his mind racing. An ogre general is a catastrophe-class threat, not a training dummy. He clenches his fist, thinking, "Are you kidding me?" Leon is equally rattled, sweat forming on his brow. He snaps back, pointing out the obvious insanity of the request. An ogre general isn't a monster that a single person can kill on their own. Ariel raises her hands in a placating gesture, clarifying that she doesn't expect them to kill one immediately. She proposes a time frame for the challenge, the entire school year. She smiles sweetly, asking if that sounds about right. But Leon isn't having it. He shouts back, his composure cracking, arguing that if a student could take down a disaster-level monster with just 1 year of training, the world wouldn't be suffering from monster attacks in the first place. He demands she choose a realistic target. But as he looks at her calm, smiling face, the realization hits him. He laughs bitterly, accusing her of deliberately choosing an unbeatable monster to ensure the bet ends in a draw with no clear winner. He clenches his fist, declaring he won't agree to a stalemate. Ariel hums again, unbothered by his outburst. She takes a step forward, her heels clicking on the stone floor, and offers one final, game-changing condition. If the match ends in a draw, Leon wins. Leon blinks, completely caught off guard. He clarifies the terms allowed to ensure he isn't hearing things. If the special admission kid, Gray, fails to defeat the ogre general, Ariel is automatically fired, and the students are expelled. Ariel smiles, asking how that sounds. Leon looks at her as if she has lost her mind, asking if she is insane. In his mind, the outcome is already decided. There is no way a student can achieve that feat. Seeing no downside for himself, and assuming Ariel is using this as a convoluted excuse to retire, he agrees, provided the ogre general isn't weakened in any way. Ariel confirms the monster will be at full strength. She raises her hand, and magic swirls around her fingers, manifesting a glowing quill and a floating, ethereal contract. She tells him to sign if he has no problems. Leon steps forward, confident in his victory. Leon shoots him a look of pity mixed with disdain, asking Ariel if she seriously thinks the kid can win. Ariel turns her back, walking away with a mysterious air, simply replying, "Who knows?" The other faculty members whisper among themselves, speculating that Ariel, whom they call an old raccoon, is just looking for a graceful exit from her career. But as Ariel walks away, a subtle magic glow surrounds her hand. Gray sits on his throne-like chair, looking utterly defeated to the outside world. But internally, the gears are turning. He replays Ariel's words in his head. "Let's set the whole time frame to be this whole year." A sudden realization strikes him, and his red eyes widen. He recalls a specific event from his past. He has already defeated an ogre general before he even enrolled in the academy. The realization brings a slight, knowing smirk to his face. The bet was rigged from the start, but not in the way Leon thought. It was a done deal the moment it began. As if reading his mind, Ariel glances back over her shoulder, her monocle glowing with a star-shaped light. She holds a finger to her lips in a shushing motion, confirming his suspicion. Gray can only think to himself that she truly plays dirty. The scene shifts dramatically to a lecture hall bathed in sunlight. An elderly professor with a gray beard and stern demeanor stands at the podium, addressing a room full of uniformed students. He announces that the class on the basics of magic will begin immediately. He acknowledges the surprise of starting lectures on the very first day but sternly reminds them that as Academy students, not a single day can be wasted. He begins with the fundamentals, how to utilize magic. He explains that invisible energy called ether lies within the body, and by manipulating it through magic circuits, one can perform miracles. The illustration behind him shows a human silhouette with glowing blue pathways representing the flow of power. Gray Lee sits in the back row, resting his chin on his hand. He listens passively, his internal monologue revealing that he already heard this exact explanation during boot camp. He isn't worried about the theory. His problem is the seating arrangement. Of all the classes he could have been assigned to, he ended up in the same one as Leon. He sinks lower in his seat, desperately hoping to avoid attention, praying that no one finds out he is the Divine Eye Special Admission student. But his lack of engagement draws the sharp eye of the professor. The instructor calls him out directly, noting that he looks bored and is looking away less than 5 minutes into the lecture. Gray jolts, surprised that he was noticed so quickly despite being in the very back row. He quickly apologizes, but the professor isn't letting him off the hook. The professor closes his book with a snap and challenges Gray. If he is so confident, he should demonstrate his skills to the class. He assumes Gray can use basic magic. Gray tries to deflect, respectfully pointing out that they are in the swordsmanship course, so he thought sword skills would be sufficient. The professor counters immediately, explaining that even swordsmen need to understand magic basics to coordinate with mages on the battlefield. He insists Gray needs to grasp how it feels. Gray sighs internally, noting that even this lecture about coordination is identical to the boot camp. Based on that pattern, he deduces the spell the professor wants him to perform. It has to be Ether Bullet. The professor's eyes light up. He asks if Gray knows the spell and if he can use it. Gray confirms with a simple yes. Internally, he is relieved. The hellish training from boot camp wasn't for nothing, and he can pass this test without issue. But the professor has a devious idea. He decides to turn this demonstration into a match. He calls on Leon, asking if he can use Ether Bullet as well. Leon stands up, placing a hand on his chest with practiced elegance. He confirms he can, noting that he received private training in both swordsmanship and magic before entering the school. However, Leon hesitates, feigning concern. He asks if it isn't too risky for an untrained student like Gray to go up against him in a real fight. The professor waves off the concern. He assures the class that since they are only using Ether Bullet, no one is going to die. But then, a shadow falls over the professor's face, and a sinister grin spreads beneath his beard. He tells Leon not to hold back. He gestures toward Gray and drops the secret that Gray has been trying to hide. That gray-haired boy over there is this year's Divine Eye student. The room goes silent. Leon's eyes widen in genuine shock. Gray freezes, a jagged exclamation mark appearing over his head as he realizes his cover is blown. He stares at the professor in disbelief. The old man spilled everything. The professor's grin widens. He wants to see what the Divine Eye is capable of, and show him exactly how brutal this academy can be. Leon's expression shifts from shock to cold determination. He looks down at Gray with intense, glowing eyes and commands him to step down. Gray sighs heavily, realizing there is no way out of this. He thinks to himself that despite the professor's assurance that he won't die, he certainly won't leave this unscathed. The professor shouts, "Begin!" Immediately, Leon unleashes a torrent of blue magical energy that swirls violently around him. He declares he will show Gray the difference in their strength. Gray, pushed into a corner, grits his teeth. I have no choice. To hell with it, he thinks. He raises his hand, dark energy mixing with the blue ether. Both students fire their ether bullets simultaneously. The final panel shows a close-up of both Leon and Gray, their eyes wide with mutual shock, stunned by the unexpected power of the clash. The atmosphere in the lecture hall is instantly obliterated by a piercing streak of azure light. It descends with the weight of a falling star, a concentrated beam of magical energy targeting a terrified Leon. Leon stands frozen, his eyes wide and trembling, unable to react as the lethal strike closes the distance. But before the energy can make contact, Faculty raises a hand, not to deflect the attack, but to block it. The moment the incoming spell connects with Faculty 1's defense, the air itself seems to crack. A blinding sphere of blue and white light erupts from the point of impact, expanding rapidly and violently. The protective barrier surrounding the arena shatters like brittle glass, sending shards of magical energy flying in all directions. The shockwave is immediate and devastating. It sweeps through the hall, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris that swallows the combatants whole. Even the professor presiding over the class, a seasoned mage with graying hair and a beard, is thrown off balance. He skids backward, shielding his face with his arms as the sheer force of the collision threatens to knock him off his feet. As the chaotic winds die down, the professor's first instinct is panic. He shouts into the haze, desperate to know if Leon is all right. Slowly, the dust settles, revealing the aftermath. The wooden floorboards are pulverized, creating a crater around the impact zone. Leon is huddled on the ground, clutching his chest, his face pale and beaded with sweat. He stammers out a reply, his voice shaking, assuring the professor that he is fine. The professor, known as Carlos, exhales a breath he didn't realize he was holding. He realizes with a sinking dread that had the barrier not dampened the impact, the strike could have killed the boy. He stares at the destruction, his mind racing. Even among the professors at this prestigious academy, there is no one who could cast an ether bullet with such terrifying, raw power. His gaze shifts to the person responsible for neutralizing the threat. Standing calmly amidst the swirling dust is Graylee. He looks entirely unbothered, casually adjusting the cuff of his sleeve as if he had just swatted away a fly rather than intercepted a lethal spell. Professor Carlos steps forward, his voice a mix of awe and interrogation, demanding to know what Gray just did. Gray looks down at his own hand, his expression impassive, and simply remarks that the attack was so feeble. The comment strikes Carlos as absurd. He counters immediately, insisting that the spell Gray used to stop the attack was definitely an ether bullet, but the quality of it was fundamentally different from anything taught at the academy. Sweat runs down the professor's temple as he tries to articulate what he just witnessed. He explains that what Gray used was not normal ether, but rather super-compressed ether. He visualizes the magic in his mind, a dense, unstable black sphere of energy that requires immense control to maintain. Carlos continues, his voice rising with excitement. He explains that compressing ether to that degree is a power that even the professors struggle to produce, yet in that split second of danger, Gray managed to produce it and reform it into a functional spell. Gray remains silent, but internally, his mind is reeling. He looks at his hand, confused. He wonders if the ether bullet he learned as part of the subjugation squad during his time at the boot camp differs from the one they teach at the academy. He realizes that there is a disconnect between his muscle memory and the current timeline's magical standards. He attempts to play dumb, asking the professor if perhaps he used the wrong spell. Carlos rejects this notion instantly. He asserts that the spell was definitely ether bullet, but transformed into something superior. He looks around the room, declaring that there isn't a single person in this academy who could replicate what Gray just did. The students in the tiered seating whisper among themselves, their shock palpable. One student murmurs that it is their first time seeing an ether bullet that powerful. Another wonders aloud if this is why Gray was admitted under the special, divine eye, admission, theorizing that perhaps he should have been enrolled in the magic course from the start instead of the swordsmanship track. Gray begins to sweat nervously. He thinks to himself that all the spells learned by the subjugation squad were like this. In his memories, he was actually considered one of the ones lacking in aptitude for magic. He tries to deflect the praise, telling the professor that that can't be right and asking if he is pulling his leg. He creates a small, dark sphere of energy in his hand again to demonstrate, casually stating that anyone should be able to pull off something like this with proper practice. The professor stares at him blankly for a beat, and then bursts into raucous laughter. He interprets Gray's genuine confusion as extreme modesty. He grabs Gray by the shoulders, shaking him enthusiastically, and shouts that Gray is definitely more talented at magic than swordsmanship. Gray tries to politely decline the compliment, reiterating that he was told he is not very good at magic. But Carlos is having none of it. He yells that Gray must be kidding, pointing out that understanding the ether compression technique well enough to produce super-compressed ether at such a young age makes him an unparalleled prodigy, even by the Academy's high standards. He personally guarantees it. Carlos is relentless. He turns to the class, declaring that he doesn't know which fool told Gray he had no talent, but they clearly had no idea what they were talking about. He turns back to Gray with a beaming smile, asking if he is sure he doesn't want to transfer to the magic course, offering to vouch for him personally. The students are stunned. For a professor who rarely gives praise to go this far is unheard of. Carlos points a finger at Gray, his eyes burning with intensity, and says it would be a loss for the world if he didn't study magic. He goes so far as to call it a crime against magic. While the professor rambles on, a specific phrase catches Gray's attention. Ether compression technique. The words trigger a dormant memory. Gray's mind flashes back to a different time and place. He sees a chalkboard covered in complex magical formulas and diagrams. Standing before it is a woman with long, flowing light blue hair and striking golden eyes. She is lecturing a group, explaining that incidentally, in the past, people didn't know OD, also known as life force, existed. Because of that ignorance, it was very difficult for them to cast proper magic. She details the archaic method. Mages had to continuously compress ether within their bodies and then try to gather and use only the bits that happened to mix with OD by chance. She smiles softly in the memory, remarking that looking back on it now, it is kind of laughable. The memory fades, and Gray returns to the present reality of the lecture hall. He looks up at Professor Carlos and decides to test a theory. He asks the professor if he knows about OD. Carlos stops his pitch, a confused expression washing over his face. He repeats the word OD, with a question mark, having absolutely no idea what Gray is talking about. Gray observes the reaction and confirms his suspicion. The world at this current time still doesn't know the existence of OD. A heavy realization settles over Gray. If the concept of OD is unknown, then the magic he learned in the subjugation squad, the magic he considers basic, is actually knowledge from the future. He touches his face, his red eyes narrowing in thought. He realizes that the gap between his abilities and the Academy's curriculum isn't just a matter of talent, it's a temporal paradox. He understands immediately that he has to carefully choose who he tells about this. Revealing future knowledge could have catastrophic consequences or mark him as a target. Professor Carlos, oblivious to Gray's internal crisis, presses for an answer regarding the transfer. He asks again if Gray will switch to the magic course. Gray composes himself, straightening his posture. He places a hand on his chest and delivers his answer with a polite but firm smile. He apologizes, stating that he loves swords. Although he is grateful for the offer, he is afraid he will have to pass. Carlos looks defeated. He sighs deeply, muttering, "Good grief," and accepts that if that is how Gray feels, it can't be helped. However, the professor isn't willing to let such talent go completely to waste. He grins, clenching his fist, and tells Gray that should he change his mind, he should just come find him. Any time is fine. Gray thanks him for the offer. Carlos then dismisses him, but adds a final concession. He won't chide Gray anymore if he looks away during class, and he doesn't even mind if Gray leaves early because he is bored. He acknowledges that his lecture is far too basic for someone of Gray's level. Gray walks up the stairs of the lecture hall, feeling the weight of dozens of eyes on him. The students whisper in awe, amazed that the strict Professor Carlos holds him in such high regard. Gray keeps his head down, trying to escape the attention. He just wants to get back to his seat. Later, the scene shifts to a hallway. Leon, the blonde student Gray saved earlier, is standing under a decorative archway festooned with roses. He watches Gray pass by, his face flushed with a deep blush, his eyes sparkling with admiration. He whispers, "Lord Gray," with an intensity that borders on worship. Gray, walking past, suddenly shudders. He clutches his chest, feeling a bizarre and ominous chill run down his spine. He wonders what in the world that sensation was, completely unaware of the new, intense admirer he has just gained. As the sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the academy halls, Gray comes across a letter placed on the floor. It is a pristine white envelope, sealed with red wax stamped with a distinct insignia, a stylized eye with 3 lashes above it. He picks it up and reads the contents. The message is brief and commanding. "Come to my office after class today." It is signed by Ariel. Gray walks down a corridor lined with racks of practice weapons, holding the letter. He sighs, thinking that he got summoned out of the blue. He wonders if this is Professor Carlos's doing, perhaps trying another angle to recruit him. He worries that this, Professor Ariel, is going to recommend he change courses just like Carlos did. He arrives at a large, double wooden door bearing the same red eye symbol as the letter. He announces himself, confirming he is Gray, and notes that the door is not locked. He pushes it open and steps inside, offering a polite pardon for the intrusion. The office is dimly lit, with the orange glow of the sunset filtering through heavy curtains. It is quiet, filled with the scent of old books and polished wood. Suddenly, the silence is shattered by the sound of rushing air. From the shadows above, a blade descends. Gray's instincts scream. He doesn't have time to think. His body moves on its own. In a blur of motion, he draws the sword at his hip. Sparks fly as steel clashes against steel. Gray blocks a heavy downward strike, the force of the blow vibrating through his arms. He looks up, his red eyes locking onto his attacker. It isn't an assassin or a monster. It is a female student with short, choppy light blue hair and piercing golden eyes. She presses her blade against his, her expression fierce and unyielding. Gray stares at her, and the adrenaline of the fight mixes with a sudden, jarring sense of familiarity. His eyes widen as he studies her features, the specific shade of blue hair, those distinctive golden eyes. He feels a profound sense of déjà vu. He realizes with certainty that he has seen her somewhere before. The story resumes in a grand, sunlit hall adorned with high-arched windows and intricate carpets. Gray Lee stands silently, observing the imposing architecture and the figures before him. His red eyes narrow slightly as he surveys the scene, thinking to himself that his assessment of the situation was correct. Across the room sits a woman with vibrant red hair and a monocle, radiating an air of authority, while a younger girl with pale blue hair sits quietly nearby. 2 male professors stand in the center of the room, discussing the sparring match that seemingly just concluded. One of them turns his attention to the blue-haired girl, asking if she had been holding back during the duel, or if Professor Ariel had instructed her to go easy on the new admission. The second professor chimes in, his tone critical yet analytical. He notes that while her movements were technically flawless, the way her sword was knocked from her hand so easily felt completely unnatural. Hearing this name, Gray's internal monologue kicks in with a jolt of recognition. He stares at the blue-haired girl, realizing that she truly is Bella Albright, the figure known in legend as the sorceress. Bella, however, looks downcast, while the red-haired woman, Professor Ariel, interjects with a sharp, mocking tone. She asks the men if they are serious, suggesting that if they can't even discern whether a student was holding back or not, perhaps they should resign from their positions as professors. The men immediately backpedal, sweating nervously under Ariel's piercing gaze. They claim they were only joking, but the atmosphere remains tense. One of the professors sighs, admitting that he has no choice but to concede the point. Suddenly, he reaches into his pocket and tosses a handful of coins into the air. Gray watches in confusion as the professors catch the falling currency. Professor Ariel, now relaxing on a plush sofa with a smug smile, explains the situation to Gray. She reveals that they had placed a bet on whether he could fend off Bella's surprise attack. Thanks to his performance, she made a tidy profit. The professor throws a single gold coin into the Gray's hand, stating that this is his share of the winnings. Gray stares at the heavy gold coin in his palm, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes the small fortune he has just been handed. However, the professors are not done with him yet. The mustachioed man strokes his chin, his expression turning serious. He recalls the duel, visualizing the moment Gray struck. He observes that Gray deliberately avoided using his dominant arm during the exchange, almost as if he were protecting it. He asks Gray directly if the hesitation is due to an injury. The second professor steps in, agreeing with his colleague's assessment. He speculates that it isn't a simple muscle injury, but a deeper kind of wound. Gray stands frozen, sweat forming on his brow, stunned that they could deduce so much just by watching him fight. He asks if they can really tell that much from a glance. The professors reply with professional pride, stating that they wouldn't be teachers at this academy if they missed such details. They also note that Professor Ariel seemed to have already noticed the issue during the exam. Ariel, growing bored of the interrogation, dismisses her colleagues. She tells them to leave now that they understand the situation, fiercely declaring that Gray is her student, and she won't give him up. As the professors walk toward the exit, they admit that Gray has potential, at least for now. However, before closing the heavy wooden doors, one of them turns back with a final, ominous warning. He tells Gray that if the wound doesn't heal, he will fail to meet the Academy's admission standards. Gray remains silent, the threat lingering in the air as the door clicks shut. With the nuisances gone, the atmosphere in the room shifts. Gray's expression hardens, his red eyes glowing with intensity. Ariel, sipping her tea, decides it is time to get to the point. She looks at Gray and suggests they talk about magic. She reveals that she knows he used super compressed ether during Professor Carlos's class. Gray is taken aback, realizing his secret is already out. Ariel explains that Carlos came to her office, begging to have Gray transferred to the magic course, but she declined, believing Gray is far more suited to the sword than to spell casting. She leans forward, her monocle glinting in the light, and observes that Gray doesn't look like someone skilled in magic compression. In fact, he shows no signs of having practiced it at all. Gray realizes that her magical eye allows her to see through him completely, and decides it is best not to lie. He admits she is correct. Ariel then makes a proposition. She asks him to explain exactly what trick he used to achieve the effect. In exchange, she promises total secrecy and a reward. She adds, with a rare look of vulnerability, that she needs to know for the sake of the girl sitting next to her. Gray glances at the blue-haired girl, nearly slipping up and calling her the sorceress in his thoughts before correcting himself to use her name, Bella. Bella sits quietly, looking dejected. Ariel explains the cruel irony of Bella's existence. Although she is a genius when it comes to magic theory, she is far from the best at practically wielding it. For some unknown reason, she cannot effectively use the ether compression technique, which prevents her from creating super-compressed ether. Gray listens, recalling rumors that Bella Albright was a late bloomer, and realizes this must be the root cause. Ariel continues, connecting the dots. She heard from Professor Carlos that when Gray used the technique, it didn't look like he was compressing ether at all. She hypothesizes that if there is a way to utilize the power of super-compressed ether without actually going through the compression process, then Bella might be saved. If Bella can master this alternative method, she won't have to be sent to Professor Bradley. The name strikes Gray like a physical blow. He repeats the name in horror, asking if she means Professor Varian Bradley. Ariel confirms his fears, noting his reaction. She states that it is impossible not to know him, as the man is infamous. The scene shifts visually in Gray's mind to a dark, green-tinted laboratory filled with tubes and blood. He envisions the silhouette of a long-haired man standing over a table of corpses. Varian Bradley is a monster who has conducted countless experiments on humans, murdering many in the process. He is also responsible for magical disasters that incinerated entire towns, causing the deaths of tens of thousands. He is known as history's worst magic criminal. Gray is shaken to his core, realizing that in this time period, Bradley has not yet been caught. Ariel grimly explains the stakes. If Bella cannot create super-compressed ether by the end of the year, the Academy will send her to Bradley for a procedure disguised as surgery to enhance her magic abilities. In reality, it is human experimentation. Though not public knowledge, rumors persist that his patients either die or are left completely broken. Bella trembles but speaks up, her voice small. She admits that while it is dangerous and terrifying, she faces expulsion if she fails, and she feels she has no choice. Ariel looks at her student with deep concern, admitting she would rather Bella quit the academy entirely than let that man touch her. Gray sits in silence, wrestling with a massive dilemma. The magic he knows is knowledge that does not yet exist in this timeline. If he reveals it to them, he risks fundamentally altering the course of history. He closes his eyes, weighing the consequences of disrupting the timeline against the immediate horror facing the girl in front of him. A dark, resolute smirk forms on his face as he opens his red eyes. He decides that the hellhole people call the future is much better off changed. He takes a calm sip of his tea and sets the cup down. He looks at the two women and tells them he understands. He agrees to teach Bella how to use super-compressed ether. He raises his hand, and a swirling sphere of dark blue energy manifests above his palm, crackling with power. The scene transitions to the open-air grandeur of the Academy's arena, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. A large blackboard has been set up, covered in complex diagrams and magical formulas drawn by Gray. He dusts off his hands and tells them that this concludes the lesson, reiterating the condition that they must never tell anyone he taught them this. Ariel and Bella stand before him, having already signed a magical contract that binds their lives to their silence. Breaking it would mean death. Ariel clutches her head, looking utterly bewildered. She admits that just learning about the concept of OD blew her mind, but the specific application Gray revealed is beyond anything she imagined. She describes his lecture as brief yet perfectly organized, comparing it to listening to a magic class from hundreds of years in the future. Bella, holding her magical staff, looks at the blackboard with awe in her golden eyes. She murmurs that hearing his explanation feels like it has advanced the history of magic by a century. Gray smiles awkwardly, thinking to himself that the material is actually from a lecture Bella herself will give 10 years in the future, so naturally, it seems advanced to them now. Ariel remains skeptical despite her awe. She asks Bella if she thinks the theory is actually true, as there was too much information for her to process instantly. Bella stares intensely at the board, her confidence returning. She states that there is a good chance the theory is correct because none of it contradicts the current foundational laws of magic. She declares that the quickest way to verify it is a practical test. Bella turns to Gray, clutching a piece of paper with his instructions. She tells him that if everything he said is true, the spell should work. She steps forward, her staff beginning to glow with an intense, radiant light. She announces that, according to Gray's theory, she will be outputting her full strength. Gray's eyes widen in sudden panic as the realization hits him. He stares at the girl, sweat pouring down his face. He frantically searches his memory, recalling the lore about Bella Albright. He remembers that her full strength was historically recorded as being capable of burning down an entire city. Furthermore, the legend stated that she was famously unable to properly control her massive magic output. A complex, multi-layered magic circle erupts around Bella's staff, glowing with blinding luminosity. The air begins to vibrate violently. Gray screams out, trying to stop her, yelling for her to wait a second. But it is too late. Bella unleashes the spell. The arena is instantly consumed by a catastrophic pillar of golden light that blasts skyward. The screen fills with the blinding energy of the explosion, leaving the fate of the arena, and Gray, hanging in the balance. The air is consumed by a torrential storm of golden flames, a chaotic inferno that twists and surges with overwhelming power. Standing amidst the blaze, Gray Lee shields his face with his arm, watching the volatile magic swirl around him. In the distance, a small figure stands firm against the fiery gale. Gray realizes with a cold sweat that if she hadn't taken control of the magic a split second earlier, he would have been incinerated. The sheer scale of the spell is terrifying, but it literally saved his life. Through the blinding radiance, the girl, Bella, holds her staff high, her blue hair whipping in the magical wind. With a triumphant but exhausted smile, she declares that she did it, having successfully controlled the surge of power. As the flames dissipate into harmless embers, the adrenaline fades, and Bella's strength gives out. She collapses backward, her staff clattering to the stone tiles. He calls out her name in panic, but a calm voice interrupts him, telling him to relax. Professor Ariel approaches, her presence commanding and composed. She assures Gray that Bella has simply fallen asleep because she completely ran out of ether, advising him to let the girl rest. Looking down at the unconscious student, Ariel notes how marvelous the display was, impressed that Bella managed to assemble magic on that scale in such a short amount of time. Suddenly, the sleeping girl begins to mumble. In her dreams, Bella arrogantly mutters that it isn't she who is amazing, but the theory itself, claiming she can easily create super-compressed ether. Gray looks at her with a drop of sweat rolling down his cheek, thinking that it was actually her theory he is taking credit for. Ignoring the sleeping commentary, Ariel notes that now that Bella can create super-compressed ether, she no longer requires the surgery. She decides she will tell Bradley herself to call it off. Gray breathes a sigh of relief, glad they avoided the risky procedure, but he is especially thankful that Bella didn't lose her magic control. Gray asks Professor Ariel for clarification regarding the magic control issue. She confirms his suspicions, explaining that although Bradley's surgery can increase a mage's magical output, it comes at the steep expense of their control. A dark image of a sinister doctor holding a scalpel over a terrified Bella flashes through the explanation, illustrating the grim reality of the procedure. Ariel reveals that exactly how it works is a secret, but it seems to be a surgery that forcibly breaks one's limiter. Gray realizes that this surgery was the culprit all along. It explains why the sorceress in the past world couldn't control her powerful magic. Grateful, Ariel thanks him, acknowledging that because of his intervention, Bella is now able to create super-compressed ether naturally. With the crisis averted, Ariel declares that she has fulfilled the terms of their contract regarding Bella. Now, she states, it is her turn to fulfill her part of the deal. Magic sparks around her fingers as she approaches him, her gaze fixing on his injured arm. She announces that there is a specific magic she wants to use on it. Ethereal blue butterflies materialize from glowing energy, fluttering around Gray's suit jacket as Ariel places her hand gently over his limb. The magical butterflies dissolve into streaks of light, weaving into his flesh and repairing the damage. Gray flexes his fingers, his eyes widening in shock. He creates a fist, testing the movement, and realizes he can move it perfectly. He thanks the professor, bewildered because not even a magic healing potion could cure the injury. He asks how this is possible. Ariel chuckles softly, telling him not to compare her high-level nerves-restoring magic with average healing potions. However, her expression shifts to one of curiosity. She asks if it truly moves the way it used to and challenges him to try swinging a sword to find out. Taking the challenge, Gray took out his sword. He assumes a stance and executes a series of rapid, slashing movements, the sword leaving trails of white energy in the air. He stops, panting slightly, and stares at his hand. A frown creases his face as he admits that it doesn't feel like it moves as well as it used to. Ariel nods, having expected this outcome. She explains that while she may have repaired his physical nerves, her magic cannot heal the wounds in his soul. Gray looks at her, confused by the mention of his soul. Ariel adjusts her glasses, acknowledging that while today's magical knowledge hasn't scientifically proven the existence of a soul, she believes it exists. She covers her right eye with her hand, and her left eye, the one behind the monocle, begins to glow with a brilliant, cross-shaped blue light. She states that she can see it with this unique eye of hers. Looking at him, she reassures Gray that even now, his soul is slowly healing and will recover naturally as long as he doesn't overexert himself. Concerned, Gray asks if he should refrain from practicing swordsmanship. She shakes her head, telling him that normal exercise is fine. Her tone then sharpens, becoming inquisitive. She says she would rather know what kind of swordsmanship could harm one's soul in such a manner. Gray laughs nervously, trying to deflect the question, but Ariel presses on. She remarks that there is already an example of swordsmanship that uses one's soul to move the blade. She drops a name that freezes Gray in place, Amy White. Ariel asks if he knows her. Gray stares blankly, but internally, his mind is racing in terror. He wonders why she is mentioning the Sword Saint's name here and now. In the current timeline, they shouldn't even know each other yet. Sensing his hesitation, Ariel notes that the way he wields his sword gives the impression he learned it from Amy. However, she taps her chin in thought, correcting herself. She observes a slight difference. The person he learned from seems to be a bit more skilled than Amy is currently. She adds that give it a few years, and Amy will be just as skilled as his master. Gray is horrified that she knows that much about the future progression of the Sword Saint's skills. Desperate to change the topic before he spills everything, Gray lies, claiming he learned his swordsmanship at a dojo in his hometown. He quickly pivots, asking if it is really possible for one's soul to be damaged by swordsmanship. Ariel sees right through the deflection but answers anyway. She states that it isn't caused by any ordinary swordsmanship. She points out that there is no way something ordinary could defeat an ogre general with just one slash, let alone cut down the surrounding ogres and trees simultaneously. An image of the devastation fills the conversation, a massive swath of destruction where trees and monsters alike were obliterated by a singular, overwhelming force. Gray sweats profusely as Ariel reveals she already knew about his feat. She smiles, noting that thanks to him, she practically won a bet. She had been shown some of the remains left at the scene and found them magnificent, asserting that not even the most sophisticated cleaving magic could have achieved that result. Ariel steps closer, pointing a slender finger directly at Gray's stomach. She accuses him of using that mysterious power within him. Cornered, he asks if she can see that with her eye as well. She confirms it effortlessly. Through the lens of her monocle, her eye glows with intensity as she peers into his metaphysical form. She describes seeing the power leaking through a chain door. Visualizing the internal seal, Ariel describes a massive, heavy door bound by thick, dark chains, radiating a suppressed energy. She emphasizes that this isn't something one can figure out by guessing. She can physically see the seal. Her expression becomes serious as she mentions she has seen a power similar to his before. She clarifies that she doesn't think they are the exact same thing, but they share a similar vibe. Gray, now deeply unsettled, asks if there are others with powers similar to his. Ariel confirms yes, though she admits she isn't sure if the entity in question is human or not. She drops another name that shakes Gray to his core. The Liquidator. His eyes widen in pure shock as he repeats the title. Ariel watches him closely, noting his recognition. As a silhouette of a red-hooded figure flashes in his mind, Gray is left reeling, screaming internally at the impossibility of the situation. He cannot fathom why that specific name is being mentioned in this time period. The atmosphere is heavy in the aftermath of the magical overload. While Bella slumbers peacefully on the stone floor, completely drained of her ether, the red-haired professor, Ariel, studies Gray with an intensity that pierces right through him. She notes that Bella's mumbling indicates she has heard of the advanced magic theory Gray possesses. Ariel remarks that, honestly, she didn't think that specific theory was well known. However, considering Gray already possesses knowledge of a future-looking kind of magic theory, she supposes it isn't surprising. Gray stands silently, his internal monologue confirming her suspicions. He realizes that she has deduced his knowledge comes from the future, though she hasn't quite figured out the mechanics of how he has it. Professor Ariel adjusts her monocle, her expression turning sharp and serious. She asks him a direct question that freezes the air in Gray's lungs. She wants to know exactly how much he knows about the liquidator. Gray flinches, his hand instinctively tightening near his chest. He stares at her, sweat forming on his brow, realizing he has been completely cornered. There is no room for feigned ignorance anymore. However, he confirms that he knows the entity is an extremely dangerous threat to humanity. A dark, terrifying image fills Gray's mind, a white, armored humanoid figure radiating destructive energy, standing amidst the ruined world. Gray continues, his voice grim, explaining that this entity must be stopped before it appears. If preventing its arrival is impossible, then it must be destroyed, no matter the cost. Ariel listens intently, closing her eyes for a moment. She concedes that his stance might be a little extreme, but she fully agrees that the entity is dangerous. Then, she drops a bombshell that shatters Gray's understanding of the timeline. She reveals that, even knowing the danger, Balian Bradley seems intent on continuing his experiments. Gray is stunned, repeating the name, Balian, in confusion. He asks how that man is related to this. Ariel opens her glowing golden eye, looking at him as if the answer should be obvious. She reveals that the liquidator is the very being Balian Bradley is trying to summon. Gray reels back, his mind racing. In the last timeline, the Academy was never implicated in the arrival of the liquidator. He wonders with horror if the Academy was involved in summoning the monsters all along. The pieces begin to click into place. He realizes that in his past life, the Academy acted as if they knew exactly where the liquidator would appear, positioning their airships over the devastation immediately. It wasn't a reaction, it was premeditation. Ariel stares up at the towering structure of the Academy, her face shadowed. She declares that the experiment has to be stopped immediately. Gray emphatically agrees, urging her to act. However, Ariel reveals a frustrating reality. Unfortunately, the one running the operation is a professor just like her. She explains that she does not have the authority to shut him or his experiment down. Gray clenches his jaw, frustration mounting. Ariel adds that she did push the higher-ups to cancel it, but they wouldn't listen. Gray demands to know who exactly these higher-ups are. Ariel turns away, a look of resignation on her face. She apologizes, stating she doesn't have the authority to tell him that either. The bottom line is that unless orders come from above, no one can force the experiment to stop. Gray's mind races darker. He realizes the Academy's leadership is more tangled than he thought. But a dangerous idea forms in his mind. He asks himself if Balian is a criminal, wouldn't that change things? Gray recalls the history of the last world. He knows that Balian's illegal experiments eventually killed tens of thousands of people. A gruesome image of Balian standing in a dark lab surrounded by bodies flashes through Gray's memory. Crucially, Gray knows exactly where Balian carried out these atrocities. He knows where the illegal experiments are being conducted. He looks at Ariel with renewed intensity, suggesting that if they catch Balian red-handed, they can stop him. Ariel immediately shuts him down. She tells him clearly that it won't work. Entering an Academy professor's research facility without permission is a serious crime on its own. She warns him that if they can't produce hard evidence immediately, they will be the ones getting locked up. She leans in close, her gaze piercing, challenging him. She asks if he is saying he has proof of Balian's crimes right now. Gray hesitates, sweat rolling down his cheek. He doesn't have physical proof yet. Seeing his silence, Ariel sighs. She states that if there is no proof, this plan has to be shelved for the time being. Gray realizes that even though she knows it's dangerous, her hands are tied by bureaucracy and lack of evidence. Ariel shifts the conversation, deciding to focus on something they can control. She says, "More importantly, let's talk about your power." She points a finger upward, posing a question that Gray can't refuse. She asks if he wants to learn how to control it. Gray is taken aback, asking if she can really do that. Ariel smiles confidently. She explains that there is a professor in the academy who is very good at dealing with unknown forces. She introduces the name, Heathcote Longfellow. Gray is thunderstruck. The name rings in his ears, Heathcote Longfellow. He realizes this is the very man who trained the Sword Saint herself in his original timeline. A silhouette of the legendary, silver-haired master appears in his mind. Ariel notices his reaction and notes that she thought that name would catch his interest. She tells him she will arrange for him to start private training with Heathcote tomorrow. Gray bows his head enthusiastically, shouting, "Please do!" He clenches his fist, thinking that the very reason he came to the academy was to master this power. He didn't expect to find a lead this fast. The scene shifts to the next day, beneath the imposing arches of the Colosseum. But the training is not what Gray expected. He is sprinting desperately across a grassy field, sweat flying from his face. Behind him, a silver-haired man with a stern expression chases him, shouting at him that his mind is wandering. Heathcote Longfellow commands him to pick up the pace if he has room for stray thoughts. He orders Gray to run until his body is at its absolute limit. Heathcote yells his philosophy as he chases his student. "Listen well! Only once you've burned away every drop of physical strength will your soul's power awaken." Gray pants heavily, his lungs burning. Heathcote warns him that as long as he has even a scrap of stamina left, they won't touch the sword. Gray shouts back, breathless, "Yes, sir!" Striving to trust the process. He tells himself that if it is Heathcote's training, it must have meaning. But doubt lingers in his mind. While he is out here running laps, Balian is carrying out experiments to summon the Arbiter of Destruction. Gray wonders if he should really be doing this right now. A week passes. The scene shifts to Professor Ariel's opulent office. Gray stands before her desk, adjusting his collar. Ariel asks how it is going with Heathcote. Gray admits honestly that it is mostly running, and they only do a bit of sword drills at the very end. However, he touches the back of his neck, admitting that he does feel stronger. Ariel smiles, noting that it sounds exactly like Heathcote's style. Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupts them. A messenger enters, stating a letter has just arrived for Professor Ariel. She takes the envelope, thanking the messenger. Gray watches silently as she opens it. As she reads the contents, the atmosphere in the room plunges into darkness. Her glowing eye narrows behind her monocle, and the playful demeanor vanishes. She hands the letter aloud for Gray. It is addressed to the esteemed Professor Ariel from Balian Bradley. Balian writes that he has received the report that Bella Albright has succeeded in producing super-compressed ether. He admits it appears she has indeed gained a power closely resembling it. However, the letter takes a malicious turn. Balian claims that upon examination, it is clear she has not actually compressed it. Therefore, her new ability cannot be recognized as super-compressed ether. Accordingly, the contract remains valid, and the operation will proceed as scheduled. Gray watches as Ariel. Gray is incensed, shouting that this is insanity. He realizes Balian is determined to force Bella into the surgery even if she doesn't need it anymore. He asks if she can't refuse. Ariel looks down, her face shadowed with anger. She explains that, unfortunately, the contract is airtight. Unless Bradley himself voids it, Bella's only choices are expulsion or the operation. Gray stares blankly, refusing to accept this outcome. A dark resolve settles over his features. Ariel slams his hand down onto desk with a loud thud. She looks him dead in the eye and says, "Gray, I need your help." Correcting himself, he demands, "Tell me where Bradley's lab is." Gray reminds her that if they expose Balian as a criminal, the contract will be null and void, but she throws his earlier hesitation back at him. She asks if he implies he has proof of his crimes right now. Gray's expression shifts. A confident, dangerous smile spreads across his face. He counters her question, reminding her that she was the one who said it would be dangerous without proof. She declares simply, "We'll find evidence." Ariel looks at him, studying his face. A soft smile touches her lips, and her monocle glints with magical light. She closes her eyes and says, "I'm putting my faith in you." She reveals that her magical eye has told her something important, that Gray was telling the truth this entire time. It just took her this long to admit it. With the decision made, the dynamic shifts. Gray straightens his tie, his eyes burning with crimson intensity. Ariel stands beside him, her coat billowing as magic flares around her hand. She commands him to show her the way. Together, they prepare to bring Bailey and Bradley's crimes to light, no matter the cost. In the opulent but tense atmosphere of Professor Ariel's office, Gray reveals the crucial piece of information they need. He states confidently that Bailey and Bradley's laboratory is located in the mountains near the village of Terul. Ariel absorbs this, her expression thoughtful as she repeats, "Terul Mountain." She recalls that Bailey definitely has an Academy-authorized laboratory there. Gray feigns shock, asking if Bailey is doing illegal experiments in an authorized lab. Ariel confirms his suspicion with logic, pointing out that there is no better place to conduct illegal experiments than in a facility where his presence is already sanctioned. No one would bat an eyelid if he stayed there for long periods. Furthermore, she explains a critical Academy rule: no professor would interfere with another's lab, providing him with the perfect cover. Gray wipes sweat from his brow, acknowledging the cleverness of the scheme. He concludes that as long as they can get evidence of his crimes, they won't be charged with breaking into his lab. A timid knock echoes through the silence. A soft voice says, "It's me, Bella." Ariel, reclining on a chaise lounge, calls for her to come in. Bella enters, looking anxious and clutching a letter. She stammers that she received a letter, but Ariel interrupts her gently, telling her not to worry. She holds up her letter, declaring confidently that she will take care of it. Bella looks between Ariel and Gray, confusion etched on her face. She asks what they mean. Ariel stands tall, her resolve clear. Bella asks if the professor is planning to fight Varian for her sake. Ariel corrects her immediately, questioning if she thinks she's doing this all by herself. Gray steps forward, adjusting his tie, his red eyes gleaming. Ariel smiles, declaring, "I alone am enough." However, Gray steps in, interrupting her grand declaration. Bella looks at him in surprise. Gray places a hand on his chest and asks them to wait. Ariel looks back, confused. Gray states firmly that he is going too. Bella, finding her courage, clutches her chest and adds that she is going as well, reasoning that it is her own problem, after all. Ariel tries to dissuade them. She sighs, explaining that Bailey is an Academy professor and a lunatic who has repeatedly conducted dangerous human experiments. She warns them that if he catches one of them, there is no telling what he will do. A single tear escapes from behind her monocle as she says she can't let the two of them go to such a place. Gray counters her argument logically. He steps closer, towering over the professor. He points out that her concern is all the more reason why going alone is dangerous. He asserts that if he uses the same power he used to take down the ogre general, he should be able to be of some help. Then, he plays his trump card. If Ariel disappears, then as a Divine Eye admission student, he would get expelled. Bella joins in, pleading with the professor to at least let them decide their own fate. Ariel looks at their determined faces, Bella's nervous but resolute expression, and Gray's unwavering gaze. She closes her eyes and smiles, conceding defeat. She remarks that what Gray said about being expelled may be an exaggeration, but she agrees that Bailey must be stopped. She looks at Bella, reassuring her not to worry too much. They aren't putting their lives at risk solely because of her. Ariel turns to face the window, her silhouette framed against the light. She declares that stopping his experiments is for the world's sake. Gray adds ominously that if they don't, countless people will die. He corrects himself internally. No, the whole world will be sacrificed. Bella asks what he means, her eyes wide with fear. Gray dismisses it as an exaggeration but reiterates that Bailey must be stopped. With the team united, Ariel gives her condition. She agrees to let them go under one condition: no matter what happens, they must prioritize their own safety first. She leans in close, her gaze piercing through her monocle, asking if they understand. Gray and Bella respond in unison. Yes. Understood. The scene transitions to the snowy, treacherous peaks of Tyrol Mountain. A jagged, snow-capped mountain range looms under a dark, cloudy night sky, illuminated only by a full moon. Nestled among the peaks is a dark, fortress-like structure, Balian's laboratory. Gray, Ariel, and Bella hide in the bushes outside the imposing building. Ariel questions if Balian is really doing his illegal experiments here. Gray confirms it, stating confidently that they are going to look for evidence of that now. He assures them that this is definitely the place. Ariel looks at him, her expression serious. She says, "If you're saying so, then I trust you." Bella, ever the worrier, asks if they can actually gather evidence without trouble. Ariel reassures her, noting that Varian should be at the Magic Society's conference right now, so he's not here. They approach the side of the building. Ariel deduces that the main entrance is likely rigged with traps, so they will have to bust in through the side wall. Bella stammers, asking if that is really okay. Ariel smirks, reminding her that breaking into an Academy-authorized lab is already a crime anyway, so it's all good. She offers them a final chance to back out, but Gray grips his sword hilt, declaring he is going. With a massive boom, the side wall explodes inward. Ariel, Gray, and Bella leap through the breach, landing in a dark, cavernous hall. They find themselves standing on a balcony overlooking a horrifying sight. Below them lies a massive, circular chamber. In the center is a glowing magic circle, pulsing with ominous purple light. Surrounding it are rows upon rows of cages. Ariel looks down, her face twisting in disgust. She identifies the setup as some sort of altar. Bella asks what they should do now. Gray recalls their plan was to leave with evidence, but seeing the trapped people, he asks if they should rescue them now. Ariel agrees, stating they shouldn't stay here for long. She warns that if they take too long, Varian might return. Suddenly, a voice echoes from the shadows. "Oh? Were you calling me?" The trio freezes. Gray looks up in terror. High above them, standing on a walkway, is the silhouette of a man. Ariel looks up, sweat forming on her face. A figure drops down from the ceiling, landing with a heavy thud. It is Balian Bradley. Gray is paralyzed with shock. He wonders frantically why Balian is here. In the original timeline, Balian was supposed to be at the conference. Balian, adjusting his glasses with a sinister smile, answers the unspoken question. He reveals he arranged for a double to go there in his stead because he has an important experiment to do here. Ariel stares at him, her face pale. She asks, "An important experiment?" Balian confirms it. He steps into the light, holding his staff. He explains that he managed to get some fresh materials for it. He gestures to the cages below. Inside, the fresh materials are revealed to be humans, dozens of them, huddled in fear and misery. Balian's face contorts into a twisted grin, his glasses reflecting the purple glow of the magic circle. He says he would like to use them while they are still fresh. But then, he pauses, looking directly at the intruders. He adjusts his glasses again, his eyes gleaming with madness. But change of plans. He covers his face with his hand, laughing maniacally. He looks at Ariel and Bella with a predatory hunger. He says he wanted materials with more potential for magic than the average person anyway. Through the reflection in his glasses, we see the terrified faces of Ariel, Gray, and Bella. Balian admits he doesn't know how they caught wind of his experiments, but he is sure they didn't tell anyone they were coming here. The trap snaps shut. He points out the chilling reality. If all of them suddenly went missing, no one would suspect him of a thing. Trapped on the roof of the fortress laboratory, Gray Lee and his companions find themselves cornered by a professor who has completely shed his mask of sanity. Varian Bradley looms over them, his expression twisted into a manic grin as he corrects their assumption. He isn't just stopping intruders, he is securing ingredients. With a chilling calmness, he tells them to relax, framing their impending deaths as a noble sacrifice that will push the boundaries of magic itself. Clutching his face in a fit of terrifying glee, he declares that since he can't let them leave alive, he will make sure they are put to the best possible use as lab rats. The air explodes with violence as Bella unleashes a torrential blast of golden and red magical energy. The attack is overwhelming, threatening to incinerate the Varian in an instant. As the smoke clears, Varian looks on with perverse admiration. He calls the defense magnificent, praising the divine eye Ariel for not losing her edge. His gaze shifts hungrily to Gray, marveling that a special admissions student possesses such exceptional talent. His smile widens into a grotesque display of teeth as he ominously muses that perhaps he should start looking closer at the other divine eye recruits as well. Varian mocks their little stunt, questioning the sanity of students trying to assassinate a professor. Bella, gripping her staff with trembling hands, steels her resolve. She retorts that it is better to kill than to be killed, though she regrets missing her chance to strike him down earlier. Ariel, assessing the situation, decides that retreat is the best option. They have the evidence they need. The Academy can handle the rest. She orders the team to pull back. But Varian isn't about to let his new test subjects walk away. Dark, purple energy swirls violently around him, erupting into a towering pillar of malevolent magic. He sneers, asking if they really thought he would let them go. He casts Gluttony Flame, a sinister spell composed of dark fire that doesn't just burn, it devours. Ariel's eyes widen in horror as the purple flames latch onto her golden barrier, eating away at the mana. She explains through gritted teeth that this fire consumes defensive magic and turns it into fuel. In theory, it cannot be blocked. The only downside is the cost of the rare materials required to conjure it, but Varian has evidently paid the price. Ariel struggles to maintain the shield, groaning under the immense pressure as the gluttony flame gnaws closer to them. Suddenly, Bella steps forward, her expression calm amidst the chaos. She analyzes the spell and declares it isn't actually that strong, it just requires a slightly different kind of defense magic. Varian is stunned, shouting that it is impossible. The counter-magic theory for gluttony flame is a secret known only to his inner circle. He screams, asking how a student could possibly know it. Bella steps up beside Gray, her eyes glowing with determination. She answers, stating that someone recently taught her a new theory, and with it, this spell is easy to handle. She adjusts the barrier, neutralizing the eating effect of the flames. Furious, Varian demands the name of the traitor who taught her, promising a clean death if she confesses. Bella smirks, telling him that's a secret. A flashback reveals that it was Gray who taught her the formula, piecing together future knowledge to create the counterspell. Enraged by their defiance, Varian pulls a jagged red crystal from his pocket. He declares that if they won't answer, they can burn alive. He crushes the crystal, amplifying his mana to monstrous levels. He summons a swarm of screaming, skeletal spirits wreathed in purple fire, launching them in a relentless bombardment against Bella's shield. The sheer weight of the attack hammers against Bella's defenses. Gray shouts her name, concerned, but she insists she is fine and that the barrier can hold. However, sweat pours down her face, and Varian cruelly points out the reality. Her mana reserves won't last more than a minute against his onslaught. Bella formulates a desperate plan. She tells Ariel to attack Varian while she focuses entirely on defense. Ariel understands immediately. Her monocle glints as she spots a thin patch in the wall of purple flames. She projects her mana outside the barrier, charging a concentrated beam of blue lightning. With a shout, she fires the spell directly at the professor. The beam strikes true, but Varian doesn't even flinch. The gluttony flame swirls around him, absorbing Ariel's offensive spell as easily as it did her defense. Gray realizes with dread that Varian's magic absorbs all spells, not just shields. Bella, now exhausted and almost out of mana, realizes their situation is dire. Ariel hands a spell memory pouch to Bella, ordering her to take it to Heathkit and run while she stays behind to buy time. But Gray refuses to accept that outcome. He draws his sword, the metal ringing clearly in the chaotic air. He tells them to leave it to him. Bella looks at him in panic, pointing out that his sword can't reach the professor from this distance. Ariel grabs his arm, warning him sternly. She knows what he is planning. She tells him that if he uses that power again, it could kill him. Even if he lives, his healing arm might never recover. Gray looks back at them, a calm, sad smile on his face. He replies that dying alone is better than all three of them dying. He steps out of the safety of the barrier, walking directly into the storm of magic. Varian watches him, amused by the futile gesture of a swordsman walking to his death. But as Varian prepares to deliver the final blow, a strange anomaly occurs. In the reflection of his glasses, the image of Gray distorts. A single drop of blood splatters onto Varian's lens. He barely has time to utter a confused "Ha!" before his vision splits. A massive, invisible slash erupts through the air. The force of the strike is instantaneous and devastating, cutting through the layers of gluttony flame and tearing into the professor himself. Blood sprays into the air as Varian's head snaps back, his composure shattered by the impossible attack. Gray stands firm, his sword extended and his red eyes glowing with lethal intensity, having unleashed the forbidden power to cut down the untouchable mage. Deep beneath the earth, the silence of the corridor is shattered by the aftermath of a devastating clash. In the wake of a blindingly fast strike, a massive, shadowy adversary collapses, its body severed by a clean, lethal cut that sprays blood across the cold stone tiles. Standing amidst the carnage are three figures: Gray Lee, Bella and Ariel, who observes the scene with a mix of shock and calculation. Ariel stares wide-eyed at the fallen colossus, sweat trickling down her cheek. Ariel realizes that this is her first time witnessing the true extent of this power with her own eyes, and the sheer magnitude of it leaves her staggering. However, the moment of reflection is cut short as the facility begins to groan under the stress of the battle. The ceiling above them fractures, sending massive slabs of concrete plummeting toward the group. Bella looks up in terror as the debris rains down, but before the heavy stones can crush them, a lattice of crimson energy beams flashes through the air. With a sharp, geometric precision, the falling debris is sliced into harmless fragments that scatter across the floor. Ariel stands with her hand raised, her magic dissipating as she adjusts her glasses. She sighs, noting with a tone of impressed relief. "Good grief! That was beyond my expectation." Turning her attention away from the rubble, she focuses on Gray Lee. She asks if his body is all right, her gaze lingering on his sword arm. Gray Lee stands silently, his dominant arm trembling violently. He stares at his hand, noting that it hurts quite a bit and has gone numb, yet he can still move it. A faint smile crosses his face as he realizes the results of his training are finally showing. He reflects that if the version of himself from back in the village had used this technique, he would have fainted for days and woken up unable to move his arms at all. Now, the backlash is reduced to mere pain in one arm, a significant improvement. His mind briefly flashes back to a training session with a stern, silver-haired instructor. He recalls the man's intense words, warning him that every drop of physical strength would awaken his soul's power, and that as long as he had even a scrap of stamina left, he wasn't to touch the sword. Snapping back to the present, Gray Lee realizes that the grueling physical conditioning was truly worth it. Ariel watches him closely, her expression unreadable behind her monocle. She acknowledges that thanks to him, they are still alive. However, her tone shifts to one of regret as she apologizes for making him use that power. Gray Lee shakes his head, bowing slightly as he insists that she shouldn't worry, reminding her that he was the one who insisted they had to stop Varian in the first place. He thanks her, but she cuts in with a serious warning. She advises him to try not to use that power for a while, looking him dead in the eye with her magical heterochromia glowing. She warns that if he pushes it further, the damage will be irreversible. Gray Lee accepts the warning with a solemn nod. Suddenly, Bella speaks up, unable to contain her curiosity. She asks Ariel if what she just performed was magic, noting with confusion that she didn't sense any ether at all. She said explaining such overwhelming power as simple magic seems impossible. Ariel's demeanor instantly turns cold. She turns to Bella, pressing a finger to her lips, and firmly states that she would prefer if they didn't probe into the matter any further. She demands their silence, ordering them not to mention a word about what they have seen here. Bella stammers, asking why, but Ariel escalates the threat immediately. Her hand glows with ominous pink energy as she declares that if they cannot promise her their silence, she will be forced to erase their memories. The threat is palpable, and Bella quickly agrees, trembling. To ensure their compliance, Bella suggests they make a formal magic contract. Ariel agrees, and moments later, a glowing magical parchment appears in the air. They sign it, sealing their vow of secrecy regarding Ariel's mysterious abilities. With the contract settled, the group turns their attention to the immediate situation. Gray looks toward a row of prison cells, expressing concern about the experiments, but prioritizing the victims they have found. Inside the damp, dark cells, several people lie unconscious on the floor. Ariel examines them through the bars, deducing that they aren't in immediate danger, but are simply being put to sleep with magic. She suggests that while they are safe for now, they should still be taken to the Academy's medical facilities. To protect them in the meantime, Ariel casts a spell, encasing the unconscious prisoners in glowing yellow protective bubbles to shield them from any external harm. Leaving the prisoners protected, the trio ventures deeper into the facility to investigate. Ariel observes the dark, industrial interior, remarking on the insanity of the place. As they walk past gruesome displays of tubes and machinery, she confirms that illegal experimentations were being conducted as far as her eye could see. She notes that almost all of them involve the use of human sacrifice to produce magical catalysts, or to unnaturally enhance a human's magical abilities. The scene is horrific, with bodies connected to large conduits, seemingly drained of their vitality. However, Ariel pauses, confused. She remarks that despite the horrors, she doesn't see any experiments relating to the liquidator, wondering if it might be in a different facility entirely. This comment triggers a dark realization in Graylee. He stops walking, his mind racing. He knows that in his past world, this location was the epicenter of an incident that killed tens of thousands of people. He questions how the mere production of a magical catalyst could cause such a massive catastrophe. He recalls that what killed those people in the previous timeline was a miasma that welled up from the ground, not a simple explosion or magical backlash. Sensing something amiss, Graylee halts completely. Ariel notices his hesitation and asks what is wrong. Graylee turns his gaze downward, staring at the floor tiles. He asks the group if there could be something beneath this place, perhaps hidden passages. Ariel activates her monocle, the lens glowing as she scans the floor. She peers intently at the stone but shakes her head, stating that she doesn't see any hidden passages. He asserts that there must be something there. As he focuses, he detects faint traces of magic. He realizes it isn't a physical door, but a space that can only be accessed with teleportation magic. He calculates that the traces lead to a location roughly 300 meters straight down. Ariel approaches, trusting her instinct. She looks at the empty space and agrees that if the destination is 300 meters underground, they can reach it. She reveals she can use a short-distance teleportation gate as well. With a snap of her fingers, a complex, radiant pink magic circle expands beneath their feet, illuminating the dark corridor. In a flash of light, the three are transported instantly from the corridor. They rematerialize on a high ledge overlooking a breathtaking and terrifying sight. Graylee, Bella, and Ariel look out in stunned silence. Before them lies not a simple basement, but a massive, sprawling underground city densely packed with blocky, industrial structures that stretch into the distance. The scale is impossible, a cavernous void beneath the earth that defies all architectural logic. Ariel gasps, wondering who could have thought there would be a space this big hidden underneath the facility. Bella narrows her eyes, her senses overwhelmed. She states that she can feel a tremendous output of ether coming from all over the place, but the concentration is highest at the center. She points toward a massive, cylindrical structure rising from the heart of the underground city. Adjusting her monocle, Ariel scrutinizes the central building. Her expression tightens as she realizes that it is not just ether they are sensing. There is a different kind of power, completely distinct from magic, leaking out from that location. She admits with a tremor in her voice that it is far greater than anything she has ever seen. Graylee stares at the structure, sweat beading on his face as the pieces of the puzzle fall into place. He asks if this different power could be what they feared. Ariel confirms his suspicion with grim certainty. It is the liquidator's power. The scene opens with an imposing view of a massive, cylindrical structure hidden away within the facility. It is a sleek, cold edifice of white stone and dark metal, crowned with sharp, antenna-like spikes that seem to pierce the subterranean gloom. Standing at the base of the wide staircase leading up to the entrance are three figures who seem minuscule against the scale of the architecture: Graylee, Bella, and Ariel. Ariel looks up at the structure, her senses attuned to the magical atmosphere. She murmurs thoughtfully that the power is definitely coming from here, though the exact source remains obscured by the heavy walls. Inside the chamber, the group finds themselves in a vast, circular room. The floor is etched with geometric lines connecting a perimeter of glowing pillars. Dominating the far wall is a massive, dark door inscribed with a complex silver sigil. A stylized crest featuring a sword and wing-like motifs. Ariel walks confidently toward the door, her footsteps echoing in the large space. She stops right in front of the metallic surface and raps her knuckles against it. The sound is hollow, lacking the weight one would expect from a vault of great power. She observes aloud that there is no sign of the liquidator right now. Behind her, Bella looks around nervously, the tension of the situation getting to her. She stammers, asking if she is sure they should be messing with that. Ariel glances back over her shoulder, her single visible golden eye gleaming with a mix of amusement and authority, and simply tells him to relax. She places a hand on the door and pushes. Instead of a heavy mechanical grinding or a magical seal activating, the door swings open effortlessly, revealing nothing but a blank, dead-end wall behind it. Gray and Bella stare in confusion. Ariel explains that this door doesn't hold any power, it is just placed here as a symbol for the ritual. She remarks that she assumes they know that much, implying the theatricality of the setup is obvious to a seasoned mage. As she turns away from the anticlimactic entrance, her gaze shifts upward. She clarifies that the power isn't in the door itself, but rather, it is contained within the magic rig surrounding it. The perspective shifts to focus on one of the perimeter pillars. A tall glass cylinder filled with a vibrant, bubbling pink liquid, capped with heavy metal flanges. Suddenly, the dormant liquid inside the tube reacts violently. A jagged bolt of white electricity arcs through the pink fluid, illuminating the glass with a blinding flash. The reaction triggers the entire room. A massive, complex magic circle on the floor ignites in a blaze of crimson light. Beams of red energy shoot upward from the perimeter pillars, converging in the air above the center of the room. The sudden surge of magical pressure is immense, whipping up a wind that tears at their clothes. Gray shields his face with his arm, panic rising in his voice as he shouts, asking what is happening. He demands to know if she is trying to summon the liquidator or something else, terrified that this magic is far too dangerous to be tampering with. Bella grips her staff tightly, wincing against the glare, and insists they have to shut it down immediately. Ariel stands calmly amidst the chaotic red light, her coat flapping in the magical gale. She tells them not to rush in. Her prediction tells her that this setup can't actually summon the liquidator. As she speaks, the converging energy tears a jagged, dark rift in the fabric of reality directly in front of the door's sigil. It looks like space itself is fracturing. Gates started to crack. Gray watches in horror as the space is torn open, shouting his realization to the professor. But the tear does not widen into a full portal for a monster to step through. The energy stabilizes, focusing on the dark gap. Ariel watches the phenomenon with a calculated, clinical expression. She realizes her theory was correct. She explains that those devices aren't made to call the liquidator. Instead, they just punch a tiny gap toward where the entity exists and funnel the leaking power. The scene shifts to show blood-red electricity arcing violently across the floor and walls, leaving scorch marks as the raw energy is harvested. Ariel's gaze turns serious as she analyzes the mechanics of the ritual. She identifies the core they are using to crystallize that power. Hovering in the center of the energy storm is a dark, diamond-shaped crystal, suspended by heavy chains. The surface of the crystal swirls with ominous, smoky shapes that seem to scream in silence. She states grimly that the material used to create that core is most likely human lives. She peers closer through her monocle, her eye analyzing the density of the object. It looks like about 10 souls were used so far to create this single catalyst, but she suspects the molding process may have taken even more sacrifices. The realization hits the group hard. The image of the dark crystal fades into a gruesome memory of the prison cells they saw earlier in the facility. The narration reveals the dark fate of the captives. The majority of the people they saw upstairs were likely taken to be raw material for this atrocity. The floor of the memory is littered with the bodies of the discarded, blood pooling around them in the cold cells. Bella, trembling with a mix of fear and revulsion, asks why they would go that far just to gather power, and questions what they are trying to do with it. Ariel turns back to her student, asking if she didn't see. She recalls the black flame varian used in the fight previously. A flashback shows a monstrous figure engulfed in purple and black flames, towering over the battlefield with overwhelming destructive force. The crystal that boosted that creature is basically what these dark gems will look like when they are finished. However, she notes a crucial detail as she looks back at the suspended artifact: that catalyst won't be limited to flames. If they mass-produce that stuff, she warns, who knows what they plan to do with it? As the energy dissipates, the cracks in the air before the door seals shut, and the glowing red lines fade from the floor. Gray, relieved that the immediate danger has passed, confirms that Varian wasn't trying to call the liquidator after all. He stares at the now silent door mechanism, trying to process the intent behind it. He admits he doesn't know whether Varian didn't try or simply couldn't, but it looks like the space-opening magic rigs pushed themselves to the limit just to achieve that small tear. Ariel inspects one of the cooling pillars, placing her hand against the glass. She suggests that maybe what they set up was all they could manage with the current technology. Bella steps forward, looking at the equipment with a mix of awe and fear. She admits that she thinks this apparatus is insanely valuable. She has never seen spatial warp magic this precise and with such high output. Ariel agrees, her reflection visible on the surface of the pink liquid inside the tube. She notes that making just one of these would cost a nation's budget. But to have 8 of them in one room implies a terrifying level of funding and capability. Only one organization comes to mind. Bella guesses tentatively, asking if it is the Disgar Empire. Ariel, crouching to inspect the mechanical base of a machine, shakes her head. It is not them. They may be the world's biggest country, but she believes they probably don't have the magical research resources to build one of these. The silence in the room grows heavy as Bella asks who else it could be, struggling to think of an entity whose magical research dwarfs even the Empire. Ariel stands up, her expression grave as she delivers the answer that she knows Bella does not want to hear. The World Union Academy. The revelation strikes the other two like a physical blow. Bella grips her staff, confused and horrified. She stammers that the World Union Academy is supposed to defend the world from threats, unable to reconcile her image of the institution with this dark reality. Ariel, crossing her arms, acknowledges the disbelief but insists there is no other group that could pull this off. No other research body can support this scale and budget. The camera pans out to show the full circle of expensive machinery, emphasizing the undeniable evidence of wealth and advanced technology. Bella asks directly if she is saying the Academy is behind this. Her voice trembles with the betrayal of the idea. Ariel softens her stance slightly, looking at Gray. She clarifies that this doesn't mean the whole academy is their enemy. Most of them could still be on their side. This statement triggers a vivid memory in Gray's mind. He recalls a scene from the future, before the reset, that brought him back. He sees a chaotic battlefield, shards of light and energy raining down from the sky. He remembers clearly that the Academy's top forces were the ones on the front lines. Even beyond the subjugation squads, they kept protecting civilians right until the very end. He sees the desperate faces of heroes fighting against overwhelming darkness. Returning to the present, sweat beading on his forehead, he thinks to himself that after seeing that future, he can't believe the Academy is humanity's enemy. Ariel continues her analysis, her eyes distinct behind her glasses, one gold, one blue. She surmises that most of the Academy probably acts for humanity, and wouldn't allow experiments that waste lives. However, the Academy is vast, housing countless researchers as well as secret facilities. A montage shows the faces of various stern-looking men in uniforms and lab coats, shadowed and ambiguous, looming over a pristine, high-tech tower. She explains that hardly anyone in this world truly knows the whole picture. Whoever was behind Varian had some serious backing. She looks down at the purple liquid in the tank, asserting that he couldn't have arranged all of this with his authority alone. Bella asks if that means they can't fully trust the Academy either. Ariel closes her eyes for a moment, a rare look of weariness crossing her face. She admits she has watched the Academy from the inside for decades. It is not an organization one can blindly trust, that is for sure. She opens her eyes, the monocle catching the light. She believes most of the people inside must actually think they are doing what's best for humanity. Hell, even the ones behind this experiment probably convinced themselves it was for the greater good. The conversation hangs in the air, the heavy silence returning to the white chamber. The truth is buried in the dark, hidden behind layers of bureaucracy and secret agendas. The shot pans up the tall, monolith-like door with its silver crest, standing as a silent sentinel to the conspiracy. Gray breaks the silence, asking if she has any idea how they could find the mastermind behind this specific facility. As he speaks, he notices a strange sound. A faint, high-pitched sizzling coming from the machinery. Ariel's eyes widen as she hears it too. She quickly scans the room, noting there are no communications devices in this facility, and not even the Maker's magic residue is left in the rigs. She realizes the cover-up is so thorough that finding any evidence would prove difficult. Suddenly, the pink liquid in the pillars begins to boil violently. Cracks form on the glass surfaces, bright light leaking from the fissures. Ariel realizes what is happening. A massive explosion erupts. The pillars detonate simultaneously, sending shards of glass and bursts of magical energy flying in all directions. The blast wave is intense, tearing up the floor and filling the air with smoke and debris. Gray shields his face, shouting in shock. The room is engulfed in chaos, rocks falling from the ceiling as the structure destabilizes. Through the dust and blinding light, the three figures dash for safety. Gray realizes that it seems they even installed evidence-erasing mechanisms to wipe the slate clean. He deduces that they didn't blow the place up the moment Varian died, implying a more sinister trap. They were likely planning to lure the ones snooping around inside before detonating the place to bury the witnesses along with the evidence. Bella looks terrified as debris rains down around them, panic seizing her. But Ariel remains composed amidst the destruction. She tells Bella to calm down. They are just magical explosives. Bella screams that this isn't the time for hypotheticals and that they need to get out of there immediately. But Ariel stops running. A confident, almost predatory smile spreads across her face as she fingers the chain of her monocle. She looks up at the falling debris and the swirling magical fire with zero fear. Energy begins to gather around her, her red hair flowing upward as if suspended in water. She declares that the World Union Academy's professors aren't weak enough to be killed by something like this. She raises a hand, a brilliant gold magic circle forming instantly beneath her palm. It spins rapidly, emitting sharp spikes of light that cut through the falling rocks and dampen the explosive force. The screen fills with her radiant energy as she looks directly ahead, her smile widening. The underground chamber disintegrates into chaos. Massive chunks of stone plummet from the ceiling as the magical explosives detonate, threatening to bury the investigation team alive. But Ariel is faster. A brilliant, golden magic circle expands beneath their feet, generating a protective barrier that deflects the falling debris with sheer kinetic force. She commands the group not to step out of the circle, her voice cutting through the roar of the collapse. In a flash of blinding light, space warps around them, whisking them away from the inferno just seconds before the facility is completely consumed. They rematerialize in the safety of a moonlit forest, far from the explosion. The transition is rough. Bella stumbles, looking pale and nauseous, gripping her staff for support as she gasps that she thought she was going to die. Gray, though shaken, checks the area and notes that the survivors they rescued earlier have also been transported safely nearby. He remarks that the escape was way too close for comfort, wiping sweat from his brow. Ariel, standing tall and unruffled by the near-death experience, explains that the extra baggage slowed down the teleportation. She gestures to a pile of heavy, purple metallic tubes lying on the grass, the magic engines harvested from the lab. She declares with a satisfied smirk that it was all worth it. Once they show these to the Academy, the higher-ups won't be able to ignore them anymore. The scene shifts to the opulent office of the World Union Academy's headmaster. Sunlight streams through tall windows, illuminating a room filled with books and expensive decor, a stark contrast to the grime of the underground lab. Ariel, Bella, and Gray stand before a large wooden desk. Behind it sits Headmaster Ordrum Alexandro, a man with silver hair and round glasses, his hands clasped calmly in front of him. He thanks them for stopping Varian's illegal experiments, and confirms that the survivors are being treated in the medical wing. But the atmosphere is tense, not celebratory. Ariel cuts to the chase, bringing up the magic engines they retrieved. She points out that each one is worth more than a national budget, and Varian had 8 of them. There is no way a single professor could gather that kind of firepower alone. She demands to know how he obtained them. The headmaster pushes his glasses up his nose, his expression darkening. He reveals that the engines are stolen goods. He slides a document across the desk, explaining that they were hijacked mid-transport. Bella reads the file, her eyes widening in horror as he details the incident. 18 Academy transport agents were wiped out during the theft. Gray, sensing the gravity of the situation, asks who was responsible. The headmaster drops a name that freezes the room. Blood Drinker. He describes them as the world's biggest crime organization, parasites that always crawl back no matter how many times they are crushed. Bella's face goes pale, and she whispers, trembling, that they were the ones who killed her parents. Ariel presses the advantage, stating that since Blood Drinker is involved, it wouldn't be surprising if some of their agents have already infiltrated the academy. Worse, there is no way to tell them apart from regular students. The headmaster agrees but then delivers a shocking blow to their expectations. He states that even if there are criminals inside, the academy wouldn't act on it. Bella explodes in outrage, shouting that it's absurd and that criminals should be dealt with immediately. The headmaster looks at her coldly, his glasses reflecting the light so his eyes are hidden. He explains that the higher-ups don't share that view. He admits that while he is the face of the academy on paper, his actual authority is laughable. He leans forward, his gaze intense, and asks if they want to know who is truly running things. He reveals the academy's new operating philosophy: anyone with talent gets a chance to grow stronger, regardless of bloodline, race, gender, or criminal history. Bella is appalled, but the headmaster simply tells her that if she wants to change the rules, she must grow stronger. Around here, strength is everything. He hints at a specific upperclassman who holds enough influence to shape the academy's entire direction, including the insane policy of accepting criminals. He tells Gray and Bella that the more power they prove they have, the deeper they will be allowed into the academy, and the more secrets they will uncover. Ariel and the headmaster share a brief, silent exchange of understanding. She finds it amusing that someone like Varian thought he could make a move in a place dominated by such monsters. The headmaster, looking at a file, remarks that he can't name names, but if they want to change the academy, they will have to surpass the one currently pulling the strings. Gray clenches his fist, the reality of his situation setting in. He isn't just fighting monsters in dungeons. He's fighting a system rigged by the strong. As they leave the office, the headmaster watches them go, a small, unreadable smile on his face, wondering just what kind of monster Ariel is training. Gray walks down the long, sunlit hallway, his mind racing with the revelation that the enemy is likely a fellow student. He is so deep in thought that he almost misses the presence rapidly approaching him. His instincts scream a warning, and he snaps his head up just in time. A leg sweeps toward his face with devastating speed. Gray leans back, dodging the kick by a hair's breadth. The attacker lands gracefully, the impact cracking the wooden floorboards beneath his boot. Gray stares at his assailant, a male student in the academy uniform, with dark hair covering his eyes. The student sneers, asking what Gray's problem is, annoyed that his ambush failed. He mocks Gray, saying a special admission reject doesn't belong in this hallway, walking around like he owns the place. Gray straightens his jacket, unimpressed by the display. He looks at the attacker with a sharp, dangerous glint in his red eyes and asks if he is picking a fight. Before the student can answer, student points a finger at him and quips that it looks like reject number 2 just showed up. Gray ignores the insult, his focus shifting to something else. Student mentions that surveillance is tight, so he couldn't get any closer earlier. He promises Gray that he will send someone else soon. Then, in a disturbing display of instability, he brings his thumb to his mouth and bites down hard enough to draw blood. His eyes, visible through his bangs, look manic and hollow as he licks the blood from his finger. He whispers a single name before the scene fades to black. Varian. It is clear that the fallout from the professor's death has only just begun, and the shadows of the academy are already moving to strike back. Sunlight streams through the high windows of the academy hallway, casting long shadows over a tense conversation. Professor Ariel, her red hair framing a monocle over her left eye, questions Grayly about a recent disturbance. Gray, looking innocuous in his uniform, claims that a random student simply kicked him. Ariel steps closer, inspecting him with a skeptical gaze, noting that he possesses no weapon and, more importantly, no injury. To her, this lack of damage implies he is far more capable than he lets on. She suggests that if someone attacks him, he should chase them down and punch the lights out of them. Gray feigns shock, asking if he is actually allowed to do such a thing. Ariel leans in, a playful smirk on her face, and whispers that while she cannot officially permit it as his professor, her eyesight has been getting terribly bad lately. If something violent were to happen nearby, she implies, she simply might not notice it. Gray sweats nervously, insisting he wants to leave the aggressor alone to avoid causing further trouble. As he walks away, Ariel watches him go, her expression shifting to one of disappointment and curiosity. Stopping him one last time, Ariel asks a poignant question: are the Divine Eye special admits really that disliked within the academy? Gray pauses, adjusting the cuff of his sleeve where hidden weights rest against his wrist. He admits that people make fun of them sometimes, but this was the first time it escalated to physical violence. Ariel asks if the mockery bothers him, her tone softening into an apology. She laments her lack of authority to protect them better. Gray turns back with a reassuring smile, telling her not to worry. He reminds her that without her intervention, he wouldn't even be in the academy. Gray declares with confidence that Bella and the others will prove the Divine Eye program wasn't a mistake. As he speaks, an ethereal vision flashes before Ariel's monocle, images of a powerful knight, a mage, and an archer wreathed in energy. He compliments her. Good eye. Acknowledging her talent for spotting potential. Ariel thanks him, but her expression turns serious. She tells him not to act like this is someone else's problem. Out of everyone in the Divine Eye group, including promising students like Amy White, Leek Muller, and Jacob Bloomfield, she expects the most from him. She predicts the others will become top tier, but Gray is the only one she truly believes has the potential to surpass humanity itself. Gray thinks to himself that comparing him to the other students is rough. He dismisses the compliment as weak thinking. His mind drifts to a darker place, recalling the true threat that looms over the future. The mastermind behind Varian and the summoning of the liquidator. A terrifying silhouette of a multi-limbed, shadowy monstrosity fills his memories. He remembers that in his past life, even the strongest warriors couldn't scratch that thing. His purpose for returning to this timeline is singular: to ensure he can defeat that monster. The fate of the world rests in his hands, a burden he carries silently as he steps into the light of the present day. The scene shifts to the grandeur of the Academy's Coliseum, where students gather for a swordsmanship class focused on live combat practice. The instructor stands before a chalkboard, directing students to pair up according to a list. Gray scans the crowd, realizing he needs to stay sharp. If he fails here, the divine eye admits will face even more ridicule. At the very least, he resolves to show he can keep up with the regular students. His eyes scan the board until he finds his name, Gray Lee, paired next to a name that makes his blood run cold, Leonhardt Apies. Leonhardt is revealed to be the blonde-haired, stern-faced student at the very top of the swordsmanship course, the strongest first year in the academy. The instructor announces that he tried to match students of similar skill levels, a statement that Gray internally scoffs at. He wonders how a special admit like him ended up fighting the top student, assuming Leonhardt must hate the Divine Eye students and is itching to beat him bloody. Leonhardt approaches, towering over Gray with an intense expression. Suddenly, Leonhardt's face breaks into a bright, almost blushing smile. He tells Gray he is really glad they are partners. Internally, the stoic prodigy is fanboying, overwhelmed that he gets to spar with Lord Gray. Leonhardt believes Gray is the one person who has trained harder than anyone alive. Gray, unaware of this admiration, is unnerved by the blindingly bright smile, thinking the guy is just happy for the chance to legally beat him up. Leonhardt misinterprets Gray's awkward silence as mutual excitement, thinking Gray is loving the challenge. The instructor shouts for the match to begin, and the arena erupts into chaos as dozens of pairs clash. Leonhardt wastes no time, his sword glowing with blue energy as he lunges forward. Gray braces himself, thinking, "Here I come!" The two collide, steel ringing against steel. Gray is immediately put on the defensive, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggles to deflect Leonhardt's powerful strikes. Despite the overwhelming force, Gray manages to land on his feet after being knocked back. He realizes that even with the weights on his arms, he cannot match Leonhardt's raw power. They started fighting. Leonhardt, however, is impressed. He compliments Gray's strength, remarking that it is hard to believe he didn't enter through regular admission. As their blades flash and spark, Gray analyzes his opponent. Leonhardt's swordsmanship is insane, a proper, by-the-book style that is polite, yet perfected to a terrifying degree. He unleashes a massive overhead slash wreathed in blue light, forcing Gray to dodge narrowly. Spectators watch in awe, realizing the special admit is actually keeping up with the Academy's monster. Leonhardt, his eyes glowing blue, declares he could do this all day. Gray, on the other hand, feels his stamina draining rapidly. He acknowledges that without his previous training under Professor Heathcote, he would already be on the ground. He notices Leonhardt isn't even breathing hard. Gray knows he cannot win a prolonged battle of attrition against such a prodigy. He needs to end this now. Remembering the instructor's command to treat this like a real fight, Gray's demeanor shifts. His red eye glows menacingly as he decides to abandon the polite rules of sparring. As Leonhardt prepares another perfect, honorable strike, Gray moves. Instead of meeting the blade, he steps in close, stomping viciously on Leonhardt's foot to break his stance. The shock on Leonhardt's face is palpable as his balance crumbles. The duel reaches its violent crescendo as Gray Lee brings his foot down hard, crushing Leonhardt Apies' stance, and leaving the prodigy vulnerable. With Leonhardt's balance destroyed, Gray drives the pommel of his sword downward with terrifying speed. Leonhardt's eyes widen in shock, a gasp of disbelief escaping his lips as he realizes he cannot defend himself in time. The descent of the blade is ruthless, aimed directly at him, and for a split second, the aura of a life-or-death battle suffocates the arena. However, the strike stops mere inches from Leonhardt's neck. Gray's red eye glows with intense focus, his internal monologue revealing the desperation driving him. He simply cannot afford to lose. Leonhardt stares up from the ground, sweat trailing down his face, paralyzed by the realization of what just happened. The blade hovering at his throat is a stark reminder of his mortality. Gray, breathing heavily but maintaining his composure, withdraws the weapon. The tension in the air dissipates, replaced by a heavy silence. Gray extended his arm and said trembling voice, declaring it a draw. But Leonhardt shakes his head, extending a hand to be pulled up. He explains that while he merely swung his sword, Gray had the opportunity to pierce straight through his heart if he had wished. As Gray helps him to his feet, Leonhardt elaborates on his epiphany. He notes that because this was a mock battle, he had subconsciously forced himself to aim for a non-lethal strike at the neck. In contrast, Gray had moved with the intent to kill, only stopping at the last possible second. Leonhardt asks if he is wrong, his expression serious. Gray laughs it off nervously, scratching the back of his head. He tries to downplay the moment, suggesting that pointing a sword at someone's heart in a mock duel is messed up, which means he technically lost the moral victory. But Leonhardt closes his eyes and smiles, satisfied. He tells Gray that thanks to him, he finally understands the chasm of difference between real combat and fencing practice. Leonhardt internally sighs, realizing the misunderstanding but accepting the outcome. He remarks that fighting isn't just about sword skills. Gray admitting that stomping on a foot is a bit of a cheat move for a swordsmanship class. Leonhardt, however, looks at him with admiration, his blue eyes shining. He asserts that there is no such thing as cheating in a real fight. The bond between the two seems to solidify in this moment of mutual respect. Leonhardt lifted his sword and asked for another round. Gray laughs and said, "Another fight already?" If he hadn't caught Leonhardt off guard, then there's no way he will win. He admits that Leonhardt's stamina leave him into dust, but the atmosphere is quickly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Another student strides onto the arena floor. Gray looks over, exhausted, wondering if he really has to fight again already. The challenger is a large student with reddish-brown hair and a scar on his cheek, who looks down at Gray with palpable disdain. He sneers, asking how the hell a special admit loser like Gray got paired with the top student. He warns Gray not to get cocky just because he has some magic. Gray stares back blankly, thinking that it wasn't exactly his choice to set up the matchup. Leonhardt steps in, his expression cold and protective. He tells the intruder that the professor decided he was the only one worthy of fighting Gray, and politely asks the student to butt out. The challenger isn't deterred. Professor argues that since he made the matchups based on similar overall strength, Gray is the only one who can take Leonhardt on. But he proposes a new condition. If he is not satisfied with that logic, he should try Gray out himself. The instructor, observing from the side, intervenes with a calm ultimatum. He tells the challenger that if he can beat Gray, he will be allowed to be Leonhardt's opponent. The challenger grins menacingly, his face shadowed with arrogance, stating that the arrangement is fine by him. He boasts that he beat an examiner to get into this academy, and he refuses to be lumped in with those who barely scraped a pass or couldn't pass at all. Leonhardt watches the challenger, realizing that the boy is judging Gray solely by his admission category without knowing his true strength. Ironically, Leonhardt notes that looking at this arrogant student feels like looking at the old version of himself. He thinks this might be a good chance for Gray to prove himself, acknowledging that Gray's power deserves recognition. The fight is set to begin, but Leonhardt interrupts one last time, warning the challenger that he is interrupting his time with Lord Gray. The challenger ignores him, focused entirely on the black-haired student in front of him. He is baffled by Leonhardt's anger but brushes it off. The instructor reminds them that if they don't like the real combat rule, they may only use their swords. He asks Gray if that is okay. Gray agrees, though he admits internally that he has no clue how strong this new guy is. He knows that if the student got him through regular exams, he won't be easy to defeat, and likely possesses better stamina and strength than Gray currently has. The challenger readies his stance, his muscles tensing. Even with his master's brutal training, Gray knows he can't beat years of proper nourishment and physical conditioning in a fair contest. He grips his sword, thinking that while he isn't confident in his skills, it's not like he will get expelled if he loses. The instructor gives the command to begin, reminding them not to go easy on each other. The challenger lunges forward with incredible speed, his sword swinging in a powerful arc. Gray barely manages to bring his blade up in time. The challenger shouts, declaring it is time to put the special admit in his place, and telling Gray to know his role. Their swords clash with a resounding metallic ring, sparks flying. Gray is immediately put on the defensive, forced to deflect heavy blows. He notices that the challenger is aiming for his sword, trying to disarm him or break his guard. Suddenly, a strike slips past challenger's defense. A sharp sound cuts through the air as the challenger's blade makes contact. Blood splatters onto the arena floor. Gray stands frozen, his sword extended, looking utterly confused. He hit challenger. Challenger stumbles back, clutching his arm, and Gray apologizes, asking if the guy is okay. Gray is bewildered. He aimed for the sword, but he actually hit challenger's body. He expected challenger to dodge. The challenger's confidence surges. He wipes the doubt from his mind and screams for one more time, tears of exertion and intensity pricking his eyes. The instructor looks on with a weary expression, muttering, Yeah, as the fight resumes. The challenger unleashes a flurry of attacks, screaming as he swings his sword with reckless abandon. Gray continues to beat him. The scene shifts to the sky above the Colosseum, the sun beating down on the spectacle. Back on the ground, the fight has concluded. The challenger stands before Gray, his face a swollen, bruised mess of lumps and welts. His eyes are nearly swollen shut, and his lips are puffed out comically. Despite looking like he went 10 rounds with a chaotic beast, he mumbles through his injuries that he is fine. Gray stands opposite him, looking concerned but relatively unharmed, pretending to wipe sweat from his brow. The instructor covers his face with his hand, sighing, and calls an end to the match, ordering someone to take the student to the infirmary. With the disruption settled, the instructor gathers the class. He announces that the representatives for this year will be Gray and Leonhardt. He asks if there are any objections. The class remains silent, the brutal display of skill, both overt and hidden, leaving no room for argument. Gray looks surprised, repeating the word representatives in his head. Leonhardt stands beside him, a small, knowing smile on his face. The instructor confirms the selection. He explains that the task for the representatives is a daunting one. The top first-year students must take on the second-year champion in the interior battle. As the students murmur among themselves, the gravity of the situation settles in. The history of this event is bleak. The first years have lost 35 times in a row. It is a tradition of defeat. However, as the instructor looks at Gray and Leonhardt, a confident smirk crosses his face. He breaks the tension with a single, hopeful observation: maybe, just maybe, this year will be different. The sun shines brightly over the Colosseum as Gray Lee stares up at the towering structure, his mind reeling from the number he just heard. 35 consecutive losses. He turns to the professor, disbelief coloring his voice as he asks if the power gap between the first years and the second years is really that big. The professor, looking sharp in his uniform, confirms it with a simple, blunt, yes. He explains that a single year at the academy makes a huge difference in growth and capability. In the context of the interior battle, losing is considered normal. If anything, it is expected. The professor continues, his expression shifting to one of confident optimism. He tells Gray that if they can even put up a decent fight, that alone would be impressive. But if they manage to win, it will go down in the Academy's history as a miracle. He claps a hand on Gray's shoulder, smiling warmly, and asserts that just being chosen to fight is considered an honor. Nearby, the instructor dismisses the class, telling them not to stress too much about the upcoming event. As the other students file out, Gray lingers behind, his thoughts churning. He realizes the interior battle isn't the life-or-death struggle he initially imagined, but rather a ceremonial beating. However, Gray's perspective shifts as he looks around at his retreating classmates. As a Divine Eye Special student, this exhibition match represents something far more valuable than a mere tradition. It is the perfect chance to prove he can actually fight, to demonstrate that his admission wasn't a mistake. He looks up at the sky, his red eyes narrowing with determination. To seize this opportunity, he knows he needs to train hard. The scene transitions to the solemn, high-ceilinged chamber of the faculty meeting room. A long table is lined with stern-faced professors, the atmosphere thick with tension. At the head of the table, a silver-haired administrator announces the last agenda item for the day, Professor Budra's proposal. All eyes turn to Professor Budra, a heavy-set man with a smug expression, representing the magic department. He does not mince words. He proposes that the Divine Eye Special student, Amy White, be expelled. Professor Ariel, seated across from him with her signature red hair and monocle, stiffens in shock. She demands to know why he would suggest such a thing, reminding the room that she is the one supposed to be managing the Divine Eye students. Budra counters calmly, stating that management is exactly the problem. He points out that Amy White failed the third year's advancement exam. Under normal circumstances, any student who failed would be expelled immediately. Yet, Amy remains solely because of her status as a special admit. He spreads his hands, asking the room how that could possibly look fair to anyone. Ariel tries to defend her student, explaining that Amy is progressing steadily toward top class, world-level combat ability. She argues that the backlash on Amy's body is harsh right now, preventing her from displaying her full power during exams. If not for that specific medical hindrance, she insists, Amy would have passed easily. But her plea falls on deaf ears. Buddha rolls his eyes, groaning at hearing the backlash. Excuse again. Another professor chimes in with a sneer, mocking the idea that a useless student is suddenly being painted as a hidden prodigy just because of a convenient excuse. The ridicule continues as the professors question how long Ariel intends to keep spouting fantasies about secret powers. Ariel's grip on her chair tightens, her voice trembling slightly as she maintains that it is the truth. She claims Amy could gain full control any day now, maybe even tomorrow, and pushing her out too soon would mean losing that potential forever. But the professors are relentless. A sharp-featured man notes she has used that same excuse before, asking if her plan is to let someone who can't meet the Academy's standards just stay there indefinitely. Professor Ariel attempts to shift the debate to the Academy's core philosophy, arguing that the institution exists to nurture exceptional talents, and kicking out a gifted student just because they don't fit neatly into the system defeats the whole purpose. Budra laughs derisively at the word talent. He leans back in his chair, his face shadowed, and suggests that while the special picks might have been impressive in the old days, the current batch is full of failures. He lists them off. Amy White, Bella Albright, Jacob Bloomfield, and declares that the Great Divine Eye seems to be losing its keenness. Then, he drops the real bombshell. Maybe it is time to consider abolishing the Divine Eye program entirely. Ariel stammers, asking what he is talking about. She reminds him that the program was established ages ago by the Academy's Founders' Council. It can only be abolished if over half the faculty agrees to the idea. Budra smirks, his confidence radiating across the table. He asks if she truly remembers that rule, implying that gathering the necessary votes might be easier than she thinks. The room fills with murmurs of agreement. Other professors admit that, honestly, the current Divine Eye students don't impress them. They concede that while they have heard Bella Albright has improved, it's no major achievement, and her mana capacity is questionable. The criticism mounts, burying Ariel under a landslide of skepticism. An older professor with a beard strokes his chin, noting that although the old Divine Eye students were impressive, the recent batch simply lacks the impact they used to have. Ariel looks around the table, realizing with dawning horror that there are far more anti-Divine Eye voices than she anticipated. At this rate, they really might shut down the program. Budra presses his advantage, sneering that the program has been outdated for so long. He suggests it is about time they move on, asking Ariel if she still plans to claim she can judge talent better than the rest of them. Ariel clenches her fist, a ruby ring glinting on her finger. She wants to scream, yes, to defend her vision, but she knows that arrogance will only provoke them further. They already dislike her. She understands that many professors care only about whether the program benefits the academy immediately, and to win them over, she cannot afford to alienate them. Budra taunts her silence, asking if the cat got her tongue. He cruelly remarks that at least she should know she is past her prime. He suggests that while she may have had great achievements in the past, maybe it is time to retire before she ruins her legacy. Another professor, a man with long dark hair and a sharp grin, interjects with a mocking suggestion. He asks why Ariel doesn't just start her own school if she wants to raise her favorite students however she likes. The room erupts in laughter, with Budra calling it a brilliant idea. He sarcastically wishes her luck finding students who would follow the washed-up Divine Eye. Ariel lowers her head, humiliation burning her cheeks. She tells herself that she can still recognize real talent, but these kids just need more time. She desperately needs to stop them from getting expelled before they can prove themselves. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the mockery. A bespectacled professor speaks up, recalling that speaking of Divine Eye students, wasn't there one named Gray? Ariel looks up, surprised. The professor continues, stating he heard Gray is promising among the first-year swordsmanship students. The long-haired professor confirms this, noting that Gray was supposedly picked for the interior battle. Budra's expression shifts from amusement to intrigue. He admits that does sound promising. The long-haired professor then proposes a solution. Why not let Gray prove the program's worth in the competition? Ariel's heart skips a beat. She realizes the trap snapping shut. Budra agrees, stating they can decide the Divine Eye program's future after seeing the results. But Ariel knows the truth. She stares at the table, sweat beading on her face. Gray's power isn't suited for mock battles. If it were a real kill-or-be-killed situation, he would thrive, but in a regulated academy duel, he is at a severe disadvantage. She tries to protest, stammering that they don't understand, that his abilities aren't normal swordsmanship. Her protest is met with immediate hostility. The bearded professor slams his hand on the table, shouting that here she goes again with the excuses. He barks that if Gray can't show it in training, he won't show it in real combat either, a fact that every professor there supposedly knows. Ariel is silenced, unable to explain the deadly nuance of Gray's skills to a room that only values standardized metrics. The silver-haired administrator stands up, declaring that is it for today's meeting. Since the discussion is going nowhere, they will end it there. He adjusts his glasses, stating that seeing the Divine Eye admit in action does sound reasonable. He finalizes the decision. They will watch Gray's performance in the interior battle and decide the fate of the program after that. Ariel whispers a weak no, but the meeting is adjourned. Budra laughs heartily as he leaves, looking forward to the show. Left alone in the empty meeting room, the sunlight casting long shadows across the table, Professor Ariel slumps in her chair. She clutches her chest, tears welling in her eyes. She apologizes to everyone in her mind, blaming herself for being too weak to protect them politically. The narrative shifts to a split panel of Gray and Ariel. Gray, sword in hand, thinks that dying alone is better than all of them dying. Ariel, weeping alone, silently begs him to take this burden. She knows her hope is unreasonable, knowing his power is mismatched for the stage he is being forced onto. Even so, she pleads into the silence. Help them, she thinks, tears streaming down her face. Help those kids, those raw gems with world-class potential. Protect their future. Under the bright, azure sky, The towering spires of the academy gleam in the sunlight, marking the arrival of a pivotal moment for the students. The massive Colosseum, a circular architectural marvel nestled within the city, erupts with light and energy. This is the day of the interior battle, a spectacle where the academy's finest demonstrate their prowess. The announcer moves immediately to introductions, drawing the audience's attention to the elite participants. First, the first-year top student is introduced, Leonhard appears. He stands with a relaxed but confident posture, his blonde hair framing a face that betrays no nervousness, dressed impeccably in the academy's dark uniform with gold trim and a red tie. Standing opposite him is the second-year top student, Lono Hartmann. Lono exudes a sharper, more seasoned aura, his short, spiky dark hair and serious golden eyes scanning the arena as he places a hand over the crest on his chest in a salute. These are the paragons of their respective years. Then, the tone shifts slightly as the challengers are announced. The first-year challenger is Gray Lee. Unlike the composed Leonhardt, Gray appears tense. Sweat beads on the face of the dark-haired student, his red eyes wide with a mix of apprehension and focus. His uniform is identical, but his demeanor suggests he knows the gravity of what is to come. Finally, the second-year challenger is introduced as Deble. The contrast is jarring. Deble is a hunched figure with messy black hair obscuring his face. He radiates a disturbing, unstable energy, nervously biting his thumb as he stands in the shadow of the others, muttering to himself in a way that suggests he is far from a standard student. As the introductions conclude, Gray's internal thoughts race. He stares at the twitching figure of Deble, realizing with a jolt that this is the same person who jumped him out of nowhere in the hallway previously. The memory of that ambush floods back. He questions himself, wondering if he is seriously going up against this maniac. However, he steels his resolve, deciding that he will witness what these high-level opponents are truly capable of. High above the arena floor, in the VIP viewing box, the atmosphere is heavy with political tension. A group of stern-faced professors and academy dignitaries look down from behind a glass partition. Among them sits Professor Budra, a heavy-set man with gray hair and a smug, mocking expression, looking thoroughly pleased with himself. Leonhardt murmurs, noting the unusual attendance. He points out that so many professors have come to observe the showdown, asking if interior battles are usually this well attended. Lono Hartmann replies that this is a first. Typically, only 3 fencing professors bothered to show up the previous year. He wonders aloud why the turnout is so high today. Down on the arena floor, Leonhardt and Lono are having a quiet exchange amidst the noise. Leonhardt notes that the professors must be curious about Gray. He, eyes closed in a calm expression, and agrees, noting that the faculty certainly have excellent taste. Lono looks at Leonhardt with a sharp gaze, thinking if he has always been like this. Budra confirms the guess is correct. Professor Budra, unable to contain his malice, speaks to the backs of the students below. He claims they all came to witness the final battle of the Divine Eye Special admits. All students are in shock after hearing this. Gray, confused, said the word final. He asked Professor what does he means. Budra looks at Ariel and replied, "What, no one told you?" Budra drops the bombshell revelation with a twisted grin. The Divine Eye class is being abolished. He relishes the statement, his face contorted in glee. The shock of the statement hits Gray hard. He stands frozen, sweat running down his face, his mind reeling at the word abolished. He turns his gaze upward, looking for confirmation. He asks Professor Ariel directly if it is true. Ariel maintains her composure, her face unreadable behind her monocle, but internally, she is conflicted. She knows that if she tells Gray the unfiltered truth, he will push himself beyond his limits. She fears he might even use that power, a force so volatile that in his current physical state, it could kill him. She exhales sharply, a bead of sweat trickling down her cheek, trying to find the right way to handle the situation. Professor Ariel decides to intervene through a hushed command that cuts through the noise. She tells Gray that Budra is simply trying to mess with his focus. She smiles reassuringly, crossing her arms, and instructs him not to let it get to him, and to just fight. Gray stares at her, his red eyes searching hers. Meanwhile, Ariel's hand, hidden from view, grips her ring tightly, betraying her own anxiety. Gray takes a breath, his expression shifting from shock to a hardened resolve. He speaks with a calm tone. He tells the professor that if she says so, then it must be. Budra huffs dismissively, telling him to go ahead and embarrass himself. But Budra isn't finished. He continues, stating that once he loses pathetically, the other professors will finally realize that the divine eye Ariel's sight isn't as keen as it used to be. Standing before the massive crowd, Gray's back straightens. He declares that he cannot let that insult slide. Budra looks confused, asking what he means. Gray's voice drops an octave, becoming cold and commanding. He states that he doesn't care if Budra insults him personally, but he forbids him from talking down on Professor Ariel's judgment. Ariel's eyes widen in surprise. Budra, outraged by the student's insolence, shouts back, asking what kind of strength Ariel's eye picked up in a nobody like him. Gray ignores the taunt. He adjusts his jacket and looks directly at the professor, stating simply that he should allow him to prove Budra wrong. Ariel looks at her student's profile, stunned by his sudden shift in demeanor. Budra started shouting, wondering what is going on with this arrogant brat. Budra is left fuming, held back by a colleague who urges him to calm down. The announcer interrupts the standoff, instructing the participants to split up and go with their teammates. The 4 students walk toward their starting positions. As Gray walks away, Ariel watches him, her thoughts racing. She appreciates his trust and defense of her honor, but she is deeply worried about his plan. He isn't fighting the top student, Luno. If he were, his practical swordsmanship might have given him a slim chance of victory. However, Ariel's analysis turns grim as she looks at Gray's actual opponent. Ariel focuses her gaze on the twitching, unstable Deble Raiderl. The second-year challenger is hunched over, gnawing on his thumb, eyes darting wildly. Ariel's internal assessment reveals a terrifying truth: Deble is a terrible match for Gray. Specifically, Bradley has surgically rewired Deble's brain. This procedure has boosted his reflexes to inhuman levels, effectively turning the student into a living weapon. Against an opponent with such unnatural reaction times, Gray's reliance on ambush tactics and surprise will be completely nullified. Panic begins to set in for Ariel. She fears that Gray, realizing his disadvantage, is planning to use that forbidden ability. She calls out Gray's name. As Gray turns around, Ariel tells him to not worry about her, and he should not push for himself. Gray's lips curve slightly. He knows the risks, but he is proceeding anyway. He replied just simple words, "I know." The announcer refocuses the crowd's attention. The first bout will be the top student match. The representatives, Leonhardt and Luno, step forward. The arena floor hums as protective magic activates, a shimmering blue grid rising around the combat zone. The announcer explains that the arena is warded to prevent fatal wounds. Triggering an opponent's safeguard counts as a victory, so they are to fight as if this were real combat. Leonhardt and Luno face each other. The air between them crackles with anticipation. Leonhardt draws his sword, his expression focused. Luno mirrors him, looking relaxed but alert. With a shout of, "Begin!" the match explodes into action. Leonhardt lunges forward with incredible speed, a trail of blue energy following his blade. He shouts that he is coming, and Luno responds with a grin, parrying the strike with a loud clash of steel. The 2 top students exchange a flurry of blows. Sparks fly as their blades meet again and again. Luno praises Leonhardt's skill but immediately counters, his movements a blur of white motion lines. He swings his sword in a wide arc, forcing Leonhardt to dodge. He tried to copy Gray's attack. As he tried to kick the second-year student, Luno simply dodges the attack. Leonhardt realizes quickly that he cannot fight with the same overwhelming dominance that Lord Gray possesses. Luno doesn't give him time to recover. He compliments Leonhardt, admitting he is stronger than Luno was in his first year. but the praise is a prelude to a finishing move. Luno decides to pick up the pace. He vanishes into a blur of speed, launching a barrage of strikes that Leonhardt barely manages to deflect. The first year is on the defensive, sweat flying as he struggles to keep up with the relentless assault. Leonhardt is pushed into the corner. Luno was ready to serve his neck off. But the attack was stopped by the barrier. The referee steps in, shouting, "That's enough!" The holographic barrier dissipates. Leonhardt stands his ground, defeated but uninjured thanks to the wards. The announcer declares Luno the winner of the top student match. Despite the intensity of the fight, the two students show sportsmanship. Luno acknowledges him, as Leonhardt thanks him for the match. Luno nods, admitting it was a good fight. Now, the atmosphere changes. The announcer calls for the challenger match to begin. Gray Lee and Deble Raydartle step forward. As Gray passes Leonhardt, the blonde student whispers a quiet, "Good luck." Gray offers a brief thanks, his eyes fixed forward. Gray walks toward the center of the arena. His internal monologue reveals the weight of his earlier words. He knows he already ran his mouth to Professor Budra, so now he has no choice but to back it up. He looks down at his hands, reminding himself of his past. He has fought more hopeless monsters than he can count before he turned back time. This perspective shifts his mindset. Compared to the horrors of his past timeline, a surgically enhanced student should be winnable. Gray draws his sword, the metal gleaming cold and sharp. Across from him, Deble is a picture of madness. The second-year student twitches violently, scratching at the ground with his weapon, sparks flying from the friction. He looks less like a duelist and more like a rabid animal waiting to be unleashed. He thinks of Professor Bradley, and mentally promises to send Gray to the same place Bradley is destined for. Deble's face is shadowed, his eyes glowing with lethal intent as he utters a single word in his mind. Hell. The selection match of the interior battle begins under the intense glare of the midday sun. Gray Lee stands in the center of the vast, sand-colored arena, his expression hardened and focused. Opposite him is the twitching, erratic figure of Deble Raydartle, the second-year challenger whose very presence radiates a disturbing instability. The announcer's voice barely finishes declaring the start of the match before the air explodes with motion. Gray launches himself forward with a speed that defies natural movement. He covers the distance in a blink, his sword coming down in a crushing overhead arc. Deble brings his blade up to block, but the impact is staggering. The collision sends a shockwave through Gray's arms, forcing him to grit his teeth against the overwhelming weight. He manages to hold his ground, but the sheer heaviness of the strike leaves him reeling. As sparks shower from their locked blades, Deble forces Gray back, his movements frenzied and unrelenting. Gray skids backward, creating distance to reassess. His breath comes in short, sharp gasps as he stares at his opponent. He recalls Professor Ariel's warning that Deble's reflexes had been surgically boosted, but the reality of the fight suggests something far worse. It isn't just reflexes. His arm's strength and overall physical stats have been buffed to a monstrous degree. Gray realizes with a sinking feeling that with this much difference in raw power, no simple trick or feint will work. As Deble prepares for another assault, biting his thumb in a display of manic aggression, Gray's mind races for a solution. He knows there is, that skill, a specific power he possesses that could bridge the gap. However, a memory flashes through his mind, stopping him cold. He remembers a private conversation with Professor Ariel in her office. The professor, looking uncharacteristically grave, had warned him explicitly. "Listen. Whatever happens, do not use that power. Worst case, you might die." Back in the present, Gray weighs the tournament's importance against his life. Ariel's voice echoes in his head, reminding him that the arena's defensive barrier won't hold against that power, and using it might result in him killing his opponent. Gray looks into Deble's eyes, mismatched and wide with madness, and realizes the risk is too high. He cannot possibly kill a student in a school tournament. He decides to seek another way. Deble doesn't give him time to strategize. The second year lunges, his sword moving in a blur of simple, linear strikes. Gray barely manages to dodge, twisting his body away from a blade that cracks the stone floor beneath them. As he evades, Gray notices something strange. Despite the overwhelming speed and power, Deble's movements are weirdly simple. It's not that he lacks technique, it feels as if he is holding back. Gray watches closely, his red eyes narrowing as he wonders what his opponent is planning. Suddenly, Deble's demeanor shifts. A wide, shark-like grin splits his face. He unleashes a barrage of attacks that are faster than before. Gray is forced entirely on the defensive, his sword moving instinctively to parry strikes that appear out of thin air. The pressure is immense. Sweat pours down Gray's face as he struggles to keep up with the onslaught, the gap in their physical abilities widening with every second. But somehow he blocked the attack coming from Deble. Gray can't believe this. He thinks that he was sure he can't made it in time. Both the student move away from each other. As Deble skids back, Gray thinks that Deble weakened his attack on purpose. Ariel stands in shock as she saw this. Her eyes started to glow when she sees a purple energy in Deble's heart. Professor Budra, with a smug expression, crosses his arms and sneers. He comments to his colleagues that this is too one-sided. Another professor notes that the second-year student seems to have a nasty personality, dragging the fight out when he could end it at any moment. Another professor agrees, observing that the Divine Eye student, Gray, has his hands full just trying to block and refuses to surrender. Budra takes this as proof of Gray's weakness. He loudly speculates that perhaps Gray knows the Divine Eye class is about to be abolished and is trying to hint at it by losing so miserably. He mocks Gray, calling him a considerate student, for thinking of the Academy's reputation. Down in the arena, the reality is far more dangerous. Gray parries another heavy blow. Professor Ariel leaps from her seat, shouting at the top of her lungs to stop the fight and end it right now. She screams that this is dangerous. Professor Budra, annoyed by her outburst, looks at her condescendingly. He asks what exactly is dangerous about a mock battle, completely oblivious to the threat. Another professor, a bearded man sitting nearby, tries to reassure Ariel with a condescending explanation. He reminds her that the arena is covered with a powerful protection spell. He explains that any attack that would cause fatal injury is automatically blocked, implying the students can fight seriously without fear. This is why everyone else is calm. They believe the system will save Gray if he fails. Down below, Deble launches a high kick that Gray barely ducks under. But Ariel isn't worried about the system working. She is worried about its limits. Ariel, her monocle gleaming with magical intensity, shouts back at the other professors. She confirms she knows about the protection spell, but she screams the truth they are missing. It won't be enough to safeguard Gray from that. As if on cue, the purple energy inside Deble flares violently. It erupts from his body, turning into jagged spikes of dark mana that tear through the air. The sudden expansion of power sends shockwaves rattling the entire stadium. Ariel's eyes widened in shock. Deble's expression changes to sinister. In the arena, the situation reaches critical mass. Deble is no longer fighting, he is detonating. A massive pillar of purple lightning and mana shoots into the sky, cracking the magical barrier surrounding the combat zone. The force of the energy presses against the invisible walls, causing them to fracture. Gray stands alone in the eye of the storm. He looks up at the stands, hearing the panic. Budra flinches as the barrier visibly cracks in front of him, realizing too late the gravity of the situation. Ariel analyzes the situation in a split second. Professor Ariel, sweating and desperate, grits her teeth. She looks at her hand, adorned with a red ring, and curses Professor Bradley. She realizes that Bradley planted something chaotic inside the student, a living bomb. The spectator barrier is strong, but she realizes she cannot use binding magic. She shouts that this is an emergency and demands the barrier be disabled immediately. She screams for the tournament to be cancelled, declaring that this isn't swordsmanship anymore. The other professors finally panic. Ariel shouts to Gray, ordering him to run. She told him that stopping the fight from the outside is going to take time. Gray mutters the word run. Suddenly he ducked down. A purple energy comes towards him. He realizes that if he turns his back he will die. The students in the front rows begin to scream as the purple light blinds them, the protective dome failing under the pressure. Another professor realizes that the professor's counterspells will take at least 30 seconds to reach them. That is too slow. He thinks they have no other choice. He narrows his eyes and thought that it's probably early. But Gray should be able to pull it off. Gray dodges another attack from Deble. Professor Voice cuts through the chaos, reaching out to him. He instructs him to think of your body as the sword. Don't swing your sword. Move your body with that power. Gray dodges another attack. He recalls what the professor just told him. He stops running. Gray closes his eyes for a fraction of a second, centering himself amidst the raging tempest of dark mana. He focuses. He visualizes the concept. Think of my body as a sword? He rejects the question. It is not a question. I am a single blade. He thinks. Focus. Focus everything. Dark, red-tinged energy swirls around Gray, distinct from the chaotic purple mana of his opponent. He doesn't look like a student anymore. He looks like a weapon sheathed in human form. The energy condenses, sharpening to a fine point. In the next instant, Gray vanishes. He becomes a streak of black and red lightning, tearing through the space between him and the exploding Deble. He moves with speed that renders him invisible to the naked eye. He thinks Deble is slow now. But he corrects himself. I'm the one who's gotten faster. He attacks Deble. A black and red light glows in the stadium. The air itself screams as Gray Lee descends, his sword wreathed in a volatile storm of red aura. He strikes with reckless abandon, the force of his blade colliding with the defensive barrier protecting his opponent. The impact is catastrophic, sending shockwaves rippling through the arena. The barrier, unable to cope with the sheer density of the kinetic energy, buckles and fractures. A massive explosion of debris and dust erupts, swallowing the combatants whole and shaking the very foundations of the stadium. Among the spectators, eyes widen in disbelief. An observer gasps, horrified by the impossibility of the scene, shouting that the defense barrier has been broken. The sheer scale of the destruction leaves the crowd bewildered, with one professor stammering and asking what kind of fight this even is. As the dust clouds billow outward, obliterating visibility, a sense of dread settles over the onlookers. A voice cuts through the confusion, urging someone to check on the other student and screaming for the medical team to hurry. From the swirling darkness of the dust cloud, a figure begins to emerge. A hand clad in a dark uniform grips a jagged rock face. The silence is palpable as the smoke clears, revealing Deble. But he is not the same. He is shrouded in ominous, purple shadow-like tendrils that dance around him like living flames. He hunches over his sword, his posture predatory, his eyes glowing with a sinister violet light. He looks less like a student and more like an abyssal creature unleashed. A spectator, trembling, notes with shock that despite the massive explosion, Deble stands completely unharmed. The silence is broken by the sharp voice of Professor Ariel. She leans over the balcony, her red hair flowing as she shouts for Gray to stay sharp because the battle isn't over yet. Her warning cuts through Gray's trance. The dark energy flickers as he snaps back to reality, his jaw setting with determination as he yells back that he understands. Opposite him, his opponent, the second-year representative Deble Radart. Gray stares in abject terror. His eyes are wide, reflecting the nightmare approaching him. The dark shadows surrounding Deble lash out, tearing through the ground and debris with violent speed. Gray can only watch as the purple energy surges toward him. The attack connects with a deafening boom, sending shockwaves tearing through the arena floor. The ground splinters, and debris flies into the air as the dark energy engulfs the space where Gray stands. The spectators are losing their composure. Panic begins to set in as they witness the unnatural nature of Deble's power. Professor Buddha stammers, asking what the hell that dark energy is. Even the faculty are rattled. Professor Ariel, her expression tight with anxiety, yells at the staff, demanding to know the status of the barrier. A technician screams back that it will take 10 more seconds to drop. 10 seconds is an eternity in a battle of this magnitude. Gray dodges the attack coming at him. Deble brings his sword down in a heavy, overhead arc, the purple energy trailing behind him like a comet's tail. Gray, desperate to survive, raises his own weapon to block. The impact creates a shockwave that cracks the stone beneath them. Deble's eyes are locked onto his target, burning with intensity. As their blades lock, Gray analyzes his opponent. He feels the immense weight behind Deble's defense. Internally, he acknowledges the second year's strength and speed, realizing there is no way this physical prowess is strictly human. But as the sparks fly between their grinding blades, a grim determination takes hold of Gray. He admits that Deble might not be normal, but then again, either is he. With a surge of force, the two combatants are repelled away from each other. Gray skids backward, his feet carving grooves into the ground, but he immediately stabilizes. He doesn't give Deble a moment to breathe. He charges again, his sword leading the way. But Deble is fast. The second year moves with a blur of motion, sidestepping Gray's thrust and countering with a vicious slash. Blood sprays into the air. Gray's eyes widen as pain flares across his chest. He coughs violently, a spray of crimson painting the ground. The counterattack was deep. Professor Ariel screams his name from the stands, her voice laced with desperation. Gray staggers, blood dripping from his mouth and the fresh wound. His vision swims, but his mind races. He knows that if he doesn't hit back immediately, he is finished. He needs more. He grits his teeth, blood staining them red, and mentally screams for power. He demands it. The red aura around him ignites with renewed fury, exploding outward like a geyser. His sword glows with a malevolent crimson light as he channels everything he has left into one final, desperate gambit. His eye, previously glowing violet, now burns a deep, blood red. He ignores the pain, ignores the damage to his body. He sees the opening. But the cost is high. As he swings, the strain on his body becomes visible, his very skin tearing under the pressure of the energy he is channeling. He screams in agony, a raw, guttural sound that echoes through the stadium, but he does not stop. He throws his body forward, swinging his blade down with catastrophic force. The dark shadows rise up to meet the red aura, combining into a swirling vortex of destruction. In the stands, Professor Ariel watches with wide, horrified eyes. The barrier finally flickers and dies, the announcer shouting that it has been disengaged. Immediately, the faculty springs into action. Ariel and several other professors leap from the viewing platform, rushing toward the arena floor to prevent a fatality. On the ground, the fight reaches its zenith. Gray's final attack crashes down toward Deble. Beams of pink magical energy shoot across the arena. They wrap around the Deble, binding him tight. Gray pants heavily, his face contorted with exertion and pain. The dust begins to settle, revealing the aftermath. Gray, though bound, is still conscious, his chest heaving. Ariel lands beside him, her face pale. She frantically asks if he is all right. Gray collapses to his knees, blood pooling around him. He is battered, bleeding, and exhausted. Further away, other staff members rush to Gray's side. Ariel turns her attention back to her student, shouting for someone to cast healing magic on him immediately. A soft, green light begins to glow around Gray, enveloping his wounded body. The healing magic works its way into his injuries, knitting flesh back together and soothing the trauma. Ariel watches the process closely, her hands trembling slightly. As the light fades, she lets out a long, shaky breath, whispering a thank you to the heavens. The green glow dissipates completely, and Gray slowly rises to his feet. The horrific wounds are gone. He looks at his teacher and offers a tired, yet charming smile, thanking her for the assistance. Ariel stares at him, dumbfounded. She stammers, asking how he can possibly stand already and if he is sure he is okay. Gray ignores the question about his general health and points to his eye, asking how it looks. Ariel steps closer. Through the lens, she examines his eye. It glows with a calm blue light now, the red and violet fury gone. She breaks into a sweat, whispering that it is unbelievable. After using that much power, she notes with awe, his soul doesn't have so much as a scratch. Ariel mentions that the healing magic took care of his body. Ariel, still recovering from the shock, confirms that nothing should hurt anymore. Another professor turns to Gray, explaining that they managed to lessen the backlash of the technique, just as he thought. Ariel frowns, her concern turning into a lecture. She emphasizes that without the immediate intervention of healing magic, the backlash could have been fatal. Her eyes flare with a mix of anger and relief as she tells him that for now, keeping the damage to just physical wounds is good enough, but in the future, she wants him to be able to withstand the recall on his own. Gray listens, his expression stoic. He realizes that all the insane training he endured was specifically for this moment, to survive the power he wields. Nearby, medics are loading Deble onto a stretcher. The fight is over, but the result needs to be official. Ariel turns to a gray-haired judge, demanding they confirm something. She asks plainly who won the match. The judge looks down at the data. He announces that the second-year representative, Deble Radar's protective barrier, was activated by the attack from the first-year representative, Graylee. In the rules of the duel, triggering the opponent's emergency barrier constitutes a victory. Therefore, the winner of the selection match is the representative of the first year's Gray. The announcement triggers an explosion of noise from the stands. Students leap from their seats, pumping their fists in the air. The shock is replaced by adoration. They scream that he beat a second year, chanting his name. They recognize him now not just as a student, but as Lord Gray, from the Divine Eye Special class. The 35-match loss streak for the first years has finally been broken. Up in the VIP box, the atmosphere is heavy with realization. A professor, looking down at the victorious student. He remarks that the Divine Eye student has finally ended their losing streak. Another colleague stands beside him, looking solemn. The silver-haired man continues, stating honestly that the win-loss record doesn't even matter anymore. After watching a fight of that caliber, he asks, can anyone really say that Divine Eye Ariel's judgment was wrong? Headmaster turns to the group of professors gathered behind him, a sharp smile playing on his lips. He declares that after seeing this display, they have no choice but to admit she was right. No one, he asserts, is going to support the proposal to abolish the Divine Eye Special slot now. If anything, they should be ashamed they even considered abolishing it. He gestures toward the arena, noting that they almost expelled a student of such immense talent. Down on the arena floor, the celebration continues, but not all is as it seems. Ariel watches Gray as he stands amidst the cheering. Ariel turns slightly away from the crowd, her hand subtly clutching her side. She smiled and thanks Gray. Back in the VIP section, the political tide has turned violently. The group of professors and administrators, led by the silver-haired man, turns their collective gaze toward one individual. The heavy-set man, the one who had been sweating nervously during the fight, now stands isolated. The silver-haired man speaks with cold authority, stating that those who push for abolishing the Divine Eye program should reflect on their own responsibility. The scene opens on the floor of the Colosseum, where the tension has shifted from physical combat to a suffocating social standoff. A group of stern-faced professors and administrators encircle Professor Budra, who is sweating profusely. His eyes dart around in panic as he realizes his scheme has collapsed. He stammers, forcing a nervous, trembling smile as he tries to weave an excuse, claiming he has other preparations to handle. He attempts to push past the wall of colleagues, announcing loudly that this is where he takes his leave. But the crowd does not part. The other faculty members stand like statues, their expressions cold and unforgiving, silently blocking his escape. From the sidelines, a professor whispers to a colleague, noting the old adage, never pick a fight with the Divine Eye. An older, bearded professor beside him strokes his chin, observing that while the saying holds true, Professor Ariel has actually mellowed out significantly compared to the old days. Standing nearby, Ariel herself overhears this. She glances at the silver-haired professor beside her, adjusting her glasses as she admits that times have indeed changed. The professor, a man of sharp features and an unreadable expression, simply agrees, his gaze fixed on the aftermath of the battle. Down on the arena floor, Gray Lee stands amidst the debris. He watches Ariel shouting commands and organizing the cleanup with a fiery intensity. He wonders internally if something happened to her in the past to make her this way, but quickly dismisses the thought. He prepares to leave, but before he can take a step, a shadow falls over him. The headmaster steps into his path, his presence commanding instant attention. He calls Gray by name, his voice calm but authoritative. He states that there are a few things that concern him. Gray stops, looking at the man who runs the institution. The headmaster adjusts his glasses, the sunlight glinting off the lenses, and begins with an apology. He admits that in the match just concluded, the second-year representative, Deble, clearly had some unnatural power forced into his body. A visual of the chaotic, purple energy that consumed Deble flashes briefly in their minds. A jagged, uncontrolled force that defied the laws of standard magic. The headmaster assures Gray that they are going to investigate it thoroughly. However, he acknowledges the grim reality that a mock battle, intended to be completely safe, ended up putting a student's life at risk. He bows his head slightly, placing a hand on his chest, and states that the Academy is fully responsible for not detecting the anomaly beforehand. Gray, maintaining his composure, scratches the back of his head with a polite smile. He tells the headmaster not to worry about it, noting that nothing tragic ended up happening in the end. He thanks the headmaster for his concern. But as Gray attempts to move on, the headmaster's demeanor shifts. He pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his eyes narrowing sharply behind the lenses. He drops the polite facade. He points out that Gray also unleashed something during the fight. The air around them seems to freeze. Gray's smile vanishes, replaced by a look of guarded tension. The headmaster leans in, his towering frame casting a long shadow over the student. He observes that Gray's power wasn't magic, it was something far stranger. A type of power that modern magic theory cannot even begin to analyze. He asks Gray directly, can he tell him what that power actually is? Gray breaks into a cold sweat. His mind races. He thinks about the complexities of his situation. The regression, the secrets of the past, and the mysterious enemy known as the liquidator. He realizes he cannot bring up anything from before the regression, especially when he doesn't know where the liquidator's mastermind is hiding. Trapped by his own secrets, Gray chooses to feign ignorance. He looks the headmaster in the eye and claims he has no idea. The headmaster looks skeptical. He asks if Gray truly doesn't know, even though he used the power himself. Gray doubles down on the lie, acting bewildered. He says he didn't know he had anything like that inside him. He gestures toward his teacher, claiming that Professor Ariel was the one who noticed it and explained it to him. Ariel, who has been listening nearby, freezes. Internally, she calls him out immediately, thinking that he is lying through his teeth. She knows that by the time he took down the ogre general, Gray was already using that power freely. She wonders what game he is playing, acting like someone living life for the first time. However, she realizes he needs cover. She steps forward, her heels clicking on the stone, and decides to play along. She crosses her arms and confirms Gray's story. She thanks the headmaster for his trust, and says she has no choice but to step up. She corroborates that Gray's power cannot be analyzed through standard magic theory, but claims she can see it clearly with her divine eye. She explains that after observing his power, she asked Professor Heathcote, who has a good affinity with it, to help Gray out, which made his current level of control possible. The lie is intricate and risky. Ariel admits she is still researching how to draw the power out properly. She then makes a bold request. She asks the headmaster to leave everything regarding Gray's power to her. She places a hand on her chest, bowing slightly, staking her reputation on this request. The headmaster studies them both. He looks at Gray, then at Ariel. After a long, tense silence, he closes his eyes and sighs. He admits that after seeing the fight, he can't exactly refuse. He declares that Gray Lee, and the entire Divine Eye Special Group's handling, is hers to command. He adds that if there is anything the Academy can do to assist, she only needs to say the word. Ariel exhales, a drop of sweat rolling down her cheek as the tension breaks. She thanks him profusely. Gray offers a charming, closed-eyed smile, bowing in gratitude. The headmaster turns to leave, his coat swirling behind him, signaling that the interrogation is over for now. Headmaster asks Ariel to follow him. They are heading to the medical ward to examine Deble Radaro's condition. He needs her eyes. Ariel agrees immediately, and they make their way to the infirmary. Inside the room of Professor Ariel. She is sipping tea. Gray stands in front of her. She confirms that the power used on Deble was nearly identical to the liquidator's energy. A graphic appears in her mind of a jagged, dark pyramid crystal wrapped in chains, pulsing with malevolent violet light. She states there is no doubt that the same crystals from a specific research facility were used. Gray, looking at her, asks quietly what happened to him. She answers Gray's question with a single, chilling phrase. "He's dead." Gray is stunned. Ariel clarifies that she doesn't mean physically. She explains that the moment that dark power activated, Deble Radaro stopped being himself. He may have already been gone the moment the power was implanted into him. A terrifying image of Deble screaming as the purple energy consumes his skull emphasizes the horror of the transformation. Ariel sets her teacup down. She looks at Gray, her monocle reflecting his image. She states that it is clear this attack was aimed at him. It was almost certainly retaliation for killing Varian Bradley. Gray's eyes narrow as he connects the dots. If Deble was tampered with after Varian died, it means this was the doing of a third party. Ariel agrees. There is definitely a bigger fish hiding behind all of this. She vows to keep digging into the connections, but warns that it will take time. Her intuition tells her that the deeper parts of the Academy are involved. A sprawling shot of the Academy reveals its immense scale. A massive, cathedral-like structure with soaring towers, suggesting a labyrinth of secrets hidden within its walls. Ariel stands by the window, her silhouette dark against the light. Gray tells Ariel he understands. He tells her that if there is anything he can do, she should please tell him. Ariel looks at him with a soft, genuine smile, closing her eyes as she thanks him. She then shifts the topic back to business. She mentions his power. Her eye glints with a magical sparkle as she notes that he seems to have learned to use it without damaging his own soul. Gray confirms this, though he admits the recoil on his body was worse than before. Ariel reveals that Professor Heathcote suggested moving his training to the next stage. Gray looks surprised, asking if she is serious. Ariel smiles confidently, a mischievous glint in her mismatched eyes. She confirms it. She raises a hand, pointing a finger at him like a gun. She promises that he will learn how to control that power way better than he can now. Under the expanse of a clear, deceptive blue sky, the training grounds of the Academy are quiet, save for the rustle of leaves and the heavy rows of armored training dummies stand in silent judgment, their steel plates gleaming in the sunlight. Gray Lee stands before them, his posture rigid, his focus narrowing until the world around him disappears. He is not just practicing, he is waging a war against his own limits. Professor Heathcote steps forward, his expression grave. He tells Gray that it goes without saying, but this training method is dangerous and painful. He suggests that if Gray is willing to take more time, there are safer options available. Gray looks at Professor and replied single words, yes. Heathcote give him permission to start. The air around Gray begins to warp. He closes his eyes, centering his mind on a singular concept. He is a single blade. He envisions the sensation from his previous battles, reaching deep into the well of power that lies dormant within him. It is a sensation of absolute sharpness, of a cutting edge that knows no resistance. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson energy erupts from his body. It is not the clean, blue mana of a typical swordsman. This is jagged, volatile, and ominous. The red aura reads his body like a cursed flame, spiraling down his arm and enveloping his sword in a thick, black and red miasma. The energy crackles with instability, tearing at the very air. With a sudden explosion of movement, Gray launches himself forward. He is a blur of motion, a streak of red lightning tearing through the training ground. He weaves through the rows of armored dummies, his movements faster than the eye can follow. The sound of steel shearing against steel rings out, a high-pitched shriek of metal being forced apart. The impact is devastating. The armored dummies do not just fall. They are obliterated. Massive chunks of steel are sent flying into the air, spinning violently before crashing down onto the stone tiles. The red energy leaves trails of light in its wake, cutting through the heavy armor as if it were paper. Gray lands in a crouch, the momentum of his assault carrying him through the formation. But the power demands a price. As the red aura dissipates, Gray staggers. Blood bursts from his nose and mouth, splattering against the immaculate uniform. He coughs violently, his body convulsing under the strain. Moments later, the training ground is bathed in the soft, green glow of recovery magic. A team of mages surrounds Gray, chanting incantations to knit his torn muscles and soothe his internal injuries. The magic washes over him, repairing the damage caused by the red aura. Professor Heathcote observes him closely, noting that Gray is looking good and holding the power just a bit longer than last time. He encourages him, saying that with more repetitions, his body should gradually learn how to endure the backlash. He grips his chest, his eyes wide with the shock of the backlash. Internally, he admits the harsh truth: using this power hurts. It hurts a lot. Professor Heathcote started to walk towards Gray, noting that pain and suffering mean he is pushing past his limits, but he also understands that this training is excessive. Whether or not Gray continues is up to him. He raises the hilt of his sword, his voice trembling but firm, and demands to go one more time. Gray closes his eyes again, preparing to summon the agony once more. But before he can unleash the aura, Ariel's voice rings out like a command. She tells him to stop. Gray opens his eyes, confused, as Ariel explains that the training is limited to once a day. Professor Ariel steps into the devastation of the arena. The ground is littered with the severed torsos and heads of the armored dummies. Gray explained that his body is already healed. He asks her a question that with this method his soul won't be damaged, right? She clarifies that physical injuries can be healed with recovery magic, but the soul is a different matter entirely. Ariel presses on, her voice laced with the teacher's worry. She warns him that if he takes severe damage again before his nerves stabilize, it can throw off his sense when swinging a sword. She emphasizes that he, of all people, should understand that better than anyone. This comment strikes a chord deep within Gray. He looks down at his hand, tracing an old scar. The scene shifts to a memory, a dark and rainy day from his past. He sees his younger self, wrapped in bandages, trembling. He realizes she is right. Back then, when he was being bullied by Belder and the others, the reason his swordsmanship wouldn't improve was due to lingering damage from injuries he received as a child. He finally understands that his stagnation wasn't a lack of talent, but a physical limitation he hadn't recognized. Returning to the present, Heathcote picks up a piece of the shattered dummy, his expression thoughtful. Honestly, he thinks, realizing the cause of his past weakness is a bit of a relief. He admits that even he would hesitate to repeat this kind of training multiple times a day. He looks at the shattered stone floor where Gray unleashed his attack and notes the sheer output of force. Medical team steps in, voicing the question that is on everyone's mind. He asks Gray simply, "Why?" She wants to know why he is in such a hurry to get stronger. In his eyes, he is already more than strong enough as it is. Gray stays silent, but Ariel answers his question. A shadow of guilt passes over her face. She blames herself. She believes that she dragged Gray into the fight with Bradley, and because of that, the shadowy figures working behind Bradley now see Gray as an enemy. She clenches her fist, recounting the logic. The incident with Deble going berserk was just the beginning. There are powerful people operating in the Academy's shadows, and possibly the criminal group Blood Drinker that stole magic catalysts, who might come after him next. She looks at Heathcote and Gray, her expression pained. She admits that even if they isolate Gray somewhere heavily guarded, she doesn't know if they can fully protect him. In her mind, Gray has realized that getting stronger is the only way to survive. Gray listens to her deduction, his face unreadable. Internally, he feels a pang of guilt. He knows the truth is different. Stopping the liquidator experiment was his own choice. He has a mission to stop the coming calamity, no matter what. But he cannot tell them that. He looks at Ariel, seeing the heavy burden she is placing on herself. Ariel looks up at him, her eyes filled with a sad resolve. She apologizes to him. Gray immediately tries to wave it off, telling her not to worry about it. Ariel shakes her head. She tells him that he is too exceptional of a student. She feels that all she can really do is help him make the most of that power. Professor Heathcote raises an eyebrow. He notes that her wording sounds like she has something specific in mind. Ariel smiles, the sadness replaced by a confident, conspiratorial grin. She tells him of course she does, and asks him not to tell her he has forgotten. She gestures to the broken sword in Gray's hand. She asks what is the quickest and safest way for a swordsman to get stronger. Gray looks at the hilt of his broken training sword. The answer is obvious. Heathcote realizes it first. He looks at the shattered debris and says, "Ah, right." He explains that changing swords is the fastest solution. Gray looks confused. He points out that the Academy-issued sword is supposed to be a top-tier custom weapon. Ariel nods, agreeing that normally, it is more than good enough for a first-year student. However, he looks at the shards and states the obvious. Unfortunately, it can't withstand his power. No ordinary weapon could handle that level of force. Ariel reaches into her pocket and pulls out a large, ornate golden key. She holds it up, the sunlight catching its surface. With a mischievous smile, she tells Gray that she will take him to her vault. Heathcote's eyes widen in genuine shock. He stammers, asking if she is seriously planning to give him one of the weapons in there. He reminds her that Gray is still just a student. Ariel dismisses his concern with a wave of her hand. She says it's fine. She holds the key out, and the air in front of her begins to crackle. A massive, glowing fissure opens in reality, revealing a blinding light and the silhouette of a grand staircase leading upward. The energy radiating from the opening blows back their hair and coats. Ariel turns to Gray, her red hair flowing in the magical wind. She stands before the gate of light, an invitation to a new level of power. Gray has earned the right to, she declares. Gray stares into the light, his eyes wide. The possibilities lie open before him. Ariel looks back over her shoulder, her silhouette framed by the brilliance of the vault. She issues a simple command that promises to change everything. Amidst a blinding radiance that seems to emanate from the very air itself, Gray stands silhouetted in a doorway, his crimson eyes adjusting to a scene of suffocating opulence. He steps into a vast chamber where gold coins are not merely stacked but strewn across the floor in ankle-deep drifts, spilling from overturned urns and chests like common gravel. Surrounding him is a chaotic horde of treasures, glowing potions, jeweled scrolls, and artifacts of obvious magical potency. The sheer scale of the wealth leaves Gray breathless, muttering a single word of disbelief as he tries to comprehend the fortune lying beneath his boots. Walking confidently ahead of him is Professor Ariel, her vibrant red hair flowing down her back and a monocle perched over her left eye, signaling her status and intellect. Beside her walks the silver-haired instructor, Professor Heathcote, who moves through the scattered millions with the casual grace of someone entirely accustomed to such grandeur. Ariel calls out to ask where the sword section is located. Ariel, barely glancing up from the sea of gold, points a gloved finger toward the far end of the cavernous room, indicating that their destination lies deeper within this labyrinth of riches. As they venture further, the piles of loose currency give way to organized, towering shelves that stretch high into the gloom of the ceiling. These racks are lined with weapons of every conceivable make and design. Gray gazes up in awe, his eyes tracking the rows of spears, axes, and blades. Ariel explains the purpose of their visit, stating that the idea is to find a sword here that would specifically suit Gray. The student looks around nervously, observing that there are so many dangerous-looking swords here that no matter where he looks, he feels a sense of threat. Heathkit, looking rather pleased with the collection, remarks with a confident smile that he doubts Gray could find a collection of swords as extensive as this anywhere else in the world. Ariel, however, is focused on the practical dilemma. She stands before the towering racks, noting that it is hard to decide with this many to choose from. She turns to Gray and explains her ideal testing method. She would like him to test each potential weapon with his full strength. However, her expression turns apologetic as she notes a critical limitation. Due to the specific nature of Gray's power, they can really only perform a full-strength test with one sword per day. Therefore, instead of testing everything, they must pick a few likely candidates and try them out one by one. Leading the way to a stone pedestal, Ariel declares that they will start with the sharpest sword in the collection. Gray approaches the weapon she has selected. It is a massive greatsword, dark and imposing, standing nearly as tall as he is. He grips the handle, his muscles tensing as he heaves it from its resting place. He comments immediately on the heft, noting that it is quite heavy. Ariel acknowledges this but counters that despite the weight, it cuts exceptionally well. With the massive blade resting on his shoulder, Gray looks toward a target Ariel indicates, a thick stone pillar standing in the center of the training area, enveloped in a faint magical aura. She tells him to give it a try. Gray steps into a combat stance, the sheer size of the blade making him look small in comparison. He focuses his energy, his red eyes glowing with intensity. With a sharp exhale, he swings. The blade moves with terrifying momentum, slicing through the air with a heavy roar. He strikes the stone pillar with a vertical slash. The impact is instantaneous and devastating. The sword doesn't just cut, it obliterates. The stone pillar cuts smooth like a butter. Gray stands over it, breathing hard, sweat beading on his face. He stammers, visibly stunned, admitting that the weapon is amazing. However, despite the raw power displayed, the observers are critical. Heathkit and Ariel stand together, analyzing the result. Ariel notes that it is certainly powerful, but perhaps a little too heavy for actual combat. Heathkit agrees with a nod. Ariel elaborates on the lesson, stating that no matter how sharp a sword is, it is pointless if the wielder cannot hit anything. Gray looks at the sword, realizing the truth in her words. The recovery time from such a heavy swing would leave him vulnerable. But Ariel is not dismissive of the weapon's value. As the sword sits embedded in the cracked floor, she concedes that against sturdy, large, lumbering opponents, like divine beasts or stationary structures, it might be useful. She decides that he should keep it. To address the weight issue during travel, she adds that she will give him a magic storage pouch. This way, he wouldn't have to carry it around physically, and it would not get in the way as long as he puts it inside. Gray looks up, confused by her generosity. He asks if this sword isn't something valuable, questioning if she can just lend it to somebody just like that. He holds the massive weapon, looking at the intricate blue gems embedded in its blade, feeling the weight of both the steel and the favor. Ariel smiles gently, her eyes closed behind her monocle. She tells him it is better than letting it collect dust in the treasury. It is better for the weapon to be in the hands of someone who can actually use it. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts. Ariel's expression sharpens, and the scene visually calls back to a dark memory. She invokes the reason for this gift. She reminds him of the time he faced the foe behind Varian, the one responsible for summoning the liquidator. Ariel asks him a piercing question. Can he say for certain that he won't regret not having this weapon? Gray stares at the floor, his mind racing back to that traumatic fight. He remembers the feeling of helplessness, the blood, and the tears he shed despite having trained his hardest. He remembers the despair of realizing that even his best efforts didn't make a difference in the face of such overwhelming power. He grips the handle of the heavy sword, his knuckles white. He realizes she is right. Having a weapon capable of such destruction might have changed everything. Heathkit breaks the heavy silence with a piece of practical advice. He warns Gray to avoid showing that sword to other people unless he intends to use it. Gray looks up, puzzled, and asks why that would be necessary. Heathkit explains calmly that if he were to put that sword on the market, it would be worth at least 10 billion. He clarifies the currency conversion, stating it is worth no less than 10,000 gold coins. Gray's face transforms into a mask of pure shock. His eyes bulge, and his jaw drops in a comedic shift of tone. He screams out the number, unable to process the figure of 10 billion. Panic sets in as he realizes he is holding a literal fortune in his hands. He stammers that he cannot possibly keep something this expensive. He tries to push the concept away, terrified of the responsibility. Ariel, however, is having none of it. She looks at him with a stern, intense expression, declaring that she will not accept returns. Ariel clarifies her position with absolute authority. She asks whoever said she was lending him the sword. She states plainly that she is giving it to him. She explains her reasoning. She knows that if the sword were merely borrowed, he would hold back from using it to its full potential, afraid of damaging alone. Gray, still sweating and trembling, asks if she is kidding. Ariel looks him dead in the eye, her red hair framing a face of serious resolve. She says she is not. She frames the gift not as charity, but as an investment. She tells him that if she could protect the Divine Eye's admission, presumably the reputation or safety of her organization, with just 10 billion, she would gladly do so. She steps closer, looming over him with an intimidating presence that borders on predatory. She tells him the sword is a late reward for what he has already done. Then, with a darker edge to her voice and a terrifying smile, she asks if he is trying to imply that her Divine Eye's admission isn't even worth spending a mere 10 billion. Cornered by her logic and her intense aura, Gray realizes resistance is futile. He stammers a polite refusal to argue further. Defeated by her aggressive generosity, he bows his head and grips the handle of the billion-dollar weapon. He thanks her profusely and vows to take good care of the sword. Ariel watches him, her intimidation vanishing into a satisfied, warm smile. She murmurs that this is good, pleased that he has accepted the tool he needs. With the heavy weapon matter settled, Ariel moves the agenda forward. She states that, other than the heavy sword, he needs something ordinary, something that can be used in a regular battle. Gray walks beside her, holding the massive sword, while wondering internally just how impressive Professor Ariel's treasury actually is if she can give away such treasures so lightly. Ariel turns to Heathkit, asking for his professional opinion as an instructor. She wants to know which sword he thinks is best for general combat. Heathkit scans the wall of blades, his silver hair reflecting the cold light of the armory. He hums thoughtfully, then points to a specific weapon. He asks, "How about this one?" The focus shifts to the sword in question. It is a stark contrast to the previous monster of a blade. This one is elegant, with a silver blade and a golden cross guard. It looks like a high-quality, standard knight's sword. Gray asks if he may give it a try. Ariel grants permission. Gray takes the lighter sword. He swings it through the air, the blade moving with a swift, whistling sound. He twists his body, executing a perfect horizontal slash, then follows up with a vertical strike. The sword moves effortlessly, becoming an extension of his arm. He stops and looks at the blade, thinking to himself that it's not bad. The balance and edge are undeniable. However, as he holds the sword, looking at his reflection in the polished steel, his expression becomes uncertain. He thinks that while it is a well-made sword, something about it feels off. He wonders if it is simply because he is not used to it. He looks at Heathkit, seeking validation for this strange feeling that the weapon doesn't quite belong in his hand. Heathcote, observing the test with a critical eye, confirms Gray's intuition. He states bluntly that it doesn't seem to suit him. The instructor crosses his arms, looking contemplative. He turns his gaze away from the standard weaponry and looks toward a different section of the armory. He murmurs that in that case, there is another option. He warns that it was made for experimentation, but it might just suit Gray. The instructor leads them to the final candidate. It is a sword unlike the others. It stands upright, radiating a distinct magical presence. The blade is not just steel. It is embedded with glowing cyan panels and intricate geometric lines that pulse with energy. The hilt is modern, almost mechanical in design, with a guard that looks more like a piece of advanced technology than a traditional cross guard. It glows with a cool, blue light, waiting for Gray to grasp it, promising a compatibility that the previous weapons could not provide. Gray stares at the weapon before him, bewildered by its alien appearance. It stands upright on the floor, glowing with a soft, electric cyan light that pulses through geometric panels embedded in the steel. It looks less like a sword and more like a piece of advanced machinery. Professor Heathcote, standing with a confident smile, encourages him to simply try holding it. Gray reaches out, his hand closing around the hilt. Immediately, his eyes widen in surprise. The weapon is incredibly light, far lighter than its metallic bulk suggests. Sparks of blue energy dance around the blade as he lifts it, humming with a latent power that feels entirely different from a traditional weapon. However, as Gray inspects the blade closer, he notices a glaring flaw: it has no edge. The hitting surface is flat and angular, completely incapable of slicing. Heathcote steps in to explain, revealing that this is a sword designed for experimentation with new technology, not for actual combat. He admits it is essentially an unsharpened slab of steel, but emphasizes that it is extremely durable. He suggests that this strange, blunt instrument might be a good match for Gray. Gray looks at the instructor with a mix of confusion and offense, asking if the man implies that he doesn't need a sharp edge because of the sheer brute force of his power. Heathcote bluntly confirms this is exactly what he means. The silver-haired instructor elaborates on his theory. He doubts that any normal sword, no matter how well crafted, could withstand the raw output of Gray's power for long. He warns that if Gray continues to grow stronger, standard weapons will eventually become liabilities that do nothing but slow him down. He proposes a future where Gray no longer relies on a cutting edge to fight, but rather on pure, overwhelming force. For that kind of combat, this durable, tech-infused slab might be perfect. To demonstrate, he takes a swing at a blue practice target. The impact is heavy and blunt, crushing the target with a dull thud rather than cleaving it. The target buckles under the force, but there is no clean cut. Gray stares at the dented metal, muttering that it is amazing in its own way. Professor Ariel, however, watches with a skeptical expression. She interjects, stating her personal opinion that Gray is better off continuing to wield a proper sword. Ariel sighs but concedes that there is no harm in giving the tech sword a try, though she quickly pivots, asking if there are other weapons he would like to test. Gray, sensing an opportunity to explore the vast treasury, grins. He tells her that even if the tech sword is an option, he just wants to check out the other swords here. He walks through the aisles, admiring the collection. He spots a magnificent blade with a crimson core that looks lighter and stronger than the first giant sword he tested. He resolves to try that one, but as he moves through the armory, his attention is suddenly hijacked. He stops dead in his tracks in front of a modest, silver sword hanging quietly on a stone pillar. He stares at the silver weapon, captivated by a strange sensation. He mutters that he feels like he has seen this sword before. Ariel notices his fixation and approaches, recognizing the weapon immediately. She explains that an old student of hers left it behind upon graduation. She notes that while it isn't a famous sword, it is exceptionally well made. Gray asks for permission to try it, and Ariel grants it with a smile. Gray lifts the silver sword from its mount. The moment his fingers wrap around the leather-bound hilt, he feels a shock of recognition. It is easy to hold, fitting into his grip as if it were made specifically for his hand. He walks over to a wooden training dummy and assumes a stance. With a fluid, practiced motion, he swings. The blade slices through the air with a clean whistle, contrasting sharply with the heavy roar of the previous weapons. He strikes the dummy, and the cut is effortless. Heathcote watches with raised eyebrows, impressed by the boy's form. Gray stands panting slightly, staring at the sword in awe. It fits so nicely that it feels as if he has been practicing with it since he was born. Ariel asks if he likes it, and Gray confirms without hesitation that he does. He admits he has never held a sword that was this easy to wield. Ariel's smile turns shrewd. She decides that in that case, they must give it a proper test to see if it is compatible with his power. Gray hesitates, looking at the pristine silver blade. He asks worriedly if it isn't her student's sword, voicing his fear that he might break it if he pours his full power into it. Ariel waves off his concern, assuring him that the sword would be happier being used than left to gather dust in storage. Gray agrees, but curiosity gets the better of him. He asks for the name of the alumnus who crafted it. Ariel reveals the name, Medalum Norum. Gray freezes. His eye twitches as the name registers. He realizes with a shock that he is holding the work of the world's greatest magic swordsmith. A vision of a legendary figure standing amidst a field of glowing weapons fills his mind. He stares at the silver blade in his hand with newfound reverence and terror, struggling to comprehend that this unassuming weapon was forged by such a mythical figure. The scene shifts to a massive outdoor coliseum under a bright blue sky. Ariel decides they will conduct the durability tests here. Standing in the center of the vast arena, she instructs Gray to take the sword to its limits to test both its strength and resilience. Gray nods, ready to begin. However, Ariel wants to be thorough. She instructs him to start with the futuristic cyan sword first, to see how his power affects the unusual technology. Gray steps forward, the tech sword in hand, facing a battalion of metal training dummies. He closes his eyes, summoning his energy. Dark red and black aura begins to crackle around him, flaring up like a sinister flame. He swings the cyan sword, attempting to channel his power through it. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, but immediately stops. He looks at the blade, confused. He apologizes and says he will try again. He focuses harder, his aura intensifying, trying to force his energy into the weapon. The sword trembles, surrounded by his black and red jagged aura, but it refuses to sync with him. Gray strains, sweat running down his face, thinking that he is just a conduit trying to pour power in, but the weapon isn't responding. It isn't activating. The sword remains a stubborn, blunt object, rejecting his magical signature. Ariel watches the struggle keenly. She asks if he feels any difference in his physical condition. Gray replies that he feels nothing wrong with himself. Ariel adjusts her monocle, deducing that the sword itself is the cause. She concludes that the experimental weapon likely isn't compatible with his specific type of power. She suggests they put it aside. Ariel reaches into a small magical case and pulls out the silver sword, the masterpiece by Medalum Norum. She holds it out to him, the blade gleaming under the arena lights. She tells him to try it with the most ordinary sword of the bunch this time. Under the bright expanse of a clear blue sky, Gray Lee stands alone in the center of the Academy's training grounds, surrounded by a sea of armored practice dummies. The young cadet wears a sharp, dark military-style Academy uniform trimmed with gold, his posture steady but tense. A long sword rests at his side, sunlight glinting off its steel. The air feels heavy with anticipation. Gray slowly closes his eyes and steadies his breathing. His thoughts narrow into a single, unwavering declaration. I am a single blade. The moment the incantation settles into his mind, the sword responds. Dark, jagged energy erupts violently from the blade, wrapping the steel in a menacing shadow. Crimson lightning crackles along its edge as if the weapon itself has awakened, the aura pulsing with an eerie, living rhythm. Then, time warps. A strange, disembodied voice echoes directly inside Gray's mind. While there's time. Gray's eyes snap open. His pupils shrink, shock flashing across his face as the crimson aura surges uncontrollably around him. Sweat beads along his brow. What? Did I just hear a voice in my head? Before he can grasp the meaning, the voice fades, leaving behind only a lingering warning. When the time comes. From the edge of the training grounds, two instructors observe. Professor Heathcote squints as he watches the flare of energy. Beside him stands Professor Ariel. Heathcote lets out a low hum. Triggering his power shouldn't be a problem with that sword, he remarks casually, unaware of the voice that just invaded Gray's mind. Gray exhales sharply and shakes off the unease. Here I go. He grips the hilt and launches forward. The ground cracks beneath his feet as he explodes into motion. A blazing trail of crimson light follows his path as Gray weaves through the rows of armored dummies. His speed is blinding, the sword extending like a beam of red destruction. He slashes horizontally. The blade passes through solid metal as if it were air. It swings insanely smooth. There's no resistance. No impact. He raises the sword overhead and brings it down in a vertical cleave. The dummy splits cleanly in two, a razor-thin line of red energy hanging in the air long after the strike lands. My body feels light. Confidence surges through him. Gray becomes a blur, red streaks zigzagging across the arena. Metal fragments fly upward, suspended for a heartbeat before crashing down. He dashes past a cluster of targets, and only after he's already gone do they shatter simultaneously, torn apart by delayed impacts. Medical team's eyes widen. He's fast. This is different. Fundamentally different from the last time. Viewed from above, the training ground resembles a massive grid being erased by red lasers. The arena floor is carved with glowing slash marks. Gray spins through the air, defying gravity, delivering a complex chain of strikes that annihilates multiple targets in a single breath. A helmet clatters loudly against stone, spinning to a stop. Then silence. Gray skids to a halt, panting. Sweat drips from his chin. His eyes, still glowing red, scan the battlefield. No more targets? The realization hits him. The number was the same as before, but I only cut half back then. His breath catches. I wiped them all out. His hand trembles violently around the sword. The adrenaline drains away in an instant, replaced by crushing exhaustion. Professor Ariel notices immediately. Her expression hardens. Gray, drop the sword! Too late. Gah! Gray gasps, clutching his chest as blood sprays from his mouth. His legs buckle, and he collapses to his knees. The black sword slips from his fingers and clatters across the stone. Healers! Heathcote shouts. Cast healing magic! A team rushes in, hands glowing blue and green as they surround Gray. Guh! Gray groans, struggling to breathe. Gray tries to stand but fell on his knees again. Heathcote arrives, placing a steadying hand on Gray's shoulder. Ka! Gray coughs again, blood staining the ground. My strength is. Don't push yourself, Heathcote says firmly. Sorry, Gray manages weakly. Ariel adjusts her monocle, eyes sharp. Losing that much blood will drain your stamina even with healing magic, she explains. You need to rest. Heathcote helps Gray to his feet, supporting him. You broke past a limit you couldn't before, he says, pride flickering in his eyes. That's a good sign. But moving without realizing your condition is dangerous. Gray nods silently. Ariel turns toward the fallen sword and picks it up. Despite the carnage, the blade is flawless. Not a single scratch, she murmurs. Incredible. She tilts it toward the sky. A faint, ethereal glow pulses deep within the steel. Did its glow get stronger? She wonders. Or is it just my imagination? Suddenly, the ground shudders. A deafening roar tears through the air. Huh? Ariel gasps. Gray and Heathcote turn just in time to see a massive pillar of purple and pink energy erupt skyward. An ornate tower collapses as debris explodes outward. "It's an explosion!" someone screams. "Run!" Instructors react instantly. All instructors. Deployed barrier magic. Prioritize lives. A massive hexagonal blue barrier forms overhead as debris crashes harmlessly against it. Gray stares in horror. What happened? Heathcote's face darkens. That's the hazardous materials vault. That was man-made. Ariel says, analyzing the dissipating energy. Liquidator energy. What? Gray exclaims. They used underground crystals. Ariel continues. To break the anti-teleportation field. Gray's blood turns cold. Then the ones who did this were. His eyes lock onto the burning tower. Varian's allies. The Academy headquarters burns, pink flames and black smoke spiraling into the sky. The sanctuary has been breached. And war has just announced itself. Inside a briefing room, a detailed schematic of the Academy's most secure sector is drawn across a chalkboard. Jagged lines and circles mark the point of intrusion. Investigators have already confirmed the truth. Multiple items were stolen from the vaults. However, the Academy administration has deliberately chosen to keep the exact details classified. Standing before the chalkboard is Professor Ariel, her long red hair draped over her shoulders, a monocle glinting over one sharp eye. She explains that this incident could never have been the work of a simple outsider. The Academy's magical defenses were far too complex. The intruder didn't just escape, they destroyed the teleportation inhibitor itself. That alone proves something terrifying. Turning toward Graylee, she states her conclusion without hesitation. This was an inside job. Gray reacts with disbelief, but Ariel's expression only hardens. She suggests something far more disturbing. That the Academy may no longer be trustworthy, or worse, that it may have never been clean to begin with. She explains that if the Academy were fully controlled by the enemy, they wouldn't need to blow anything up. They could simply take what they wanted through official authority. The fact that the vault was destroyed means the attackers lacked legal control. Then she names the most likely culprits. The Blood Drinker. She coldly refers to them as vermin who have already slipped into the Academy. Gray's expression tightens instantly. He remembers Bella's words that these are the same people responsible for her parents' deaths. Leaning back, Ariel delivers a quiet warning. Since Gray killed Varian, he is now a prime target. Especially when he's outside the Academy's protection. Gray straightens his posture and answers calmly. I understand. The scene shifts to the classroom. Gray walks casually inside the class. He looks at everyone. All the students are depressed, and he does not know the reason behind it. As he takes the seat, he asks, Did something happen? Another student asks Gray did he not got the notice for outdoor marching drill? Gray confirms that he has. The notice outlines a brutal schedule, 16 hours of marching and encampment training every day, for an entire week, in monster-infested terrain. On top of that, extra combat training is included. Professors will accompany them, but rumors claim that more than half of the students drop out every year. The student trembles, unable to understand how Gray can stay so calm. But internally, Gray finds the fear exaggerated. Compared to the training he endured in his past life, this drill is almost generous. Back then, there were no time limits. He was thrown into monster-infested mountains with no explanation, forced to march for weeks while barely surviving deadly beast attacks. At least now, professors will be present as safeguards. In the lecture hall, the atmosphere is grim. Students slump over their desks, radiating despair. Some whisper that this harsh drill might be connected to the recent explosion, that the Academy is tightening discipline. Then the day arrives. First-year students gather at the Academy gates, weighed down by massive backpacks. Professor Heathcote announces the start of the drill and warns them bluntly. Those who fail often never reach their second year. The gates open. Beyond them lie distant mountains and the sea, marking the edge of the Winto continent, a region almost entirely uninhabited. As the march begins, Gray quietly wonders why no one lives in such a beautiful land. Soon, the paved roads disappear. A student notices they've left the established trail and nervously points it out. The silver-haired professor leading the group turns back with a smirk. It wouldn't be training if we followed a proper path. Horror spreads through the students. Hours pass. Sweat pours. Legs shake. The forest canopy blocks the sun as exhaustion sets in. Someone checks his watch in disbelief. Only 8 hours have passed. They're barely halfway through the day. The silver-haired professor casually assures them their bodies will adapt. Students doesn't believe a word of it. Then Leon notices someone strange. Among the struggling students, one walks effortlessly. Grayly. His breathing is steady, posture perfect, pace unwavering. He hasn't slowed down even once. Suddenly, danger strikes. A giant spider drops from above toward an exhausted female student. She screams, but before anyone else can react, Gray moves. In a single blur of motion, he draws his blade and pins the spider to a tree trunk. Dead. Calmly, Gray warns the group that some of these creatures are poisonous, and tells them to stay alert. The shaken girl thanks him repeatedly. Watching silently, Leon realizes something chilling. Gray isn't just walking, he's constantly prepared for ambush. His movements reveal no openings at all. It's clear he has undergone an abnormal level of training. Inside Gray's mind, the truth is revealed. His stamina is holding up well, thanks to the training he completed before regressing through time. Gray is a time regressor, carrying experience and conditioning from a future timeline. Compared to the hell he survived back then, this march is nothing. Even getting proper sleep feels like a luxury. But unease lingers. As evening approaches and the forest darkens, Gray recalls Professor Ariel's warning. This drill has taken them far outside the Academy's protection. And worse, the traitor inside the Academy knows exactly where they are. The chapter ends with Gray clenching his fist. The sun sets. Shadows stretch across the forest. Exhausted students march onward. Gray's red eyes narrow. He hopes nothing happens. But the sense of impending danger is unmistakable.
Deep within a dense, sun-dappled forest, a large group of uniformed students trudges wearily along a dirt path. The physical toll of the journey is evident on every face. Sweat pours down their brows and their breathing is ragged and heavy. The relentless pace is finally broken when the instructor, a stern man with a goatee and glasses, raises a hand and commands everyone to halt. The students immediately collapse, some dropping to their knees while others lean heavily against trees, gasping for air. The sheer exhaustion is palpable as one student, hair matted with sweat, questions what is happening. The instructor, looking back at them with an unreadable expression, announces that from this point on, they will be conducting a meal training exercise. The announcement hangs in the air for a moment. The students, desperate for respite, latch onto the word meal. Their eyes light up and the heavy atmosphere vanishes instantly. They cheer, pumping their fists in the air, believing that the instructor has finally granted them a break and a feast. Their imaginations run wild, conjuring vivid images of creamy stews, savory skewers, and roasted meats. They celebrate, tears of joy streaming down their faces as they praise the instructor's generosity. However, amidst the celebration, one student stands apart. Gray looks at the instructor with skepticism. The specific phrasing of meal training gives him a bad feeling, a suspicion that this is too good to be true. The student's celebration is cut short as the instructor stares at them blankly. He asks what they are talking about regarding a break. Confusion ripples through the group. The instructor clarifies with a cold, matter-of-fact tone. When you eat on a march, you cook it yourselves. The illusion of a prepared feast shatters instantly, visually cracking like glass around the students. The imaginary skewers and stews disintegrate, leaving them back in the harsh reality of the forest. The students look at one another in horror as the realization sinks in. This isn't a banquet, it's another layer of their training. The instructor ignores their disappointment and proceeds to organize the next phase. He states that he has already divided them into squads, balancing their strength as much as possible. A glowing magical projection appears in the clearing, displaying boxes of supplies and a large blackboard list. The students gather around to see their assignments. On the board, under Squad C, Leon is listed as the leader, accompanied by Plua, Ragiz, and Bias. Below that, Squad D lists Gray as the leader with squad mates Bask, Rumia, and Benez. Gray stares at his name on the board, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. He wonders if it is really okay for him to be the leader, feeling the weight of the stigma attached to being the divine eye slot holder, a position often looked down upon by others. Gray turns to meet his squad, bracing himself for rejection or disdain. However, he is met with a surprisingly warm reception. Bask, a student with pink hair and a friendly demeanor, smiles broadly and introduces himself. Rumia, a girl with braided hair, and Benez, a quiet young man, stand with him, looking equally welcoming. Gray is taken aback. He admits to himself that he expected them to be difficult, perhaps refusing to take orders from someone who didn't pass the regular exam. But Bask shakes his hand firmly, dispelling Gray's anxiety. He explains that after witnessing the inter-year match, no one in their right mind would question Gray's abilities. To them, Gray is easily the most reliable person to lead them. The squad's attitude is a stark contrast to what Gray feared. They bring over a wooden crate containing their assigned gear, asking him for instructions. Gray looks at them, noting the genuine trust in their eyes. He realizes that the match left a stronger impression than he thought. He clenches his fist, resolving to live up to their expectations. However, the moment they open the supply crate, the mood shifts again. Inside the wooden box, there is no food. The only items provided are a single large metal pot and a fire starter. A student from another squad raises his hand, voicing the confusion everyone feels. He points out that there are no ingredients in the equipment supplies, only a pot and a fire starter. The instructor acknowledges this with a calm, almost mocking demeanor. He explains that having a pot at all is generous. He lectures the group, stating that in a real field march, they might not even have food, let alone cooking tools. He paints a grim picture of reality. In sudden emergencies, camping mid-battle, or if the supply officer is killed, soldiers are often forced into long marches with zero preparation. Leon counters that in modern field operations, logistics supported by magic storage should exist. The instructor agrees but clarifies that such luxuries only apply to marches planned in advance. He emphasizes that magic storage bags are extremely valuable magic items. Unless a soldier is part of a large-scale unit, they will be carrying their own gear on their backs, just as the students are doing now. He leans in, his expression darkening with intensity. He asks them point-blank if they want to die without being able to do anything when the worst happens. The severity of his gaze silences the complaints. As the instructor speaks, Gray has a realization of his own. He touches the bag slung over his shoulder, thinking about how rare magic storage bags actually are. He had simply accepted his, assuming it was basically just a sword bag, unaware of its true value until now. Around him, the other students look grim, accepting the harsh lesson. Leon walks past Gray, offering a brief apology, perhaps for the earlier commotion or simply acknowledging the shared hardship. The instructor then announces that he has some good news to balance the bad. The students look up, hopeful. The instructor reveals that some of them may have already noticed, but this forest is packed with monsters. He explains that up until now they have been running monster-repelling magic during the march, but now he is lifting it. He snaps his fingers, and a ripple of magical energy disperses into the air. The protective barrier fades away. With a cruel smirk, the instructor tells them that because the forest is full of monsters, they won't have to worry about finding food. He wishes them good luck and walks away, leaving the students standing amidst their luggage. The atmosphere in the forest changes instantly. The air feels heavier, charged with a predatory tension. The safe training ground has vanished, replaced by a hunting ground. The students of Squad D turn to Gray, panic edging into their voices. Bask asks the leader what they should do. Gray, analyzing the situation quickly, states the obvious. Their only option is to hunt monsters and eat them. He begins to scan the environment, his demeanor shifting from student to survivalist. Gray focuses his gaze on the forest floor. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he observes the signs that others miss. He notes the footprints and droppings scattered nearby. Judging by the size and depth of the tracks, He concludes that this forest is populated by small to mid-sized monsters. He reassures his squad that they should be able to handle these threats with just their swords. However, Rumia looks anxious, pointing out that finding specific monsters in a forest this huge will be a pain. Gray nods, acknowledging the difficulty of the hunt. He proposes a strategy. If the monsters are carnivorous, the task is actually easy. They can simply walk around until the monsters notice them and come to attack. Rumia stammers, realizing the implication. Gray is suggesting they use themselves as bait. The squad is shocked by the boldness of the plan. Gray explains that if they stay in one spot, they will end up competing with other squads for prey. They need to move. He adds, almost casually, that if they really don't want to fight monsters, they could look for bugs or snakes to eat instead. He mentions that while bugs are an acquired taste, snakes are actually pretty decent food. Rumia recoils at the thought of eating bugs, tears pricking her eyes. She immediately decides that she would much rather hunt monsters. The rest of the squad, seeing Gray's confidence and logic, agrees to follow his lead. Bask and Benaz nod, placing their trust in his judgment. They pick up their gear and begin to move deeper into the woods, following Gray. The group navigates through the undergrowth, the trees looming large and ancient around them. The sunlight filters through the leaves in patches, creating shadows where danger could hide. Gray leads them toward a massive tree, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. Suddenly, he stops. His eyes narrow as he scans the dense foliage ahead. The squad freezes, sensing the change in his posture. Gray crouches low, peering into the shadows. He senses a presence rapidly approaching. He warns his squad, "Here it comes." The other three draw their weapons, tension radiating from them. Bask and Benaz look in the direction Gray is facing, while Rumia grips her sword, trembling slightly. From the darkness of the brush, a massive shape bursts forth. It is a hulking, bear-like monster with matted fur and glowing red eyes, its mouth open in a ferocious roar that shakes the trees. The scene opens on the terrified face of a student named Bask, sweat beading on his forehead as he stares upward in shock. Looming over him is a colossal bear monster, its massive paw descending with crushing force. Bask barely processes the attack, his mind screaming that the creature is far faster than he anticipated. The impact kicks up a cloud of dust and debris, but Bask manages to react just in time. His body, conditioned by the Academy's brutal training and exams, moves on its own, instinctively guiding his sword to block and deflect the blow. Though he is shaken, his training holds true and he remains standing. With adrenaline surging, Bask refuses to be underestimated. He grips his blade, his eyes narrowing as he faces the beast, determined to prove his worth as a student of the World Union Academy. The bear roars, its red eyes glowing with malice, but Bask steps into the monster's guard. With a shout of exertion, he delivers a powerful upward slash across the beast's neck. Blood sprays into the air, and for a split second, Bask believes he has struck a decisive blow. He smirks, thinking he has won the exchange. However, the reality of combat shifts in an instant. As Bask looks up expecting the monster to fall, he is met with a chilling sight. The bear is not recoiling in pain, it is smiling. A wicked, toothy grin spreads across its face, and its red eye reflects Bask's horrified expression. Before Bask can recover his stance, the bear's paw whips around in a blur of red motion. The counterattack is instantaneous and overwhelming. Bask is struck with tremendous force, sending him flying backward through the air. He crashes hard onto the grass, his body tumbling before coming to a painful stop. The monster does not hesitate. It lunges forward to finish the kill, its jaws wide open and ready to snap. But just as the beast closes the distance, a sword descends from above. Gray intervenes with surgical precision. He slams his blade downward, cutting the paw of the bear. The force of the strike pins the monster to the ground. Gray stands calmly over the beast, his expression unreadable as he twists the blade. The bear still charges towards Gray. But Gray is prepared for this as he saw the movement. He slices neck of the bear clean from his body. Bask lies on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes trembling as he processes his near-death experience. Gray casually cleans the blood from his sword and turns to his classmate, extending a hand to help him up. He asks if Bask is okay. Bask takes the hand, stammering his thanks and admitting that Gray saved his life. As he pulls Bask to his feet, Gray offers a crucial piece of advice. He explains that wild monsters keep moving even after receiving a fatal hit. Therefore, instead of focusing solely on killing the target, one must prioritize not getting hit. Bask looks down, humbled, and admits that he learned that lesson the hard way. He realizes now that fighting these creatures is totally different from training against human opponents. As the sun begins to set, the scene shifts to the aftermath of the battle. The massive carcass of the bear lies in the woods as the students prepare to make use of it. Later, as the sky turns a deep shade of twilight orange, the squad gathers around a campfire. Strips of bear meat are roasting over the open flames, sizzling and dripping fat. Gray and Bask sit together, eating the freshly cooked meal. Bask is pleasantly surprised, noting that bear meat is actually quite good. Gray, eating with a calm demeanor, explains that the taste of monster meat varies wildly depending on the species. He notes that some taste awful and others contain nasty poisons. Continuing his impromptu survival lesson, Gray advises that if they ever need to forage in an unknown area, they should prioritize hunting boar monsters. He explains that boars usually don't carry much poison and have a decent taste. A female student named Rumia, holding a bowl of soup, smiles and compliments Gray, noting that he really knows his stuff. She asks if he was trained in survival in addition to swordsmanship. Gray's expression darkens momentarily, a shadow crossing his face as he deflects the question. He claims he studied a little a long time ago, but internally, a darker thought surfaces. He would rather not remember where he learned it. He quickly puts on a modest smile and tells Rumia that he isn't actually that knowledgeable. Suddenly, the peaceful meal is interrupted by the arrival of other students. They emerge from the trees, looking haggard and desperate. Their leader hesitantly asks if Gray's squad has any extra food to share, explaining that their own food run didn't go well. They stare longingly at the roasting meat. Gray, without hesitation, hands over a skewer of meat, showing generosity to his struggling classmates. The starving students are incredibly grateful, their eyes lighting up at the sight of food. However, the moment of camaraderie is shattered by a stern voice. An instructor with glasses and a goatee looms over them, his face cast in shadow. He declares that food transfers between squads are prohibited. He coldly tells the starving students that if they want to eat, they must gather their own food. The students, intimidated and defeated, apologize and retreat, their stomachs rumbling as they walk away from the warmth of the fire. The exercise continues. The students are forced to march through the forest as the sun fully sets. Eventually, the instructor calls for a halt. He announces that they will make camp at their current location for the day. He clarifies that from this point on, they are engaging in a field camping exercise. The students, exhausted from the march, collapse onto the ground, gasping for air. One student notes that despite the fatigue, they are lucky to have eaten properly, unlike the others. Another student, lying flat on his back, asks in despair if the training implies more food gathering. The instructor reassures them that for this specific camp, portable rations and personal tents have been prepared for each of them. Behind him, supplies are stacked in neat crates. He explains that the squads will remain the same as during the meal exercise. The students are told to collect their supplies and set up their tents and campfires at designated locations. However, the relief is short-lived. The instructor adds a final, ominous condition. They will be simulating surprise attacks during the night. The students groan, realizing they still have to walk to their designated spots and won't get a full night's rest. As they hike with their heavy packs, some students whisper that if they were near another squad, they could slack off on watch duty. The instructor, sharp-eared and walking ahead, cuts them off without turning around, stating that he can hear them. He explains that the squads were spaced out specifically to prevent anyone from slacking off. Gray's squad reaches their site and sets up their campfire. Gray takes charge, suggesting they decide on watch rotations. He reminds them that any method is acceptable as long as they successfully repel the attack. Gray proposes one person per watch. The others, exhausted, agree immediately, desperate to sleep as long as possible. One student points out that if they did 2 people per shift, they would only get half the night to sleep, which feels impossible in their current state. Bask asks how they should decide the order. Bask suggests that the first and last shifts are the easiest. Gray counters, noting that if someone takes the middle shift, their sleep gets interrupted, making it the most difficult. Selflessly, Gray volunteers to take the second middle shift. He then asks if anyone is willing to take the third. Bask, remembering how Gray saved him from the bear earlier, steps up and volunteers, saying, "I'll do it." He acknowledges the debt he owes Gray. Gray smiles and thanks him. With the rotation set, Rumia on first watch, followed by Gray, then Bask, the group settles in. They are instructed to wake up the next person before going to sleep. The night deepens, the moon glowing bright above the tree line. Rumia sits alone by the crackling fire, keeping watch while the others rest. Inside his tent, Gray lies asleep, fully dressed in his uniform, his breathing steady. The forest is silent, but the peace is broken by a subtle disturbance. Outside, a foot steps softly onto the grass. A hand grips the hilt of a knife, the blade glinting in the moonlight.